Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ding, 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 ding. The market is officially open too. That was right on time here today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's Monday, March 21st. It's 9:30 a.m. The market just officially open here. It looks like we're running right on schedule here today, ladies and gentlemen. Be cautious right now. Today is Monday, March 21st. I hope you guys had a good weekend. We're gonna get into some action here today. We got a lot going on here. Powell speaks in the morning here. He speaks in about 30 minutes, so we're getting things set up right now for that. Um, do want to start off by saying, man, I hope y'all had a good weekend. But it's time to make some money, man. The market is officially open. It is 9:30 a.m. It just opened up here. First bell here. Tesla's going up here. Um, yeah. So that's just what it is here, ladies and gentlemen. Um, Let's see. Let's get into the description here before we get started today. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let's get the day started, man. Let's do it right here. We started right on time here today. The live stream got started right at 9:30. Didn't get to cover pre-market here. Was watching it though all morning. So did get to see it, but it wasn't playing it or nothing like that. But did get to see the pre-market this morning. And as of right now, man, the market is really just doing its own thing here. It kind of went up here. Some stocks names went up here. Overall, big tech. But overall indices, I think they were definitely in the indices are in the red, or it might be stocks making the biggest moves pre-market. It was Boeing. Um, Boeing has some moves that they're in pre-market, but the overall market is mixed here right now. The Dow is down 8%. The S&P 500 is up 9%. The Nasdaq's down 14%. So we're mixed right now. Um, Tesla's actually picking up here. Tesla really is picking up here. So Tesla's really going now. Don't really know how long this wants to go here. I would be cautious before you just buy into the hype. But what I'm saying is the most is just be really cautious, you guys. This could be the top here, or they might just keep going here. What I am seeing is continuation on the SPY here. Now I see the SPY hit to that 446 level. I'm thinking I'm about to get really bullish here. They are holding it really tight here, holding it very swelled up. VIX ain't got started yet here. You know how the VIX like to open a little delayed. So we're waiting on that reaction to see when they open and how they open up. But as of right now, the triple Qs is going up, SPY's going up, Dow's going up, everything's going up. Tesla's picking up here. You got 3 strong candles here so far. So yeah, Tesla is picking up here. Looks like they're on the breakout here. Let's check with Amazon because I know they were also a little mixed up here. I think you have a better opportunity there than any other name. Keep that in mind. Mm, mm. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, getting things set up here. Do apologize, like I said, running a little, not running in delay. We're running actually right on time here. I do apologize. Getting some things set up here. I'm still here with you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAFD. Market is picking up, man. It really is picking up right now. So trying to figure out where the direction is heading here, Don. Don't want to get caught up in some bullshit. Tesla is on the high. They're ripping here. So Tesla looks like they're about to go test that 940 resistance off V8 here. It looks like Amazon is going to wait for the show here. It looks like Amazon is going to see if Tesla can break their resistance. And they're probably going to go if Tesla does here today. That's what I'm noticing. So Amazon's coming down here. Everything's coming down now. SPY is on the high though. We got 446 on the SPY here. So yeah. We're still setting up, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the SPY is at 446 though, so it looks very bullish here today. But we're gonna take a quick break here. We're getting some briefings and everything set up here. We're getting the charts and all that stuff set up here. Everything's still getting set up here. We do have a bunch of information we need to go over with you guys, and we're gonna go over with it with you guys here soon. Here, Powell is speaking here at 10 a.m. We're gonna have that pulled up here shortly. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning again, man. Early bird gets the worm. I'm glad you up and you made it up here with me today. If you didn't, it's okay when you get up. Just plan to make some money when you do get up, ladies and gentlemen. That's really just how it works here. You got till 4 p.m. So how you want to make your money is on your time. It's how you gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, um, I don't think. I don't think. I don't think. I don't think that's anybody's business. How you gonna make your money? Sorry about that. I was in the middle of reading so, but yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are right now. Market kind of in the same spot. Stocks and ETFs, they are in the same spot where they kind of open up at a little bit higher up on the spot. Spot is picking up now even more here, ladies and gentlemen. Spot is picking up more here. So it's at 446.30. That looks very, very bullish here. Don't want to get ahead of yourself though, because I see some stock kind of in the red still. So it still looks like a discount, but it looks like a buy the dip opportunity here. Everything's picking up, so yeah, it definitely looks like that type of buy the dip opportunity. Um, so yeah, just stay cautious, man. Just stay cautious. We're gonna be right back. Tesla's picking up here. Tesla is the leader right now to the upside. They're up about 3%, up $27 here. So Tesla is running here. They are up to the upside here. Looks like they're about to test that 940 resistance. We're gonna see if it breaks that. If it breaks that, it's off to the races with Tesla. You guys, they can really run to 1,000, maybe 950 today. If we break 940, that's how serious this level is. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But we're gonna take a quick break here. We're still, like I said, setting briefings up. Powell speaking in about 20 minutes. We're gonna get the information out here to you guys. Everything is gonna be on point again here with LCAOD. Just give me a minute here. Still getting set up here. Still getting the coal out my eyes here. Still brushing my teeth still. You know what I'm saying? So just give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. It's only been 9 minutes and the market is going crazy right now. And so far, the market is going crazy. Tesla is your leader to the upside. They're up $30, ladies and gentlemen. Bitcoin is up. Crypto's up. It's exciting today. We got earnings after the bell. So much news going on. So much happening here. Powell's about to speak. Oh, man. Powell's back. Amazon just rocking it up. Amazon just rocking it up, you guys. Amazon just rocking it up. They're up 4 now. So, yeah, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Still, how one right. I've heard
be you and me. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't want no fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back if shit is time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, friends, thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'll make it right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you. One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie that for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Just staying in my own lane. I'm running it up, keep going. Just staying in my own lane. I'm just staying in money, staying in money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. We are back here from the break, and we definitely just got our confirmation on the resistance level. We know where it's at now. We know where the top possibly might be at. We know where the bottom top possibly might be at. On Amazon, on Tesla, a lot of names. Nvidia is pulling back right now. Netflix, everything. We see the resistance level at the SPY is 446.46. We don't want to say it's too much resistance right now because it is still early, ladies and gentlemen. We got Powell talking here in about 15 minutes here, about 15, 13 minutes. Good morning again, man. Like I said, I hope y'all had a good weekend here. It's a lot of information here that you guys need to know here coming off the weekend here, and we're gonna get right into it here with LCAOD. We did want to just watch the beginning stage of the market here today. As it is Monday coming off the weekend, we wanted to see where things were heading. We got a lot of information, a lot of analysts said this, said that. It kind of looks like we can see who was right, who was wrong here. There's no shorting action going on, but there's a lot of buying resistance action going on. So, meaning you can buy at these dip supports here, but you might want to be getting out of them here because now we're getting to a wall of resistance where it's becoming obvious here. Some people might say it's overbought here. Some people might still say it's oversold. So you gotta understand that that battle is still going to be going on here. We kind of got everything in the middle here right now, currently here. So yeah, we're gonna get into the information. Like I said, we got Powell speaking here shortly. He's about to move the market here again. I didn't even realize or know that he was gonna be talking here again. If I did, I definitely would have you know, prepared for it a little more with a little bit more gratitude. So just keep that in mind. That's strange here. But the market is pulling back right now. Ladies and gentlemen, a little dip here, a little dip opportunity to get, or maybe for you to get in here. Yeah, everybody kind of got their confirmation on what they needed. So this would be an opportunity to get in. Tesla's pulling back here now, and they pulled back by $9. They're still up 25. They pulled back $9. They're still up 25. Amazon is only down $3 here, ladies and gentlemen. So they're at 32.20. Yeah, so we're seeing resistance here kick in here. We are starting to see that. That's good. We needed to see that because we want to know where are they legalizing things at. You know what I'm saying? Where are they stopping things at? Things of that nature. What in the freak is wrong with my chart? So let me refresh this, man. Let's see this tripping. I'm trying to set my indicators up in different right colors and that type of stuff. I'm not getting it here though. Let's see. I gotta refresh it and that type of stuff. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so upper band, lower band, that red a little bit, that white, and yeah, like that. So yeah. We are seeing a little dip buy opportunity though, ladies and gentlemen. So really early though, early. It's only 9:50, ladies and gentlemen. Only 9:50. Market kind of made his move, did what it wanted to do here this morning. Went to the upside, showed strength to the upside. Now it's back right here in the middle, trying to show strength off of the support here. Might be heading back to the upside here. Amazon tagged out at about 32.40. It was resistance there. Tesla tagged at about 9.40. It was resistance there. So it looks like we found resistance on these names what we were looking for. These key stock names. Nvidia resistance at 269. It looks like Netflix resistance is 380. Microsoft resistance is about 300 right now. But remember, resistance turns to support sooner or later. Or this would be the top here considerably. Looking at last week how the market moved, it's not going to go any higher than what it just did this morning about 5-10 minutes ago. These will be considered the tops here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to just keep retesting until it breaks. That's what it looks like might be happening here right now. We are, like I said, waiting here for Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell. He will be speaking here shortly. We're about to get that pulled up. It looks like we have a briefing here live early, so they're getting us started here early. Looks like the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, he's giving his remarks on Maynard at the United States Holocaust Museum. So this looks like this just started. About 13 minutes ago, so we're not that too far behind. Let's tune in and listen to this. This probably is going to move the market here right before Powell talks in 8 minutes. When this goes off, we'll be going over the information that's needed. Actually, let's go over it really quick because I don't know when Powell comes on. It's going to be right really. You know how I get when he get on. So economic data for this week. New home sales Wednesday, jobless claims Thursday, durable goods orders Thursday, manufacturing PMI Thursday. Thursday is going to be a huge day, basically, and Friday, consumer confidence Friday, pending home sales Friday. All of that stuff is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. A huge day this week. That's the news. That's what we're anticipating. We'll get back to that, too. Just kind of skimming through it here right now before we watch these briefings and get the day started here going good. Top 5 things to know this week, I would say pay attention to the Russia-Ukraine headlines. We're back on that topic. The war is still going on. We got some Fed speakers. Powell speech. He's about to speak in 8 minutes. That's what I'm about to show you guys. U.S. durable goods, PMI surveys, all that stuff coming out this week, Wednesday, Thursday. I just showed you. We got earnings. The best companies this week, I think, will be reporting is Nike and Adobe. That is today, Nike after hours. Adobe is tomorrow after hours. So keep your eye out on them. And also in NIO, they got earnings. Sometimes towards the end of the week, we'll give you guys an update. May the trading guides be with you all. So yeah, that's just what that is. And this is the earnings list right here. We have the earnings pulled up. That's how I know Nike's after hours today. Adobe is tomorrow. And NIO is Thursday after hours. So them will be my top 3. I'm going to focus on Nike today after hours. We will stick around for that. We might even play it here. We're going to see here shortly by the end of the day. Fed speakers this week. Fed Chair Powell, Monday, 10 a.m. He will be talking here in about 7 minutes here. FOMC member Williams Tuesday. He's talking about 10:35 right after Powell. You got no, excuse me, that's even Tuesday, so that's the next day. Sorry. The member daily, that's Tuesday, 2 p.m. Chair Powell, he's back again 8 a.m. on Wednesday before the market open. Member Waller, he talks at 9:10 before the market open on Thursday. Williams, he talks Friday at 10 a.m. and Waller talks again at 12 p.m. on Friday. So that's what we have. That's what we're anticipating here right now. So I wouldn't be making any type of moves yet until we hear what this briefing is going to say, what Powell's going to say about the Fed rate hikes and Fed rate hike liftoff. He might praise it. He might not even speak on it. He might be talking about something else. We really don't know. Just stay cautious, you guys. The market looks like it is flipping here, turning back down to the downside, which is good because we just saw them get tagged at resistance, so meaning they probably will retest here sooner or later. They did try to get off to the races with it very quick, like the first 12 minutes of the market, it just went up. But people cashed out there. It was probably holding from the weekend. Keep that in mind. But this is what we are anticipating this week, the Fed speakers, Jerome Powell, who'll be speaking here in about 5 minutes. That's going to be very important. We're going to pull it up live here right now. This is the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. He's talking right now about something, the Holocaust at the Holocaust Museum. We're going to pull that up here too. That's important to us as well. But yeah, just letting you guys know, man, that's all the news here coming off the weekend. that's a little skim briefing here, and it's more to it. It's more to it, but I want to get to the briefings really quick here. Um, just looking at the time, just depending on the time we have right here, just looking at the briefings, I do want to get into them really quick here. Now the spot did turn around, you guys. It's not at 446 anymore. It's at 443.82, just bottomed out here below VWAP here, below the lower band as well. So keep your eye out on what's going on here. The market kind of is flipping red here. You want to really be cautious here at these levels. So just pay attention to what might happen next here. This might be about a dip opportunity. This might be the top opportunity because we definitely just tagged one, ladies and gentlemen. So let's tune in right here to Anthony Blinken here, and then we're going to go live with Powell here right afterwards in about 4 minutes. So we're going to keep this up for about 4 minutes, and then we're going to go live with Powell. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. All the indices are currently... They do that all the freaking time, man, bitches. Sorry, but the indices are currently in the red here. The Nasdaq's down about 71%. The Dow's down about 13. The S&P 500 is down as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we are all in the red. The market is in the red. Be cautious, you guys. Stay cautious. Stay cautious. Stay cautious. Let's tune in live to some news.
Focused on Rohingya. It's also important to recognize that for decades, the Burmese military has committed killings, rape, and other atrocities against members of other ethnic and religious minority groups. Reports of these abuses are widespread, they're well documented, they've occurred in states across Burma. That history and the determination that we're making today are fundamental to understanding Burma's current crisis. Many of the military leaders who oversaw the genocidal campaign against Rohingya, including the general who led it, were also involved in abuses committed against other ethnic and religious minority groups. They're the same military leaders who overthrew Burma's democratically elected government on February 1st, 2021 and seized power. Since the coup, we've seen the Burmese military use many of the same tactics. Only now, the military is targeting anyone it sees as opposing or undermining its repressive rule. Student protesters, pro-democracy activists, striking workers, journalists, health workers. 22-year-old Finza Hain was a nursing student who went to protest to provide medical care to the wounded. On March 28, 2021, she was tending to 3 injured people at a protest in Moniwa when soldiers approached and shot her in the head. On December 24th, 2021, the military massacred at least 35 people, including women, children, 2 humanitarian aid workers in Kia State, and then burned their bodies. According to a doctor who examined the bodies, almost every victim's skull was fractured. Since seizing power, the military has killed more than 1,670 men, women, and children, and unjustly detained at least 12,800 more in abysmal conditions. The similarities in these atrocities underscore a fundamental truth of this museum and of history. People who are willing to commit atrocities against one group of people can swiftly be turned against another. This is the warning of the well-known poem by Martin Niemöller on the walls of this museum, which begins, as so many of us know, "First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out." And for those who did not realize it before the coup, the brutal violence that has followed has made clear that there's no one the Burmese military won't come for. No one is safe from atrocities under its rule. And so, more people in Burma now recognize that ending this crisis,
you may have noticed this,
the path to democracy, starts with ensuring the human rights of all people in the country, including Rohingya. The similarities also matter for the purpose of truth and accountability, something the United States has been working toward since the abuses occurred and continues to do to this day. The passage of time does not diminish this responsibility. If anything, it only makes our quest more urgent. We strongly supported the UN fact-finding mission for Myanmar, and we're doing the same for its successor, the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar, as it collects, preserves, and analyzes evidence of the most serious international crimes in Burma. We're providing a wide range of support, including information, resources. And today I can announce that we're also contributing nearly $1 million in additional funding. We've also shared information with the Gambia in connection with the case it's filed against Burma under the Genocide Convention at the International Court of Justice for the atrocities committed against Rohingya. Even as we lay the foundation for future accountability, we're also working to stop the military's ongoing atrocities, press for the release of all those unjustly detained, support the people of Burma as they strive to put the country back on the track to democracy. Alongside allies and partners, we're imposing significant costs on the leaders who bear the greatest responsibility for atrocities. We've imposed targeted sanctions on 65 individuals, including top military commanders, senior officials, their family members. We've applied sanctions or export controls on 26 entities that were either implicated in human rights abuses or generate revenue for the military and its leaders. And we prevented the regime from plundering Burma's overseas reserves. In June 2021, we led efforts at the UN General Assembly to pass a resolution calling on member states to stop the flow of arms into Burma, which 119 countries supported, and only one voted against. And in January, we joined 35 nations in calling for an end to the provision of all arms.
So bear with me, you guys. I'm trying to find the PAL here. I'm trying to find the PAL briefing here. The market did just pull back. It's below the lower band here. The spot's down at 443. We got a little dip opportunity here, you guys. So this could be a pullback here today. Let's see here and see what happens. But I'm looking for the PAL briefing here right now, currently.
All continued to supply the regime with weapons used against civilians since the coup. We're closely working with our allies and partners in Asia, around Europe, at the G7, the United Nations, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, to deny the regime the international access and credibility it craves. We're supporting ASEAN's efforts to end the regime's violence and seek a peaceful resolution of the crisis through its 5-point consensus. And we appreciate the work of ASEAN Special Envoy, Cambodia's Foreign Minister, Prak Sokhonn, who arrived in Burma today for his first visit as envoy. The Foreign Minister's experience and that of his country in enduring a genocide gives crucial perspective on the issues at hand. The United States also continues to provide significant support to help meet the humanitarian needs of Rohingya and all affected by their persecution. Nearly $1.6 billion since 2017 for everything from shelter and education to specialized mental health and psychosocial support for the victims of trauma. I want to recognize the exceptional generosity of Bangladesh in hosting over 900,000 Rohingya refugees, including its recent efforts to vaccinate hundreds of thousands of Rohingya as part of its national COVID-19 vaccination campaign. I've spoken today about the path to genocide. But let me close by saying something about the path out of genocide. Today's determination is one step on that path, as it tells Rohingya, and victims in particular, that the United States government recognizes the gravity of the atrocities committed against them. And it reaffirms Rohingya's human rights and dignity, something the Burmese military has tried to destroy. In the wake of the coup, we've seen growing solidarity with Rohingya across Burma, including an important commitment by the National Unity Government to ensure that the human rights of Rohingya and of all ethnic and religious minority groups are respected. Of course, the path out of genocide also runs through justice. And while today that justice may feel elusive, to look around this room is to get a sense of just how determined people are to end the Burmese military's decades-long impunity. And there are many of us. Rohingya activists who've dedicated their lives to defending the rights of members of their community, several of whom are here today. Thank you for being with us. Local and international human rights organizations have spent years documenting atrocities against Rohingya and other ethnic and religious groups in Burma. Members of the United States Congress who've demonstrated sustained bipartisan leadership in condemning the atrocities committed against Rohingya, providing humanitarian assistance, supporting the democratic aspirations of the people of Burma. And of course, the courageous Rohingya survivors who've been willing to come forward to share their stories, to provide accounts of what they experienced. Case files are growing.
It's chilling right here though below this
The Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar alone has collected more than 1.5 million items of evidence and information,
This is either you take a chance
including
on
witness
buying a car right here,
testimonies,
why it's that
documents,
cheap,
messages, photos, videos, geospatial imagery, social media pages.
Like a dip opportunity, man.
Efforts are moving forward not only at the International Court of Justice, but also through the International Criminal Court and through the domestic courts of Argentina in a case brought under universal jurisdiction.
You want to be buying cars right now.
The day will come when those responsible for these appalling acts will have to answer for them.
You feel me? Because
Ultimately,
once
the path out of
you get to a certain low, you got to think
also leads home.
Eat that shit up. Like, yummy, like,
Last week,
you don't want to buy that dip.
the UN High Commissioner for Refugees released a report
what the dip you think
based on interviews with thousands of
buy,
Rohingya refugees across the region. It found that
despite
all they've endured,
right
despite decades of being told they do not belong, 2 out of 3 Rohingya refugees still want to return home to Burma one day. As long as they can do it safely, with dignity, with human rights, which is not possible now. And so,
they basically just
with today's determination, the United States reaffirms its broader commitment to accompanying Rohingya on this path out of genocide, toward truth, toward accountability, toward a home that will welcome them as equal members, that will respect their human rights and dignity, alongside that of all people in Burma. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it with that. So let's get back into it here. It looks like we got another live briefing here. The Senate is confirming the hearing with the Judge Brown here, Judge Brown Jackson. She has a briefing at about, looks like 30 minutes, man. So that's going to be very important here. It looks like that was important. That actually brought the market down here for real. A little small pullback. But right now the market is overall just chilling out, you guys. It went up here to start out the morning, and then it looks like it got tagged at resistance, and then it came down. So right now it's a little bit below VWAP here, the SPY Dow and the triple Qs. The VIX is up here though, you guys. The VIX is up here, going up at about $24.39. So the VIX is heading back up to the upside here. So that's why you see the stocks a little pulled back. Really, we kind of got our confirmation here. I would definitely say the calls would be a great opportunity here, considering it did go up and tag that resistance and then pull back for you guys so you could fit in if you wanted to. So I would definitely be looking at calls here. I would not be trying to short the market, and it's not selling off at a fast pace here. But you don't get it twisted here. Don't mean it can't do that at any type of moment. But looks like right now it's going to consolidate as you guys in the air. It looks like it's going to credit spread us in the air. So with that being said, then that means the Bears are kind of giving up because we're in the air fighting now, and the Bulls are busting through, still chopping down some trees here. But as of right now, they're kind of pulling back here, so they might be trying to make a discount. They might even be trying to pull it back down a little bit equal, because you got to understand it's been a almost 5-day rally at the beginning of the day here. Can still possibly be a 5-day rally if the market ends up green by the day. Keep that in mind. But a 4-day rally, ladies and gentlemen, is usually due for a pullback. People take profits. It's normal. But like I said, I'm seeing the pullback not being a sell-off. So keep that in mind. We're not at a sell-off stage here. We look like we're at a dip buying opportunity stage here, ladies and gentlemen. That is LCAOD standpoint, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. All the indices are currently in the red right now. The Dow is down 44%, Nasdaq is down 85%, the S&P 500 is down 26%. So we have the market in the red, ladies and gentlemen. Stay cautious. You can buy this dip if you want to take that risk here. It looks worth it to me. But you can also wait to, you don't have to do nothing yet if you want to get a little more confirmation here. But nails are in the coffin for me. They tagged 446.46. That was the bullish signal right there. Even though it got rejected, it looks like it's going to fight to reclaim that position the rest of the week, maybe today. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. That shit's gonna pay. Yeah, man, it's gonna post this before the day.
Boys might going crazy.
Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, you're not off the map. I roll with scrap and I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga, talking and listening that. I ain't even listening that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking it, bitch. But nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Also fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't give a fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G. Or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's a fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water judge. But niggas always running milk and potty train. Well, we don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, said this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gonna be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Some of all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, it's enough to go around. Ain't chill, relax, the tree merry go around. Yeah, how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house.
I can see that. Something like that, I can see that. Yeah, I'm loaded. So that's what I'm saying. The lower they want to go, the more discounts they're going to get out. It don't really matter. I love when they sell. That's what I'm saying. People be all scared. I love when they sell. Get a chance to buy, fit in the crowd. Yeah.
Finesse. Finesse.
Yeah, QT man.
Finesse. 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 One right. Go spit. Finesse.
Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse. I'm all about that K, I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K, yeah, I'm tryna get that rate, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yet for days, I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foul, nigga. Ain't no foul, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My kid been going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
Definitely a dip though. I know for a fact. I don't like anybody right now. It can get ugly from this point though, but it don't look like it will. Like this is a dip on opportunity for sure. It's not moving fast enough at a pace to make me think it's gonna sell out crazy today. So they provided opportunity.
What right? This busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga. Goddamn shot. I don't know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fit. But that your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's one rap, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tub. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up, man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We back from the break here. It's 10:21 a.m. and we're seeing stocks pull back a little bit more here. They are actually at their lows of the day right now. Just keep in mind, though, man, I wouldn't be shorting here because I'm not seeing no strong flush to the bottom here, all the way to the ground here. Stocks are at the bottom, but just keep in mind, it looks like these are the lows here. These are the new lows, and as soon as it turn around and go up, it won't be short anymore, so keep that in mind. I would just be cautious. I wouldn't be trying to short at the bottom, if that makes sense. At the bottom right now, there's really signaling, it's a buy signal going on. I'm seeing here all over the board here, especially with big tech. But as I said, you want to probably just wait till this pullback is done as well and get confirmation that it is done. As of right now, they're in the middle of this still pulling back, so I would kind of wait. But this definitely looks like a dip, ladies and gentlemen. So the choice is yours. The risk is yours. Be cautious. Be careful. That's what it boils down to. It looks like, ladies and gentlemen, Tesla is losing their gains here. So they were up about $30. Now they are, looks like they're only up like $7 here now. About $7. So it looks like Amazon is down about $24 now. Amazon was just up. Now they're down $20. But like I said, man, it doesn't look scary down. It looks really like an opportunity to me. I don't know. We're gonna see here shortly. It looks like Powell, his briefing is private. Not saying that to the public here at all. But it do look like we got this coming up in about 30 minutes. This is going to be very important. This is the Supreme Court confirmation hearing for that African-American female judge. So that's going to be very important, man. That's coming up shortly.
House shrooms.
And right after that, it looks like later on today, not a lot of news like as far as briefings today. It looks like later on, Secretary Jane will be speaking. That's this afternoon, though, so nothing to be looking forward to right now. The only thing really to be looking forward to right now, is the Supreme Court confirmation, which will be live in about 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to tune into some live news right now. It looks like they're talking about COVID-19 vaccines. So this is coming live from ABC News anyway. So we're just going to tune into this and see what's going on with this. Still trying to see if I can find that private Powell meeting here. It don't look like I will be able to pull it up, but I'm going to still try here during this little break here while we listen to the ABC News Live here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Wave hit us so hard. On balance, I think I buy the U.S. is likely to see another increase in cases, if not from BA2 now, then from another variant later. As always, the best way to manage that uncertainty is to get vaccinated and boosted.
All right, our thanks to Nate Silver and 538 for that report. And let's bring in ABC News contributor Dr. Alok Patel for more on this. Dr. Patel, thanks for being here. China is now battling its worst outbreak in 2 years, and this is a huge country. So what does this mean for the rest of the world when we see this happening in China?
It's a horrific situation right now in China, Diane. And I think one big difference between China and other parts of the world is the fact that when China completely locked down, what that did was, yes, it prevented a lot of hospitalizations, but it also prevented the spread of COVID, which could have led to some protective natural immunity. So that's one big difference between China, Western Europe, and the United States, which is why even though we will likely see an uptick in cases from BA2, we had that background protection of natural immunity. We also have a much more efficient vaccine than what was being used in China as well. So two positive notes when we compare the United States versus what could potentially happen.
We could see an uptick in COVID cases here in the U.S. How concerning is that when you talk about, because uptick in cases doesn't necessarily mean uptick in hospitalizations and uptick in deaths. So at what point do we start to worry when we hear about cases?
Great way that you framed that, Diane, because we can't just assume that cases are
came
going
out
to
in
be.
the way that I was thinking of it, because I wasn't sure if I was making sense in the question, but I think you understand what I'm saying, right?
No, that was spot on. That was spot on. Because here's the thing. When we look at cases, we have to look to see how it's going to affect our current situation with our levels of protection and immunity. Now, one big concerning difference between the United States and Western Europe is only about 65% of our seniors above the age of 65 are boosted. There's a higher amount of people who are boosted in Western Europe. So we're almost flipping a coin in the United States when it comes to what's going to happen with BA2, when we should actually be playing a game of chess. We should actually be looking at all levels of protection right now, including those non-pharmaceutical interventions, and saying we're prepared for whatever could happen. But it seems like we're kind of just walking into this blind.
All right, Dr. Patel, we appreciate your analysis as always. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Diane.
And coming up, the growing fears for civilians in Ukraine's capital as more Russian attacks hit residential areas. Also, more special coverage of the historic confirmation hearing set to begin in about 30 minutes for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's ahead. Stay with us.
On is an interesting company. It's one we don't cover, but we track it because we do cover competitors of On, like Hoka, that's owned by Deckers. These brands that have created some shelf space and some really hot attention for themselves in the running category do well, and bring forward a new view on the technology with respect to running. Again, we're talking two very different scale comparisons between Nike and an On or a Hoka. And so we're not really dismissing the competitive environment, but we're also not really concerned with it too much because Nike does have this brand halo above it that casts a much wider net than the other competitors around it. Now, the other thing, too, that's an interesting point to call back to is that the interesting stat when we talk about Nike running is 95% of the consumers that buy Nike running shoes do not use them to run. They use them for more aesthetic, casual purposes every day.
Just to wear in general.
So when we're talking about On, we're talking about Hoka.
Niggas ain't buying Nikes to run in. Niggas buy them shit just to wear fashion.
And again, so that creates another point of distinguishing separation between it and Nike.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Camilo. I want to come back to supply chain for a minute because, as you said, the scale is very different. But one other thing that stands out about On is that a lot of the supply chain.
CEO of Nike, what you think he gonna do? What's his body language? What's his mindset right now? What you think he's about to do for his start at the hours?
What does it need to do to tweak
He
its
looked
supply
nervous,
chain?
like it might
Does
fall or
need to
something.
get
He's
more
sitting there saying
diversified,
people
for
just
example?
buy Nike for casual.
Well, diversification has been happening for years now, and that's
Yeah,
come
with
at
his
the
body
best
language.
of
He's
its
definitely on the trick
manufacturing
screen.
partners,
He ain't
a
on
lot of
the
whom are Chinese businesses that have diversified outside of China, largely
He's
due
definitely on
to
the green screen. You see the
pressures
background.
that have been pretty systemic and structural in nature for
So
the
if he
past
hiding on the
5
green
or so
screen, that's
years.
not good. Nike probably about to drop after hours and he ain't
Exacerbated
trying to let
issues
us
from a
know his
production
location.
perspective, but remember, to
You have
use
to read
the
between the
obvious,
lines now. What do
we're
you think? What
talking
you
about
think?
Nike being a battleship, and someone
See,
like
look,
On
that's why I'm telling you. In China, it's down 15% in China.
it takes to turn those
So I don't know
businesses
that in
around.
North
That might
America,
be,
it's
China
20%.
might be where most of their sales
It
are.
is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I was telling you yesterday.
Is
It's down 15% in China, and they just where most of their sales come from. Their biggest factory is in China.
Intel that we get from our contacts in the manufacturing.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you put them
Again,
together,
those
it's
are
really
longer
three.
term
They can still go up a little bit
initiatives.
from that,
The
but
scale
But the max probably ain't gonna happen because it's down 15, right?
millions of pairs of shoes annually. So
A
it
type
doesn't
shit.
happen overnight. Factories are tapped.
So
So
it
that's
might
about all the schools
Lines
and
to
shit,
build up the
it's fire
expertise that
and
it
shit
takes
that
to
they talking
create
about.
these
Fire right
shoes
there.
All the coaches
does
buying
take
the
time.
tags.
So there are
Wow.
really tweaks.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
have been releasing
Them
some
shit's
ill
not even
ass
getting
shit.
paid.
Initiatives
The off-white
that
shit's
will
not even really
happen,
getting paid like
over
it's
the
going to that
course
nigga
of
that
years, not
make
not
off-white.
Virgin.
So finally, I want to bring it back
Get the
around to
regular
your
Nike
earnings
percentage
because
off
you
of
say in your note,
and that tax is
looking
going
ahead
to
to
him.
the numbers,
He's the
that you
nigga
think
Virgil
China's
that died is the
fell
one that's coming up.
15%
Really,
last quarter,
though.
that could be
For real.
too
That's why fucking China's
optimistic.
down 15%.
Talk us through that and whether you think that's the biggest
It's on the
downside
beginning.
risk here.
Sales estimate.
Sure. So if you recall, last quarter that they reported, China's sales were down about 25%. And the company
Oh, so
got
they
into
did do good.
sequential
You know
improvement.
what I'm saying?
It was down 25, then they down 15. So
So
they,
then
they
it
recovered
came
10.
up
They
some,
recovered
It's
10.
negative as we proceed, and the company's able to
Oh, that's
advertise
going up.
more.
It is.
Yeah, that's
and-
going
The
up.
way he just said that with confidence, yeah, that's straight.
Well, not even that. I just remember 3 months ago I played it. They was way higher than this. Where they at now, Nike was like 130. Like 3 months ago they was
I
at like
remember
160,
that.
150.
They broke out crazy for earnings, didn't they?
Last summer, yeah.
I was gonna say they left.
2021, man, cause we flipped $90 to $1,500.
Again, I think a lot of this
Last
is
summer, I was Nike.
I
policy
watched him come up last
in
week.
China that really is restrictive and has
Yeah,
hampered
they did.
retail
Y'all
traffic
remember
to
that
the
shit.
stores. And so
They was about to get a tatted on them.
I already got it.
Oh, you did, didn't you? Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, he got the Nike check on him. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We went off Nike when he got the check.
He been had it. He been had it before. Like, yeah, he was exactly before he knew about stocks. He was like, fuck with Nike heavy. He just loved Nike.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
All right, well, yeah, we'll see you after hours, buddy. We'll get that reaction later on. you either paying or you laying.
Play both sides, just to let you know.
Right, because that's what you basically just told me to do. All right, man. All right.
Still China's 15%.
Yeah, you feel me?
But America's giving me enough confidence.
Chilly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD here. So that was just, we just listening to CEO talking about Nike. They got earnings after the bell today, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in for that. Looks like their China sales is down still about 15%. They were down about 25% 3 months ago. So it looks like they recovered about 10%. So that's actually pretty good for Nike. We're going to be having an eye on them after hours today. It's going to be very important there. You can get some money there. Or Nike, they're either going to do it or ruin it. Do it or ruin it. That's what's going down here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are currently awaiting the Supreme Court nomination hearing. You see them right here. They're talking about it here. And you see them all in here and getting ready for it. This is going to be really huge, man. This can really move the market down more. As you see, the market is kind of taking a dip right now. Or this could really reverse the market and push it up here. We're going to see here shortly, but that will be your next move. It is 10:33 a.m. Officially been 1 hour here now. So you got 1 hour of the complete market action here with LCAOD. And you've seen we did start out to the upside. We pulled back so far. They tagged their new resistance at these highs here. We're off the bottom. The market is still in the air holding its gains from last week. But we are lower than we started out this morning, so keep that in mind. We're back to the pre-market numbers here from this morning. But yeah, right now, like I said, they're getting ready for the Supreme Court nomination hearing. Here they're talking about that. So we just chilling out waiting for that, man. We just chilling out waiting for that. In the meantime, between time, get you a break in, get up, move around, you guys. You want to get the blood flowing, blink, 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 move around from the screen, get away from the screen, get up, go yawn, go stretch, go jog in place, go outside, get some sunlight, go check the mail, go brush your teeth, take a shower if you need to, wash your face, get some water, get some orange juice, make some breakfast, just do something else besides just sitting down, standing at your phone and laying down in the bed, staring at your phone, sitting at your screen, just looking at the numbers and charts. It's not healthy for your brain. You're rotting your brain by doing that. Move around. Get your mind on other things. These companies, they're fine. They're not going bankrupt. Obviously, the economy's fine. They're going to do what they're going to do during the hours of the market. Relax. Have some patience. Take a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to tune in right now with the Washington Post and see what they're talking about here with the nomination hearing approaching shortly, ladies and gentlemen. The market is in the red here. It looks like we do have the Dow down about 57% here, and we got the NASDAQ down as well. It looks like about 1.12%, and the S&P 500 is down about 40%. So what Warren Buffett stocks, a stock market indicator, is saying now, that's the question on Wall Street. People are asking right now. They're wondering, excuse me, what Warren Buffett, Wall Street indicator, is saying here. So that's private. You'll never know that, man. Kind of read between the lines right now. Amazon's coming down. They're down 30 here, almost down 1% here. Tesla's pulling back too, you guys. So it looks like Tesla's about to flip red here too as well. Tesla's only up 5 now. So they got rejected at 940. That resistance was real. And for Amazon, 3240 resistance was real as well. We got to see that play out here. So a good thing we waited here because we could have brought into a tornado and got clapped right now and been down, been mad for no reason. We could have also had an opportunity to short there at that top, but I did want to just watch it and play out here. I do honestly believe that they will retest that high. I don't know if they'll do it today, but maybe by the end of the week. I don't know. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let's tune in right now while they're talking about the nomination hearing on Brown Jackson. And this is the replay from April 28, 2021.
That question. As I mentioned to Senator Feinstein, I'm doing a certain thing when I get my cases. I'm looking at the arguments, the facts, and the law. I'm methodically and intentionally setting aside personal views, any other inappropriate considerations, and I would think that race would be the kind of thing that would be inappropriate to inject in my evaluation of a case.
Amber Phillips, why was she even being asked that question?
Yeah, well, Libby, you can see in her smile there, or at least I see this look of, would a white man get asked this question? And certainly Judge Jackson is about to be one of just a handful, like I can count them on both fingers, of women or minorities, people with diverse backgrounds who would be on this court ever. It's been mostly white men for hundreds of years. So Judge Jackson there is trying to figure out a way to explain that because she's a black woman, it doesn't mean she's going to throw in race or rule in favor of black people or anything like that. You heard her say that, arguably would be racist. That's not, I think it would be improper, she said, for me to inject that in there. That being said, ever since President Biden said, I'm going to pick a black woman for the Supreme Court, he said this on the campaign trail, Republicans have been telegraphing now that the time is here, that they think it's possible Judge Jackson or whoever he had picked got picked because of her race. And so you heard some conservatives, especially in conservative media, say, we think this is an affirmative action pick, ignoring the fact that Republican presidents have said, I'm picking someone based on their gender specifically. So Judge Jackson, she will probably get similar questions today, I would imagine, because race, as much as she might not like it, is so much a part of her story and the history that she's trying to make. And President Biden specifically promising, I'm going to pick a black woman for the court.
And of course, we will also be hearing a lot in her biography about her many accomplishments, her time at Harvard University, all that she has achieved in her very impressive career. She's not the first person to be asked about identity, right? So you wrote this weekend about how a prior nominee, Amy Coney Barrett, dealt with sort of presses and questions about her faith, her Catholicism. Let's watch her. This is Amy Coney Barrett before this same committee during her confirmation hearings in 2020.
Look, I've made distinct choices. I've decided to pursue a career and have a large family. I have a multiracial family. Our faith is important to us. All of those things are true, but they are my choices. And in my personal interactions with people, I have a life brimming with people who've made different choices, and I've never tried in my personal life to impose my choices on them. And the same is true professionally.
Amber.
Yeah, you heard Amy Coney Barrett say, I've been characterized as this conservative Catholic woman who's just so anti-abortion, and then I'm trying to impose all of this on other people. She was really recognizing there how many people on the left, especially during her nomination, had indeed characterized her. And so she pushed back on that. And what she was saying was, listen, I'm a person in my personal life. These are the choices I've made, the religion I've chosen to follow, the family I've chosen to have, but I'm not imposing that when I'm a judge, when I put on my robe. And I think that's a thread for Judge Jackson to be able to pull on today, to say, yeah, I'm a black woman. This is true. However, that doesn't make me a black woman and then a judge. I'm a judge when I'm a judge. And it's a way to sort of set aside these questions of identity that in particular women and minorities have had on the court. I want to say one more thing though, Libby, which is when Judge Jackson went before the Senate Judiciary Committee last year, she also said, when she said, listen, race doesn't play a role in how I'm a judge, but she did say it shapes who I am as a person, right? I see life differently than a white man would, for example. And that's something that some of the justices on the court, particularly Sonia Sotomayor, who's Hispanic, have used to their advantage. She in particular, written really powerful dissents that talks about how she's a product of affirmative action, for example. And so I also think there's room, if she's trying to talk to the left, for Judge Jackson to lean into this, to say, yeah, I'm a judge, but I'm also a black woman, and that does shape how I view the world.
Something else you said may come up is whether or not she would recuse herself from a case that involves affirmative action and Harvard University. Tell us more.
That's right. So probably the affirmative action case for all affirmative action cases is coming before the court. Judge Jackson had no role in deciding this, but if she's confirmed, she will be on the court this fall when they hear it. And the question is whether Harvard University and University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill can use affirmative action or whether that's unconstitutional. We have a conservative court. Conservatives tend not to like affirmative action. It's very possible some of this gets knocked down. And Republicans had pointed out that Jackson has a lot of ties to Harvard. She sits on a governing board that her term's about to end. She went to Harvard undergrad. She went to Harvard Law. And so I've asked her to recuse herself. Liberals I've talked to say they think that's ridiculous because this affirmative action question before the court is asking about affirmative action, period. A source told me this could be the University of Dog, for example, and it wouldn't matter. It'd still be the same issue. And so why would Jackson have to step aside for that? And also, what are these racial undertones of asking a black woman whether she should step aside for an affirmative action case? I'm interested to see how she handles a question like that today, which is almost surely coming.
Let's bring in White House reporter Seungmin Kim, who joins us from Capitol Hill. In fact, she's in that very hearing room that you are seeing right there. Seungmin, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. First of all, set the scene for us a little bit. Give us a sense of how people are preparing for this very long week.
So there is a lot of activity inside this hearing room right now. The hearing officially begins in about 20 minutes with a series of opening statements from all 22 members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Obviously, the two people who will introduce Judge Jackson and then later Judge Jackson herself. So we have a lot of personal guests of the nominee, a lot of reporters, aides. The senators would be coming in and streaming in momentarily. And obviously, Judge Jackson will appear shortly before 11 o'clock. So there's a lot of activity in the room. You see Senator Doug Jones right there. He has been acting as the Sherpa for Judge Jackson here on Capitol Hill, and a lot of lively activity, not as crowded as in recent years. Obviously, we are still in a pandemic, and so there are certain COVID protocols in place, but certainly a lot more activity than we've seen in some time.
So, Seungmin, there was a flurry of conversation about this confirmation hearing process on the Sunday shows yesterday, although granted so much of the focus is the war in Ukraine, understandably. But we are getting a sense of where Republicans and Democrats may go this week. Talk to us about Republicans and how they're trying to focus and hone their attacks or their criticism. How aggressive do we anticipate them being? What is the path?
Right. So Republicans have telegraphed for weeks that they do not want to make this into what they call a character assassination, that they do want to focus squarely on her record. But you do see, if there was kind of one common thread to what Republicans were saying in advance of the hearing, it is on the issue of crime and somehow asserting that Judge Jackson was soft on crime. It's actually part of a broader midterm strategy capitalizing on some of the rising crime across the country. Now, you really saw the broader strategy elevate, late last week when you saw Senator Josh Hawley, make a pretty visceral criticism of some of her past sentencing of certain crimes. And I expect that to come up with not only Senator Hawley, who is on the more junior end of the dice, so you're going to see his opening statements a little bit later today, and then obviously later in the day tomorrow when the senators do their questioning. But Republicans have indicated that it's not just going to be Senator Hawley who brings up this issue as well. It's going to be other members of the committee, and I'm sure this is something that the White House and Judge Jackson are preparing to answer as early as tomorrow, maybe even today.
Okay, let's fact check that though, Sungmin, because reporters have been digging into this and said that she's not outside the boundary by any means of how judges have sentenced people for child pornography.
Right. I mean, there are we have spoken with sentencing experts. Obviously, it is, and there's also indication that obviously she was sentencing people at the recommendation of the federal prosecutors themselves. Some of the lines that were put forward by Senator Hawley were clearly taken out of context from Sentencing Commission reports where she was just kind of merely quoting someone else. So there are going to be a lot of pushback clearly from, the Senate Democrats who are kind of charged with defending her during the course of this confirmation process, and obviously from independent fact checkers such as our Glenn Kessler, and then obviously news outlets such as the AP and CNN have pointed out the false attacks here as well.
Sungmin, even in some of the Republicans who were a little more cordial or collegial, there were attacks, right? And John Barrasso saying, well, there are questions about how soft she might be on crime, but we're going to be very professional. This is going to be, I'm paraphrasing here, this is going to be sort of a very, professional process, basically. So they're still getting in those jabs and raising those questions in the minds of Americans, even as they sort of claim to be conducting themselves all above board.
Right, and obviously the White House has anticipated these so-called soft on crime attacks for some time. I think one of the first endorsements that the White House rolled out in favor of Judge Jackson was the Fraternal Order of Police. In so much of her biography, they've emphasized her deep ties, familial ties to law enforcement. They've emphasized former national security officials, former homeland security officials, obviously police chiefs and police groups from across the country who have endorsed her nomination. So they've sought to kind of fend off what some of the criticisms that they've anticipated. But obviously what Senator Hawley and some other Republican senators put forward last week is the most kind of visceral of these attacks, and obviously how the White House handles that, how the nominee handles that in this very public setting will be a very important part of the hearing.
All right, finally, Simon, what should we be listening for today? Because as you and Rhonda have talked with us about, this is really opening statements, right? This is not the intense salvo of Q&As. What should we listen for?
Right. Well, I think definitely to Judge Jackson herself, this will be the first time that she has to really introduce herself to the public after the initial introductory ceremony. So many people over the last couple of weeks have spoken about her on her behalf, whether it's White House officials, whether it's senators, Democratic senators. And now this is her opportunity to kind of introduce herself to the country, to the members of the committee in their own words. So I think that's going to be really important. I think the people who have been selected to introduce her in front of the committee is very interesting. One is a retired former federal judge who is a conservative, and that voice will carry some weight with some of the Republican senators who are considered on the fence, who are considering voting to confirm Judge Jackson, and how he makes his case that while they may differ politically or have been appointed by presidents of different parties, that she is still a very fair judge. I think the White House is hoping that message that resonates and breaks through with some of the swing Republican votes in the Senate.
All right, Sungmin Kim, thank you so much. And just a huge kudos to you, true broadcast professional, because we could see you there in the corner surrounded by all those people, and you were just so focused on talking with us. So thank you so much, Sungmin. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Libby.
Thank you. Let's go back to James Hohmann for this question of how important it is for senators to get a chance to really ask and inquire, James, and ask about concerns they may have that opportunity to have that airing and that vetting.
Yeah, the Constitution calls for the Senate to advise and consent on a president's judicial nominees, and this is their shot to do that. These hearings over the last generation have really become kabuki theater in a lot of ways, where judges are pressed by senators to say how they'd vote on particular cases. In some recent hearings, we've seen senators basically just use their question time to give speeches about what they think is important and then ask the judge to respond. The reason this is particularly important, the reason why a lot of people are really closely watching this confirmation hearing, is that Judge Jackson last year, when she was up for the DC Circuit, said that she does not have a judicial philosophy per se. That was the term that she used. When President Biden introduced her as his pick, he said that she is a pragmatist in the tradition of Justice Breyer. And this hearing is a chance for senators to probe, what is Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy? Because even if you don't define it, even if you don't call yourself a textualist or an originalist, or a revisionist, you still have a philosophy and a way to think about cases that come before you. And unlike on the district court and the circuit court, where she has been, a Supreme Court justice is able to change precedent and does not have to feel bound by existing law. So you'll hear a lot of concern about that during the opening statement. And there is, among these swing Republican votes, a desire to hear Judge Jackson elucidate what is her judicial philosophy.
All right, we'll be listening for that. Let's talk more about Ketanji Brown Jackson's professional background with my colleague Mary Beth Albright. Welcome, Mary Beth. So Jackson has been a trial court judge and an appellate court judge. So explain to us what those judges do in different positions and how the experiences could inform the job of Supreme Court justice.
So, Libby, Ketanji Brown Jackson was a district court judge for 8 years. And what that means in the federal system is the district court is the first level. It's the trial court. It's where cases go first. So when you think about what you see on TV, witnesses, evidence being presented, that kind of thing, that's the trial court, that's the district court. And she did that for a long time. And that judge needs to be very technical. They need to be very by the book. They need to really follow everything, because the next level up, the appellate court in the federal system, that's the job she did for a little less than a year and that she's still in right now. But that job is very different. That job doesn't hear witnesses or doesn't that kind of thing. What they do is they look very deeply at the law. They look to see if the trial court judge, the district court judge, made any mistakes with the law. And then that role is very much a preparation for the Supreme Court, which is the highest appellate court of the land. So they're thinking really, really deeply about the law and whether the law needs to be changed or interpreted differently.
We're less than 10 minutes away to this hearing getting underway. We saw some senators, including Senator Leahy there, one of the most senior Democrats on this committee. Mary Beth, let's talk more about what Judge Jackson has done in her background. She was also a public defender. So what is the significance of that role for someone who could be confirmed to the Supreme Court?
Well, Libby, it would literally be extraordinary were Judge Brown Jackson to be confirmed to the Supreme Court, because there's no one else currently on the court who has experience as a federal public defender. That's important because there are other justices on the court who have experience as defenders. For example, Elena Kagan. For years, she was at the same law firm that I was at, Williams & Connolly, and that is primarily a defense firm. And you do take on pro bono cases where the clients can't afford to pay. But when you're a federal public defender, that is your career choice. You are saying, I am going to represent the United States government as the embodiment of the Sixth Amendment right to counsel. Because when that person, an indigent person who can't afford counsel, doesn't have a lawyer, I'm going to step in and be that representative. And so what's interesting too is that she represented people in the appellate branch. So again, looking at that deep law, it wasn't like the trial level, it was that deep looking at the law. And last year at her hearing, a little less than a year ago, she talked about the significance of that work in how it influenced her as a judge. So let's take a look at that clip, Libby.
Most of my clients didn't really understand what had happened to them. They'd just been through the most consequential proceeding in their lives, and no one really explained to them what they were supposed to expect. So they didn't know where things might have gone wrong. And I remember that experience from all those years ago when I became a trial judge. One of the things that I do now is I take extra care to communicate with the defendants who come before me in the courtroom. I speak to them directly and not just to their lawyers. I use their names. I explain every stage of the proceeding because I want them to know what's going on. And when when I have to sentence someone, and I've sentenced more than 100 people to date, I always tell them, I explain to them, this is why your behavior was so harmful to society that Congress thought that it had to be made a crime.
Color in the White House.
And I say, this is why I, as the judge, believe that you have to serve these consequences for your decision to engage in criminal behavior.
So, Libby, that's what I'm going to be looking for today is senators talking about, and Ketanji Brown Jackson talking about, the importance of diversity of perspective on the court. And that includes diversity of professional perspective. And one of the quotes that she repeated a few times during last year's hearing was Oliver Wendell Holmes, that the life of the law is not logic, it is experience. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Mary Beth Albright. We're seeing more senators come in. You can see there Josh Hawley. We also saw Lindsey Graham and Dianne Feinstein, all senators who sit on this Judiciary Committee. So, Rhonda Colvin, you were setting up the day for us as we began our broadcast, talking about how this was a short day in comparison to what else is in store throughout the week. So take us through the arc of this confirmation process.
So what follows tomorrow is each member of this panel will have 30 minutes to question Judge Jackson. And then the next day they will have 20 minutes to question her. So that's a total of about 18, 20 hours worth of questioning if everyone takes their full time. So long days for her, of course, something that she's not unfamiliar with since this is her fourth time in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And then on Wednesday, senators will meet behind closed doors. Senators of this committee will meet behind closed doors to go over her FBI background checks. There are two types of investigations that go on with Supreme Court nominees. They go through a DOJ and an FBI background check. They also, their public life is reviewed to make sure that there aren't any sort of conflicts of interest. So really intense investigations go on, and senators will have a chance to look over that. That's pretty standard. That happens Wednesday behind closed doors. Then on Thursday, there will be outside witnesses who are invited to speak in favor of Judge Jackson. And we know that a representative from the American Bar Association will be giving their testimony about her credentials. On Friday, they gave her their well-qualified rating, which is the highest rating that they give for someone in this position. So that's sort of the whole span of the week. Of course, this is just a walk-up to a final floor vote in the Senate. All senators have to vote on a Supreme Court nomination. It only needs a 2/3 majority vote to pass. So it looks like Democrats are all going to vote for her. I haven't heard of any sort of defections on that front. But I did speak with the chair of this committee last month as this process started to unfold and asked him what he was thinking about the chances of a bipartisan confirmation vote when it gets to the Senate floor. Take a listen.
We just have gone through a debate, which many people may not relate to this, but I relate to it, about changing the Senate rules. The argument on the other side was, no, the rules can work if you're bipartisan. And you know, I think some of the Republicans took that to heart. I've seen more interest in actually legislating since that debate. Some of them are trying to prove the case that, in fact, the Senate can be functional, and this is one real test of it. And finally, I'm going to get inside Mitch McConnell's mind for a moment, if he doesn't mind, and say this may not be the issue he wants to take to the voters in November. He may think that this is more divisive and negative for their fate than positive. So perhaps it won't be as contentious as it might be.
So Dick Durbin also told me in that interview that you probably can expect a little political theater. That's often part of the course in these type of high-profile confirmation hearings. But that floor vote may be different. It may be a chance or an opportunity for some Republicans to come on and pass her confirmation in a bipartisan way. And her previous confirmation votes, those have been bipartisan. So that remains to be seen. Of course, that's something that I'll be watching for in the next few weeks after this hearing process is over. And we know from Dick Durbin that he would like that floor vote to happen before April 9th. After that, that's when the Senate goes into a spring recess. So he would like this vote to be taken in short order.
We see there the nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She is flanked by the chair of this committee, Dick Durbin, and the ranking member, Chuck Grassley, a Democrat and a Republican at her side as they come in, right in front of her, as they come in and head to this hearing room. We saw members of Judge Jackson's family already in that hearing room awaiting her entrance. We will be bringing you these hearings live and uninterrupted throughout this week, and we'll be with you during any breaks for analysis and also recaps of what's been going on. Amber Phillips, this is an opportunity for Democrats to show what they think the American public should be focused on as well. It's a chance for them to tout this nominee.
Yeah, I talked to a Republican strategist looking at the midterms who said Democrats aren't doing well with black voters right now, not as well as they would like to be to get out the vote in order to be able to keep control of Congress. This week is a big week for Democrats to try to change that narrative. Not that it's all about identity, but this is a huge historic moment that Democrats would get to take credit for, putting a black woman on the Supreme Court for the first time ever. I also want to quickly get at a point Rhonda made, which is that there will be fireworks on this committee because this committee just attracts a lot of firecracker senators on both sides. Right now, I think there's 3, maybe 4 Republicans on this committee who might want to run for president or have signaled they might. Kamala Harris was on this committee before she became vice president. It just kind of attracts those people. But that might not be reflective of the overall Senate vote of her confirmation, where I know the White House and Democrats are hoping to get more than just 1, 2, 3 votes from Republican side. President Biden picked someone that liberals really, really like, but also someone that he hoped could get several Republican votes, which is these days with Supreme Court nominations, it tends not to be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gearing up. Here it goes. She's walking in the building. She's shaking hands here now with everyone. It looks like the market's picking up here as she walked in the building. SPY's picking up 445 here. Microsoft's picking up. Tesla's picking up. Amazon's going back up. The market is picking up, you guys. They brought the dip as of right now. The SPY is green here. The Nasdaq's still down 39%. That's usually your leader, so stay cautious still. It's a seesaw action right now. The Dow is still down about 31%. We're in a kangaroo market right now. We're mixed. The SPY is up. It's picking up, though, like I said, as they see her approaching. Let's just see how this goes, you guys. Let's just see how this goes. Euro close is still approaching about 28 minutes. We still got that going on. So just stay cautious, you guys. We're a little over VWAP right now on the SPY. That's it. And the triple Qs. The VIX is going down, though. Pay attention to that, though. The VIX came down $1 and we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune in.
Gets on it.
All right. Briefly, James, we got news last night that Justice Clarence Thomas has been hospitalized. What do we know?
He was hospitalized on Friday with what the Supreme Court is describing as flu-like symptoms. Late last night, the court announced that he's doing better and that he expects to be released in the next day or two.
We see the nominee seated as well as the chair. So let's go to Hart Senate Office Building, Room 216, and the start of the confirmation hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to sit on the United States Supreme Court. This committee has 22 members, evenly split between Democrats and Republicans.
This hearing of the Senate
Here we go.
Judiciary Committee will come to order. The committee will begin its consideration of the nomination of Judge Ketanji to be the 116th Justice of Supreme Court. Welcome, Judge Jackson, and to you and your family.
Thank you, Senator.
This is a moment, and you have much to be proud of. I know you have members and friends who want to. We all look forward to hearing those introductions when you make your later. At the outset, I want to note that I will briefly discuss the order of events and the ground rules for the hearing. The committee has 10 minutes to make an opening statement. We'll go and see. Please discuss the order of events and the ground rules for the hearing. The committee has 10 minutes to make an opening statement. We'll go and see. Switching between Democratic and Republican senators. Have made their opening statements. We'll hear from Judge Thomas Griffith, Professor Lisa Fairfax, who are here today to introduce Judge. Each introducer will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement. Finally, we'll administer the oath to Judge Jackson, and she will make. That will conclude today's events. Tomorrow we'll begin. For those sitting in the audience, welcome. You could be here to witness this historic occasion. I ask to be respectful and quiet during the hearing. Stand up unless you're entering or exiting the room. If be asked by one of our distinguished members of the Capitol to sit down. If you refuse, you'll be escorted. Let me be clear, we will not tolerate any audience. Any disruption will result in immediate removal. I also ask that our audience be respectful of the members of the Capitol who are here today to ensure everyone's safety. With that, opening statements. Judge Jackson, as I said again, for being here today with your family and the Supreme Court has a long and storied history. It's been filled by many superb justices whose contributions to the rule of law have stood the test of time. But the reality is that the court's members, in one respect, have never really reflected the nation they served. When the Supreme Court met for the very first time of 1790,
We're having some audio issues with the feed here, which we are working out. We will get that to you fixed in just a moment. Stand by.
Citizenship in this new nation of nearly 4 million.
Stand by. Nobody want to hear that. They're having some audio issues, as you heard it there. Don't want to hear that here on my live stream. We're trying to focus on the market movement as he's talking, but we can't hear what he's saying. The mic's messing up on his end. So just give it a quick second, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually going to play some music here. We'll be right back.
What right? Just busy chasing bag on this, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot, nigga. Goddamn shot. Know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that film. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's my rag home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to stank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to tune back in live and see if they fixed their audio. They probably have by now. Let's see.
Dedication to the rule of law and a keen understanding of the daily lives of America. Much like
still ain't got it fixed yet. We still don't even know what he's saying. He's just thinking he's fine, perfect doodle here. And he don't even know the mic's messed up.
Standing justices. You're independent minded and understand the critical importance of judicial independence. Your record and integrity from the championship debate team, Palmetto Senior High School, to Harvard and Harvard, to your 3 judicial clerkships, your work as a defender, a lawyer in private practice, a member of the commission, a federal district judge, and circuit court judge. Throughout your career, you've been a champion for the rule of law, even at the risk of public criticism. The United States Sentencing Commission, a bipartisan group which reflects of American thinking on law enforcement, you set out and truly represented congressional intent when it came to criminal sentencing fair. And you did it by finding some common ground. During your tenure on that commission, 85% of the commission's votes were either unanimous. For example, the commission implemented the Sentencing Act, a law that I negotiated with then Senator Jeff Sessions that reduced the infamous 100-to-1 crack powder sentencing disparity. And you joined every one of your colleagues to make that change to the sentencing guidelines retroactive. You gave a powerful speech, and I'm going to quote it. You said there is no excuse for insisting that those who are serving excessive sentences under the long disputed and now discredited prior guideline must carry on as though none of this has happened. The vote in favor of retroactivity was unanimous on the commission. Republicans and Democrats shared your view. And you've gone to great lengths to explain how the law affects real people. Indeed, with your nomination, we can be confident that the court, its role, and its decisions will be more understandable to the American public. In your time on the bench, you've taken the time to explain your decisions and their consequences. When you were before this committee just last year, for your D.C. Circuit hearing, you described how you, quote, take extra care to communicate with parties. You added, and I quote, I speak to them directly and not just to their lawyers. I use their names. I explain every stage of the proceeding because I want them to know what's going on. As a result of that approach, you've made the law more approachable to litigants and American people. The cameras and the lights here today can make it easy to forget that at its core, the responsibility you seek is one of service. And I'm fully confident you'll serve Americans from all walks of life, all backgrounds, fairly and faithfully. Now, there may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that you'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record. Your complete record has been scoured by this committee on 4 different occasions. All of your nearly 600 written opinions, read and reread, 12,000 pages of transcripts, meeting minutes, and other materials for the Sentencing Commission, your sworn testimony before the committee less than a year ago, every published and reported word you've written or spoken, your detailed answers to lengthy questions. For those who say they need more, I would answer that you have sat down personally with every member on this dais of the committee, Democrats and Republicans. A fair review of all of this makes clear your values and your guiding principles. You have ruled for and against presidents and administrations of both parties. You've ruled for prosecutors and for defendants. You've ruled for workers and for their employers, and you've been faithful to the law, not to any person or political cause. Now, there may be others who allege that you're before us today as a product of the campaign of dark money groups. Once again, your record and the process that led to this nomination belie that claim. To suggest that you're here merely because an organization supports you ignores your qualifications and the broad range of support you bring to this. In selecting you as his nominee, President Biden undertook a transparent selection process. He sought the input of senators from both parties. Senator Grassley and I met in the Oval Room with the president. He invited us to proffer any nominees that we cared to do. At the end of the day, the president alone chose you. He's put his faith in you to deliver justice at the highest level of the court. I share that faith. In announcing your nomination, the president spoke to many reasons that you deserve to sit on the high court. He noted the perspective you'll bring as a former member of the Sentencing Commission, as the first justice since Thurgood Marshall with considerable criminal defense experience, and as the second current justice, only the second, to serve as a federal trial court judge. He also noted your upbringing and the fact that you come from a law enforcement family. Yet despite that shared family experience, despite your record, we've heard claims that you're, quote, soft on crime. These baseless charges are unfair. A conservative National Review columnist called claims brought by one of my colleagues, quote, meritless to the point of demagoguery. They fly in the face of pledges my colleagues made that they would approach your nomination with civility and respect. And fact checkers, including the Washington Post, ABC News, and CNN, have exposed some of these charges as falsehoods. Critics have even stooped to accusing you of sharing the views of the clients you represented, even though they know that your work as an attorney was in service to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution's promise of effective assistance of counsel. Would law enforcement officials and organizations, including the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and the Fraternal Order of Police have endorsed your nomination if you were soft on crime? Of course not. I'm confident the American people will see through these attacks and any other last-minute attempts to derail your confirmation. In closing, I want to share the words of one more Illinoisan, if you bear with me, a rather famous one named Abraham Lincoln. In August 1864, at the height of the Civil War, President Lincoln addressed the 166th Ohio Regiment. Lincoln said to the soldiers, and I quote, "I happened temporarily to occupy this big White House. I am living witness that one of your children may look to come here as my father's child has." Judge Jackson, we are all just temporary occupants of the Senate, the House, even with a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. You, Judge Jackson, are one of Mr. Lincoln's living witnesses of an America that is unafraid of challenge, willing to risk change, confident of the basic goodness of our citizens. And you're a living witness to the fact that in America, all is possible. I now recognize my colleague and friend, the ranking member, Senator Grassley.
Judge Jackson, congratulations. Welcome to you and your family. I thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office after the president nominated you. Since President Biden announced his nominee for the Supreme Court, I've been encouraging my colleagues to schedule meetings with you, Judge Jackson, and they have come off. In addition, I've continually emphasized the need for a thorough, respectful process by the committee. Now I want to talk a bit about what everyone watching should expect from this hearing and what they shouldn't expect at the hearing. We will conduct a thorough, exhaustive examination of Judge Jackson's record and views. We won't try to turn this into a spectacle based upon alleged process fouls. Good news on that front, we're off to a very good start. Unlike the start to the Kavanaugh hearings, we didn't have repeated choreographed interruptions of Chairman Durbin during his opening statements, like Democrats interrupted me for more than an hour during my opening statement on the Kavanaugh hearings. What we will do, however, is ask tough questions about Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy. In any Supreme Court nomination, the most important thing that I look for is the nominee's view of the law, judicial philosophy, and view on the role of a judge in our constitutional system. I'll be looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed to the Constitution as originally understood. We all know there's a difference of opinion about the role judges should play. Some of us believe that judges are supposed to interpret the law as it was understood and written, not make new law or simply fill in vacuum. Those of us who share that view think that under our Constitution, Congress and not the federal courts are given the authority to make law and to set policy. Now there are others who believe that the courts should make policy. They believe in a so-called living Constitution. They think that the Constitution's text and structure don't limit what a judge can do. To them, deciding what the Constitution means is really a quote-unquote value judgment. Under that approach, judges can exercise their own independent value judgments. One of the leading advocates for this approach explained that as a judge, you, quote, reach the answer that essentially your values tell you to reach, end of quote. In other words, those who subscribe to this philosophy think that the founders really meant to hide elephants in mouse holes. Then, With a bit of creativity, these judges can always find that elephant. That sounds like a good job description instead for legislators and not for judges. But for at least 4 years, Democrats systematically voted against many well-credentialed nominees that were diverse professionally, diverse geographically, diverse religiously, and diverse ethnically. Was it racist or anti-women for them to do so? I don't believe that it was. Democrats did it because the nominees didn't agree with living constitutionalism, just as Republicans have opposed nominees based upon their judicial philosophy. There are lots of problems with living constitutionalism. In the Senate, we spend a lot of time writing legislation. We argue over the language. We negotiate over how broad or narrow certain provisions of laws should be. If we can't convince our colleagues to adopt all of our ideas, we have been known to compromise every once in a while. We depend on judges to interpret laws as we write them. If judges impose their own policy preferences from the bench and essentially revise the laws we pass, it makes it harder for us to write good laws. Sometimes we need to include a provision that's very broad to get a colleague's support. If a judge rewrites the law later because of vague notions about fairness or equity or common good, that unravels all of our work here in the Congress. More importantly, the American people should be able to read the law and know what it means. They shouldn't have to ask how a federal judge who disagrees with the law could reinterpret the words on that page. All of this leads to the conclusion as to why we must carefully examine federal judges' records, especially Supreme Court nominees. Judge Jackson has served as an assistant public defender, worked in private practice, and served on the United States Sentencing Commission. She also served as a federal district court judge from 2013 to 2021. She served on the D.C. Circuit since June last year. I'm sure senators will have a few questions for Judge Jackson about the two opinions she's authored since joining the D.C. Circuit. As for a district court record, there have been some accusations that we cherry-pick some of Judge Jackson's criminal cases. Well, don't worry. We're going to talk about other cases as well. I was disappointed that we weren't able to get bipartisan agreement to ask for Judge Jackson's documents from her time as vice chair of the Sentencing Commission. The commission is an independent agency created to advise and assist Congress and the executive branch in the development of effective and efficient crime policy. And that's a quote. Unfortunately, it sounds like we'll have to wait until those documents are required to be released, and that will be about 20 years from now. Democrats have argued for time. Democrats have argued that Judge Jackson's time on the commission is an important part of her experience that she'll draw on as a judge. The Democrats are right on that point. That's why it would have been good to see what her views were as the head of the commission explained in a letter to Senator Durbin. The public documents turned over to this committee represent the consensus views of the commission and not necessarily Judge Jackson's own views. The Obama White House sent us roughly 68,000 pages of material, but more than 38,000 of the 68,000 pages are repeated copies of emails, threads that keeping track of the tweets about the Garland nomination. Those emails contain just one tweet about Judge Jackson. More than 13,000 of the 68,000 pages are just lists of previous nominations. So that leaves only 16,000 of 68,000 that we received from the White House that aren't obviously useless like all the other documents received. But for comparison, the White House has still withheld 48,000 pages under the presidential records and FOIA exemptions. Now that's a lot of hiding. But the limited number of useful records that we received from the Obama White House show exactly why the Sentencing Commission documents would have been important. There are a number of dark money groups on the left that argue federal judges should make policy decisions based on judges' own values. I've talked about the troubling role of far-left dark money groups like Demand Justice have played in this administration's judicial selection process. When the Demand Justice isn't creating short lists for President Biden to pick judicial nominees from or putting out new litmus tests, they're running ads, campaigns attacking the independence of the judiciary. They've strongly supported the so-called progressive prosecutors who are soft on crime
Amazon on the high, big pop on Amazon, you guys.
San Francisco,
Here we go, big pop on Amazon, you guys.
Now, what
Big
does that
pop
have
on
to do
Amazon,
with the
you guys.
nominee
They
before?
just did this. They just
The
shot up
Obama White
$20
House
for 1
records
minute.
indicate
Huge
that a
pop there.
co-founder of the
Stock split
Demand
still going
Justice
on.
played
Stay
an
cautious.
important role
They're
in
probably
Judge
going to try to go to
Jackson's nomination
32.75
to the
now.
Sentencing Commission
It's real.
and the
Game on,
District
you
Court.
guys.
The Demand
You hear
Justice
me in the comment
co-founder
section.
even
You know what
interviewed
time it is.
Judge
Squeeze it. Yup,
Jackson
he hear
about
me.
the
Let
nomination
them
to the
squeeze y'all
Sentencing
early. He know what time it is.
Commission.
Let's get
It
it.
would be helpful to know
We're
what
looking at calls on
Demand
Amazon, you
Justice
guys.
co-founder learned from that process and why they strongly support Judge Jackson. However, it isn't all been bad on the document front, I want to make clear. We'd asked for briefs that aren't available online for DC Circuit cases Judge Jackson
There's your
worked on as
confirmation.
an attorney.
Amazon's picking up.
At first, we were told they might not be available for a few weeks, but to our pleasant surprise, we received them early, apparently because the White House had asked for the documents as well. Judging by timetable, we were originally given to get the briefs. That request was made after she was announced. Now those documents concern Judge Jackson's time as Assistant Federal Public Defender. Democrats have accused Republicans of vilifying nominees who have represented criminal defendants. That's just not the case, and I think that's a very unfair accusation. Previous Supreme Court nominees have also represented criminal defendants on appeals. Chief Justice Roberts was appointed by the Supreme Court to represent a defendant in an important criminal law case, and he also helped represent an inmate in a Florida death row. And Justice Barrett represented a criminal defendant appealing their conviction while she was in private practice. Now, I've distinguished between two types of nominees who have worked in criminal cases. There are Bill of Rights attorneys who want to protect defendants' constitutional rights. Then there are what I've called criminal defense lawyers who disagree with our criminal laws. They want to undermine laws that they have policy disagreements with. And, of course, that's a very important difference. Just a year ago, maybe now 2 years ago, Democrats had no trouble opposing nominees based on arguments these nominees made on behalf of clients. I could read off quotes of Democrats doing that to Trump nominees, but we only have a few minutes for these opening statements, and I'd run out of time.
He's run out of
On a
time,
final
so let's
note,
see what the next speaker says.
during Justice Barrett's confirmation
Amazon's picking
hearing,
up, you guys.
Democrats said that she would, quote unquote, judicial torpedo, aiming at protecting protections for pre-existing conditions. We heard that argument repeatedly. Conservatives and anyone who actually looked at her record and laws said that that was strictly nonsense. But
Remember,
Democrats were
446 on the
sure
spot.
otherwise.
Ultimate
Well,
bullet
when
shit
that
will
case
hold.
was
We know
finally
that. It's on
decided,
the way.
Democrats
About
were
50 Cent.
proven wrong. I'm sure
Oh,
that won't
NASDAQ's
deter any of my
green.
Democrat colleagues from making some
Looks like they
confident
brought the dip.
projections
Amazon
this time
3260.
around as well. But the public record should remember their track record and perhaps take those claims with a grain of salt. They were wrong in their strong declarations how Justice Barrett would rule. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to hearing from you about your record, your views on the law, and your judicial philosophy. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. Next is the President Pro Tem of the Senate and former Chairman of the committee, Patrick Leahy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Judge Jackson, welcome. It's really good to see you again. You know, today and actually throughout this week, the committee and the country are going to hear from Judge Jackson. She's been nominated to be the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Any nomination of the court is historic. There have only been 115 justices in our nation's history. Judge Jackson's nomination, of course, is historic in more ways than one. Her nomination, pending a confirmation by the Senate, will bring us one step closer to having a Supreme Court that is more reflective of our nation. One where diversity of race and gender, background, education, and experience allow all Americans to look to their court and see in its justices a reflection of the American people. Judge Jackson, you know, with your presence here today, you are writing a new page in the history of America, a good page. Who the president nominates and the Senate decides to confirm to our federal judiciary, and especially our nation's highest court, that's extremely important. The American people, our constituents, and their faith in the court. That's central to our
Right here
democracy.
below the top from this morning, just a little bit. So
They
we're back
lose
in
that faith,
resistance.
the democracy loses. The decisions made in our courts and ultimately in the Supreme Court affect the daily lives of each one of us. Fundamental questions about, for example, access to health care, the integrity of our elections, the fairness of our criminal justice system, the preservation of bedrock environmental laws, protections for workers. These issues and many more are routinely decided by the court. Every American must believe that the court is going to be impartial. They must believe that our courts are not a mere political arm of the executive or the Congress, but faithful only to the rule of law. The stakes in a democracy are simply too high. Let's make a few things clear. Judge Jackson is no judicial activist. She is not a puppet of the so-called radical left. She's been praised by Republican-appointed judges for her jurisprudence, lawyers from the right and the left who appeared before her in court have called her judicious and even-handed. Before I was in the Senate, I tried a lot of cases in trial court and then courts of appeal. That's what I wanted, somebody who was judicious and even-handed. I didn't care what their politics were. Judge Jackson is not anti-law enforcement. She hails from a law enforcement family. She's also won the support of preeminent national law enforcement organizations, including the National Fraternal Order of Police. And no, she's not soft on crime. Her background as a federal public defender would bring an informed perspective of our criminal justice system to the Supreme Court. I'm proud of being a former prosecutor, but confidence in my prosecution of a case was strongest when I knew the defendant had the best possible representation. when both sides and the presiding judge have a real grasp of our criminal justice system, that's when justice is most likely to be done. So I would say that Judge Jackson's background is not a liability to the court. It's a much needed asset to the court. And since her nomination, again here today, we've heard about the long distinguished record of Judge Jackson, graduate of Harvard, Harvard Law School, a judicial clerk at the district, circuit, and Supreme Court level, a federal appellate judge, a federal district court judge, a member of the U.S. Sentencing Commission, an attorney in private practice, and a federal public defender. What a resume. All these experiences and perspectives have provided her a mastery of our justice system. That's in particular the criminal justice system. If she is confirmed, she would become the first ever justice to have served as a federal public defender. That's an important experience given how much the court shapes our criminal justice system. I say that from my experience as a senator, but also my experience for nearly a decade as a prosecutor. And perhaps most of all, it is Judge Jackson's nearly 10 years as an appellate and trial judge that underscore the experience she would bring to the Supreme Court. She was confirmed unanimously by the Senate in 2013 to the D.C. Circuit Court. She served with distinction for 8 years. She issued more than 500 opinions. She presided over a dozen trials. And a bipartisan majority of the Senate confirmed her to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals last year. Let's be honest. She's a fair and impartial jurist with a fidelity to the law above all else. That's what Americans want to see in a Supreme Court justice. Years of so-called judicial wars have left Americans feeling like our courts have become increasingly partisan. The extreme interests of pressure groups on both sides of the political spectrum have left the American people wondering if they can get a fair shake in our courts. And yet, in this moment, we have before us a unique opportunity to change that narrative. I'm under no illusion that we can mend this process overnight. But we have before us a nominee who has brought us together across party lines before. And one I hope we can bring us back together again. The Senate can change course, return to how we fairly and objectively evaluate nominees. We can do that with a highly qualified nominee we have in Judge Jackson. Now, as Chair Durbin said, I'm the President pro tempore of the Senate. I'm a former chairman of this committee. I've participated in 20 prior Supreme Court nomination processes, most leading to confirmation, a small handful not. In fact, the first justice I voted on was from your state, Senator Durbin, John Paul Stevens. I've supported nominees from both Democratic and Republican presidents. In Judge Jackson, I found a distinguished nominee with an unassailable record that merits our respect regardless of party. I believe the American people see in her what I've come to learn in my review of her career and her life story. Her nomination is a reflection of the arc of our democracy. The art that bends towards justice, as Dr. King once said. Although in fits and starts with every generation, we have sought to become more inclusive, more representative. We have looked at citizens, civic leaders, elected representatives, and yes, to judges to strengthen our democracy, and to recognize that our strength comes from our diversity. Judge Jackson's story, her nomination today, is part of the evolving story of America. So Judge Jackson, I want to congratulate you on this nomination. Despite all the darkness in the world, and the political brinksmanship has unfortunately become a hallmark of Congress in recent years, your nomination actually fills me with hope. hope for the court, hope for the rule of law, hope for the country. One need look no further than the chaos, the devastation, and the inhumanity halfway around the world in Ukraine to know how precious our democracy is and how precious the legacy we have in our independent federal judiciary. I need look no further than my own grandchildren, all of them, to know how necessary our fight for freedom, fairness, and equality is. The independence and impartiality of our courts and of the Supreme Court are a cornerstone of the great experiment that is the United States. And you, the American people, have a nominee in whom they can be proud. We have before us an historic moment, and I hope we can meet it as senators. So I look forward to your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Leahy. Next is another former chair of the committee and Senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, congratulations. Well-deserved honor here. You have worked hard all your life, and you have much to be proud of. I have said in the past, and I think it's good for the court to look like America, so count me in on the idea of making the court more diverse. And in the history of our country, we've never had an African-American woman serve on the court. But I also said that didn't get much coverage. I want the court to play a particular role in America. One is make it more look like the country, but also make it operate in the confines of the Constitution. That didn't get a lot of coverage. So the hearings are going to be challenging for you, informative for the public, and respectful by us. I hope we can meet those criteria. It won't be a circus. We're off to a good start. Chairman Grassley couldn't get the first word out of his mouth before they shut down the place, so that's off to a good start. Most of us couldn't go back to our offices during Kavanaugh without getting spit on. Hope that doesn't happen to y'all. I don't think it will. As to the historic nature of your appointment, I understand. But when I get lectured about this from my Democratic colleagues, I remember Janice Rogers Brown, an African-American woman, that was filibustered by the same people praising you. I remember Miguel Estrada, one of the finest people I ever met. Completely wiped out. Didn't make it through the gang of 14, whatever gang I was in. I've been in so many I can't remember. He didn't make the cut. Well-lived life just completely ruined. So if you're Hispanic or African-American conservative, it's about your philosophy. Now it's going to be about the historic nature of the pick. It's going to be about your philosophy. The bottom line here is when it is about philosophy, when it's somebody of color on our side, it's about we're all racist if we ask hard questions. It's not going to fly with us. We're used to it by now, at least I am. So it's not going to matter a bit to any of us. We're going to ask you what we think you need to be asked. And Senator Hawley, you need to ask her about her record as a district court judge. You should. I hope you do. We'll see what she says. Very fair game.
Tried to be really cultural.
Now, President Biden had a choice here, and he has every right to make it. Elections have consequences. He had many qualified African-American women to choose from. He chose you. Michelle Childs, a district court judge from South Carolina, supported by Jim Clyburn. That was in the mix. I think it came down to about 2, 3, 4 people. Don't know for sure, but that's what the press was reporting. And when it came to Judge Childs, this Arabella group, Senator Whitehouse, you talk about dark money, you may be onto something. This Arabella group is funded by Soros and some other liberal billionaire. They got so many groups within their group, I can't name them all now, but they basically said if you pick Childs, you may have a primary opponent. The AFL-CIO said Judge Childs was a union buster. The attacks from the left against Judge Childs was really pretty vicious, to be honest with you. So you say, Judge Jackson, you don't have any judicial philosophy per se. Well, somebody on the left believes you do. or they wouldn't have spent the money they spent to have you in this chair. So we're going to find out how that statement holds up over time. A viewer's guide to this hearing. She will be asked about her sentencing practices as a district court judge, and she'll have a chance to explain her reasoning, and you can make up for yourself what this means, but it's good to be asked. About her legal views, I'll ask her about the law of armed conflict and her view of the law of armed conflict. The fact that you represent the Gitmo detainees is not a problem with me. Everybody deserves a lawyer. You're doing the country a great service when you defend the most unpopular people. But I do want to know about your amicus briefs after you're no longer a defense counsel weighing into the Supreme Court about how they decide law of war issues. That matters a lot to me. I think it does matter that the groups that came to your aid at the expense of Judge Childs, how did that happen and why were they doing what they were doing? What is it about your nomination that the most liberal people under the umbrella of Arabella threw in their money, their time, their support, and threatened Joe Biden if he picked Judge Childs? I want to know more about that. I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you were the best bet. And I want to know why they reached that conclusion. Maybe there's no explanation you can give us, but we'll talk about that. Now, when we say this is not Kavanaugh, what do we mean? It means that Democratic senators are not going to have their windows busted by groups. That's what it means. It means that no Republican senator is going to unleash on you an attack about your character when the hearing is virtually over. None of us, I hope, have been sitting on information about you as a person for weeks or months. You come into our offices and we never share it with you to allow you to give your side of the story. We wait to the very last minute when the hearing's about to be gavel concluded and say, oh, by the way, I've got this letter. And so happened that every media outlet in the country had the letter too. So the next morning there were headlines all over the country, really, accusing Judge Kavanaugh of being basically Bill Cosby. None of us are going to do that to you. And if any of us does that to you, all hell will break out. And it should. The media will be your biggest cheerleader. They're in your camp. They have every right to pick who they want to pick. There won't be this constant attack on you like Judge Kavanaugh and other conservative judicial appointments. There won't be any questioning of where you go to church, what kind of groups you're in church, how you decide to raise your kids, what you believe in, how you believe in God. Nobody's going to do that to you. And that's a good thing. So you're the beneficiary of a lot. You're the beneficiary of Republican nominees having their life turned upside down. And it didn't work. So I am hoping that we can have a hearing that's respectful, that's informative, that's challenging. And President Biden has every right to pick who he'd like to pick. That comes with winning the White House. And I've been very inclined to support the picks of people that I would not have chosen. But this is a new game for the Supreme Court. And this game is particularly disturbing to me because there's been a wholesale effort of the left to take down a nominee from my state. And I don't like it very much. And if that's the way the game's going to be played, then I'll have a response. And I don't expect it to be reward that way of playing the game. Judge Childs would have gotten 60 plus votes. There have been people in my caucus that would have voted for her, even though we knew she would be a reliable liberal vote, because I and Senator Scott would have stepped up. Now we're facing a choice sponsored by the most radical elements of the Democratic Party when it comes to how to be a judge. They have the most radical view of what a judge should do, and you were their choice. And you'll be asked, do you support expanding the Supreme Court? I hope you can give us an answer, because it shouldn't be hard. Either you do or you don't. Justice Ginsburg said no. She thought if you just changed the number of the court every time somebody new came in power, it would ruin the court in the eyes of the public and make it a joke over time. I agree with that. So I hope you can give us an answer to that question, because I think the court would be better off if the judges stood up for the court. If the judges told politicians, don't play this game with the court, because over time nobody wins. So congratulations. It's going to be a couple interesting days, and we're off to a better start than we have been in the past. And the one thing I can promise you, you will not be vilified, you will not be attacked for your religious views, you will not be accused of something that you could not defend yourself against until it was too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by congratulating you, Judge Jackson, on this appointment. I've reviewed the records of a number of judicial nominees during my service on this committee. This is actually the 10th set of confirmation hearings for a Supreme Court nominee that I've participated in during my time in the Senate. And looking at your record, it's clear that you have the qualifications and the experience and the knowledge needed to serve on the Supreme Court. And as a woman, it makes me very proud of that. As we begin these hearings, we as senators take seriously our constitutional duty to advise the president on his appointment of a new Supreme Court justice. In the current term alone, the Supreme Court is addressing cases on issues that are foundational to who we are as a country. Let me just give you 3 examples. The court is considering a woman's fundamental right to control her own body and make her own health care decisions. It is considering the legal authority of the Environmental Protection Agency to fight climate change. And it's considering whether states have the power to enact common sense gun safety protections. As a former mayor, I saw how these problems affect people, everyday people, on everyday streets throughout my city and then subsequently the state of California. This is not your first time at this. In fact, it's your 4th time in front of this committee. The full Senate has already confirmed you on a bipartisan basis 3 times to serve as vice chair of the U.S. Sentencing Commission in 2010, as a federal district court judge 2013, and as a federal appellate court judge in 2021. And you have done us proud. Each of the 3 times, the Senate has considered your record, your experience, and your ability. Senators on both sides of the aisle have determined that you have the qualifications and the temperament it takes to uphold the values of our judicial branch. As I see it, those values are knowledge, even-handedness, impartiality, integrity, respect for the rule of law, and fundamental fairness to all. And your record actually shows that you exemplify these values. The Supreme Court is not a political institution. Rather, the court stands above politics and above partisanship. And we look to federal judges to be independent and unbiased. Judge Jackson, in reviewing your record, one thing in particular stands out to me, and that's your commitment to uphold justice under the law. This is one of the ultimate responsibilities of the Supreme Court, and your record suggests to me that you understand the weight of that responsibility. You've had several mentors early in your career who I understand were important in instilling these values in you as a young lawyer. One of those mentors were Justice Stephen Breyer, who you served as a law clerk and to whose seat on the Supreme Court you have now been nominated. What a treat for you to see that happen, and I know for him as well. Justice Breyer has been a thoughtful and even-handed judge throughout his career. So you have learned from the best, and you have brought those lessons and that dedication to equal justice with you throughout your career in the law. You have strong credentials. You're a graduate of both Harvard University and Harvard Law School, a former Supreme Court clerk, and you have served as a federal judge for 9 years, most recently on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District Circuit. These are impressive credentials, and they are also familiar to those of us who have reviewed numerous nominees to the court. But you also bring experiences that are less common, especially at the Supreme Court. The first is your service as a federal public defender earlier in your career. If you were confirmed, you would be the first ever federal public defender to sit on the court, and the first justice since Thurgood Marshall with significant experience representing low-income defendants and criminal cases. I believe this is very significant and important because as a former public defender, you understand the power of our constitutional rights, including the Sixth Amendment right to counsel and the years of expertise as a trial judge on the D.C. District Court is very valuable. It's been responsible for implementing the precedent set by higher courts. And because of that, you understand the need for clarity in legal opinions, for achieving consensus wherever consensus is possible. And that has been your record. It's important to have justices with a broad set of views and experiences on the Supreme Court. And I believe your background and your experience will only serve to strengthen the Supreme Court. I trust that my colleagues on this committee will recognize that you are unquestionably qualified for this position. I wish you well. I look forward to learning more about you over the course of the coming days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Feinstein. Senator Cornyn of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, let me join my colleagues in extending a warm welcome to you and your family. Congratulations on your nomination. I enjoyed sitting down with you recently and talking about your experience as both a lawyer and a judge and how that's molded your views of our judicial system. In the coming days, I hope we can have a candid conversation about your record and your judicial philosophy. As I told you the other day, these proceedings will be thorough but civil. As a member of this committee, I've had the opportunity to provide advice and consent, individual freedom and avoiding tyranny, and ensure that courts hear cases by them. You'll recall Federalist 78, where Alexander Hamilton said the courts would have no influence over either the sword or the purse, and that it may truly be said to have neither force nor will, but merely judgment. Part of that judgment requires the judge to go where the law commands, whether or not you personally approve or not. And it starts with deciding cases as presented and not cherry picking the facts or the law and starting with the decision and then justifying it by the way, by cherry picked facts and provisions of the law. While the framers provided that the president would nominate judges, the framers also set up a framework that allowed judges, once you are confirmed, to exercise independent judgment free from elections and politics. And so these Supreme Court confirmation hearings are really the only chance we have as representatives of the people to vet somebody who will serve the remainder of their life. Unfortunately, there are some driven by their ideology that want the Supreme Court to do more than what I've just described. These are some of the same people who tried to bully Justice Breyer into an early retirement. These activists demand that the court make policy and deliver results they can't achieve through the deliberation, compromise, and rough and tumble of legislative politics. And when the court does not deliver the results they want, they attack its institutional integrity and legitimacy. In recent years, these radical views have made their way into the mainstream. On the campaign trail, President Biden refused to disavow court packing. 2 years ago, the Democratic leader of the Senate went to the Supreme Court steps and threatened 2 sitting Supreme Court justices by name if they did not rule in a particular way. Dark money groups like Demand Justice have paid millions of dollars to promote court packing and sow public distrust in the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, as you know, recently warned of the crippling effect this politicalization of the court and its decision-making can have. He said, without the public's trust, the court would no longer be able to act as a check on the other branches of government and a guarantor of the rule of law, threatening the foundations of our constitutional system. Judge, I know you know that the courts are not designed to deliver particular policy outcomes or to invent new rights out of whole cloth. That's why it's imperative that we explore your judicial philosophy during this hearing. I will say I was a bit troubled that you have not so far provided us with much clarity on that matter. Someone as accomplished as you are, who spent years engaging and thinking about our Constitution and laws, has surely formed a judicial philosophy. This is not your first rodeo. You've had an impressive career, Judge, as a Supreme Court clerk, appellate advocate, and trial court judge. I like the fact that you've had such broad experience in our judicial and legal system. But there are still unanswered questions that remain. I'm a bit troubled by some of the positions you've taken and arguments that you've made, representing people who have committed terrorist acts against the United States and other dangerous criminals. As someone who has deep respect for the adversarial system of justice, I understand the importance of zealous advocacy. But it appears that sometimes this zealous advocacy has gone beyond the pale. And in some instances, it appears that your advocacy has bled over into your decision-making process as a judge. You've had some cases reversed, like all judges do, but some of them were particularly high profile when you ruled against a Republican administration. I'm eager to understand why in some instances you found that you could not decide a particular issue, while in other instances you enjoined a Republican administration from implementing its policies. I'm also interested, as others have mentioned, in your opinion, why pro-abortion, dark money groups like Demand Justice, and anti-religious liberty groups are pouring millions of dollars into a public campaign in support of your nomination. Judge Jackson, these are some of the questions and concerns I have. I assure you that you will have every opportunity to address these concerns as the committee evaluates your ability to fairly and impartially deliver justice should you be confirmed. So I welcome your testimony at these hearings, and I look forward to our give and take. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn. Senator Whitehouse, Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Welcome, Judge Jackson. I could not be more delighted to have you here. This is a refreshing moment. We are holding a hearing for an accomplished, experienced, highly qualified nominee to the Supreme Court who came to us not through a dark money funded turnstile, but through a fair and honest selection process. Judge Jackson has unparalleled breadth of experience, both on and off the bench. She has already been confirmed by the Senate 3 times. She serves on what is often called the second highest court in the land, The DC Circuit handles some of the most difficult and consequential cases in the nation, often taking up questions that later come before the Supreme Court. Judge Jackson, that will enable you to jump right in once confirmed. Before the DC Circuit, Judge Jackson was a trial judge in the District Court in the District of Columbia, ruling on hundreds of cases and presiding over trials, including many jury trials. Judge Jackson, you have presided over virtually every kind of case a federal trial judge can hear across criminal and civil law. You have more experience actually trying cases in your courtroom than any other member of the court. As a member of the U.S. Sentencing Commission, you helped establish the policies and practices for federal courts when deciding criminal punishments. With commissioners from both parties, you helped implement our bipartisan Fair Sentencing Act. Complicated and consequential work, and we thank you. It matters to me, Mr. Chairman, that Judge Jackson was also a civil litigator and public defender. She wasn't groomed. Island we love that before you clerked for Justice Stephen Breyer, you clerked for Rhode Islander Bruce Selya on the First Circuit. Judge Selya was nominated by Ronald Reagan. He is well regarded by bench and bar, and he thinks the world of Judge Jackson. She is absolutely everything you would want in a Supreme Court justice, he told the Boston Globe in February. She has all the tickets in terms of her intelligence, her education, her work experience, and her demonstrated judicial temperament. He actually said that waiting for the Supreme Court selection process to take place made him feel like a father waiting to hear his daughter's college admissions results. We very much appreciate that Rhode Island touch to this nomination. Judge Jackson is steadfastly committed to the Constitution and the rule of law, and her record reflects the type of even-handedness and independence that will make her such a good Supreme Court justice. Her guiding principle, she has said, is to consistently apply the same level of analytical rigor to a case, no matter who or what is involved in the legal action. She says this means you can, quoting again, be consistent in the way you are analyzing the issues, and you can set aside any thoughts about who is making the arguments and what advantages any side might take away from your opinions. If you have fidelity to the rule of law that is grounded in looking at only those inputs, she said, then I think you can rule without fear or favor. Mr. Chairman, Judge Jackson will be an exemplary justice both because of the qualities that she possesses and because she did not undergo a secret pre-selection process to get here. She is before us on the basis of her own merit, not on the recommendation of a secretive right-wing donor operation, hiding behind anonymous multi-million-dollar donations, and aimed at capturing the United States Supreme Court as if it were some 19th century railroad commission. The unpleasant fact is that the present court is the court that dark money built. Anonymous donations funded the Federalist Society while it housed the selection turnstile run by the dark money donors. Anonymous money funded the dark money group down the same hallway as the Federalist Society that ran the dark money political campaigns for the selected justices. And because of all that secrecy, Americans are denied any real understanding of the overlap of all that dark money with the political dark money funding the Republican Party, which could well explain the wreckage of Senate norms, rules, and procedures that accompanied the confirmation process of recent nominees. Judge Jackson's nomination and the process by which she was selected stand in sharp contrast. President Biden undertook a thorough and independent review of her record and she will proceed through a thorough and fair process here in the Senate. We will abide by the new precedents set by Republicans in recent years, but we will not be fabricating new ones. We've already seen dark money groups use dark money to run ads charging that dark money swayed this selection. We are hearing that again today. Ironic, when hundreds of millions of dollars in right-wing dark money built the current court majority, and still signals its wishes through flotillas of dark money front groups posing as amici curiae. I welcome the debate on these points, and I look forward to hearing more from the excellent nominee before us. Judge Selya counted the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg an old friend. I see some of the same qualities in Ketanji that I saw in Ruth, he said. Humility, the ability to inspire others in a quiet way, not at the top of her voice. Some people, he said, have the capacity to inspire by example and the force of their reason. Judge Jackson, I'm certain your capacity to inspire through force of reason will be on display here this week. Thank you, Chairman Durbin, for your leadership of the hearing, and thank you, Judge Jackson, for being with us today.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Lee of Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Judge Jackson, for joining us today. I appreciated the conversation you and I had in my office a few days ago, and your willingness to engage in a lively, interesting conversation during that. We'll look forward to more of that this week. I've enjoyed also meeting your husband and your two lovely daughters. They're wonderful people. I'm grateful to you for your service to the federal judiciary and as a member of the bar. You bring to the court, as I mentioned to you last week, a unique set of experiences. If you're confirmed, you will be someone who has served at all three levels of the federal judiciary. And as a result of that, you'll have a perspective that's different than that of most who have served on that court during the modern era. And I appreciate your willingness to be considered and to be here to talk to us about our questions. I echo what many of my colleagues have said today, in that I am dedicated, as I always have been, to making sure that these hearings are respectful. Engaging in the politics of personal destruction is not something we should ever aspire to. It is something that has occurred on this committee in the context of Supreme Court nominations. I'm pleased to say that it has never been under Republican leadership that such attacks have occurred, and I intend to make sure that this hearing is no exception to that. There are a few reasons for that. First and foremost, the most obvious, is that respect to human beings requires it. Secondly, it's important because if we focus on personal attacks, that means we will be betraying our duty under the Constitution and to our constituents to make sure that we do our jobs fairly and properly. When we're focused on things that we have no business doing, like bringing forward spurious, last-minute, uncorroborated accusations of a personal nature, we neglect the importance of talking about the jurisprudential role, the philosophy that guides individual jurists, and the document that we're all sworn to uphold and protect, the Constitution of the United States. It's also important for an additional reason, a third reason. It has to do with the fact that having been nominated to this position, we know that you stand a very decent likelihood of ultimately being confirmed to this position, in which case you'll serve as a member of the Supreme Court of the United States. And I think it's important that even when, especially when, we disagree with decisions issued by that tribunal, we as a committee, as the Senate Judiciary Committee, not engage in speech or behavior that would undermine the legitimacy of the Supreme Court of the United States. You see, it's the legitimacy of the courts that gives them their potence, their power, their significance in our system of government. We all have a duty to make sure that we don't undermine that very thing that we purport to be protecting. Let me tell you some of the things that I look for when reviewing a nominee, and a few things that I intend to focus on in these hearings with you. One of them will involve any nominee's commitment to judicial self-restraint, to understanding the judicial role, what it is and what it is not. Any judicial nominee these days will acknowledge that he or she understands that the role of the judge is to interpret the law based on what it says, rather than on the basis of the judge's personal opinion. This is all very true. It raises questions as to how exactly that goes about and what steps, what tools, what rhetorical, linguistic devices the jurist in question might follow in order to do that. I'm looking for someone who is ideally going to echo something that Justice Amy Coney Barrett said in her confirmation proceedings, in which she likened the Constitution, this document written by wise men nearly 2.5 centuries ago, wise men who I believe were raised up by Almighty God to that very purpose. To the extent we follow that document, it's helped foster the development of the greatest civilization the world has ever known. But she likened this and our commitment to it as a little like what Odysseus told his crew. She said the Constitution is like how Odysseus ties himself to the mast to resist the song of the sirens. She then goes on to explain that he told the crew, "Do not untie me, no matter how much I beg or plead, don't untie me from the mast." He wanted to avoid the tempting call of the sirens. The tempting call of the sirens is inherent. It's in government itself. It's understandable, and that's why we tie ourselves to it. Critical to that is the federal judiciary, the ultimate backstop, the backstop that's there to resolve disputes. Now, the Constitution isn't just something for the courts. It's not something that's owned exclusively and independently by the federal judiciary or the Supreme Court itself. But it does play an important role because the court's there to resolve disputes that arise within the court's jurisdiction as to the meaning of a particular provision of federal law, whether in the Constitution itself or as enacted into law by Congress. So we need a jurist who's willing to respect that role and demonstrate judicial humility. What I mean by that is an ability to acknowledge that there are a lot of things not within the province of the courts that entail policy. The job of the court of the judiciary is never to exert will or force. It is only judgment. It's discerning what the law says. A nominee also, I believe, needs to show a steadfast commitment to the principle of separation of powers. There are a couple of forms of separation of powers required by the Constitution along two axes. One operates along the vertical axis that we call federalism. It says most of the power of government within the United States, most powers that government might exercise are to be exercised at the state and local level. Power that's federal is the exception, not the norm in our constitutional system of government. The other form of separation of powers operates along the horizontal axis. It's one that recognizes within the federal government, which is limited, we're going to have one branch, our branch, Congress, that makes the laws. Another branch headed by the president, the executive branch that enforces them, and the third branch which interprets them, resolving disputes between parties coming before the court's jurisdiction. Third, I think it's important that a jurist within our system of government acknowledge the importance of interpreting the law as it was written, as it was understood by the public at the time of its enactment, if a statute or if a provision of the Constitution at the time of its ratification. This is part of how we tie ourselves to the mast, making sure that we undertake efforts to make sure that we're interpreting it based on how the public understood those words, regardless of the subjective intent of any particular lawmaker or group thereof. The public meaning at the time it became law. This is how we maintain the rule of law. This is part of how we've given force to this greatest civilization that human history has ever recorded. It's through the rule of law and tying ourselves to that mast. There are increasing threats to this. We've seen those threats arise with efforts to delegitimize the court, and I'm sickened every time I see or hear or experience one of those efforts to delegitimize it. We've heard some today, in fact, comments that I think by their very nature delegitimize the court. Another thing that can delegitimize the court are arguments made in favor of packing the Supreme Court. This was attempted by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1937. It did lasting damage to the court. It didn't succeed as a legislative matter. But it's arguable that it left a mark, and not a pretty one. There is nothing in the Constitution that requires us to have 9 and only 9 justices. That is, under the Constitution, left to Congress's determination. But 9 is a number that works. It's worked now for 152 years. It's not one that we ought to revisit, and it's one that Supreme Court justices of various ideologies, including your former boss, Justice Breyer, whom I really enjoyed getting to know when serving as a law clerk on the Supreme Court. I enjoyed our conversations with him. He, Justice Ginsburg, Justice Thomas, and so many others have been against that. We must protect the court. We may not protect the court. We lose ability to protect the court if we allow arguments to take root that are focused on expanding that and turning the court into a political body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Lee. Senator Klobuchar of Minnesota.
Thank you very much, Chairman Durbin, and thank you, Ranking Member Grassley. Judge Jackson, welcome. We met recently in my office, and we have seen you in this committee before, and we are so happy to have you back. If Senator Whitehouse is pleased that you once clerked for a Rhode Island judge, we in Minnesota are equally happy that you are wearing bold purple today, winning over both Prince and Minnesota Vikings fans the world over. I'd like to welcome your husband, Patrick, and your 2 daughters and your other family members and friends. It is clear that your family, starting with your parents, who I got to meet, who are sitting there in the front row, who once worked as teachers, that your family has been a constant source of inspiration and support for you. My mom taught 2nd grade until she was 70 years old, so I know firsthand it's pretty great to have a parent who was also a teacher and they never stopped checking your spelling. As a lawyer who also balanced work with parenthood myself, I particularly enjoyed your story, Judge, about sitting with your dad. You had a coloring book and he was studying his law books. While these hearings are truly an opportunity, as my colleagues have pointed out, for Americans to get to know your legal acumen, we also learn about your background, your experiences, your values. And for so many of us, including people watching this hearing across the country, our values start with our family. There's something else particularly special about this hearing, of course. You've been nominated by President Biden as the first Black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. That's historic, with 115 justices having served so far in our history. You're the first Black woman, and it's long past time. In fact, this entire hearing is about opening things up. The hearing room, we've opened it up with actual guests for the first time in a while. And you're opening up the Senate and the court by virtue of your very presence. You, Judge, are opening a door that's long been shut to so many. And by virtue of your strong presence, your skills, your experience, you are showing so many little girls and little boys across the country that anything and everything is possible. We're here to carry out one of this committee's most solemn constitutional obligations, to advise and consent on President Biden's nomination to the Supreme Court. But this is also a time for us to consider the Supreme Court's place in our democracy and how it impacts people. You've been nominated to Justice Breyer's seat. You clerked for him, and I know he's been and is a wonderful mentor to you. So I'd like to start with some of his words. Justice Breyer once wrote that the Supreme Court must help maintain public acceptance of its own legitimacy. He said, it can do this best by helping ensure that the Constitution remains workable in a broad sense of the term. Specifically, it can and should interpret the Constitution in a way that works for the people of today, making it work for the people of today. Those words, his words, are highly relevant to the court. And Justice Breyer didn't just write about those values. In his 27 years on the court, he lived them. He approached cases with a pragmatic view of the law, and he understood that reference to the Constitution requires not just a respect for the past, although it does that, but also an eye toward the future. As we are here to confirm a new justice for his seat, I urge my colleagues to remember his words about how the court must consider the effect of its actions on people's lives, how it must be able to see the real people at the other end of its rulings, like Americans who are one Supreme Court decision away from losing their health insurance, or one court decision away from the ability to make their own health care choices, or the dreamers who could lose the only country they've ever known, or the people who waited for hours in the rain one recent election day in Wisconsin, wearing garbage bags and homemade masks in the middle of what would soon become a global pandemic, just to cast a ballot, just to exercise their constitutional right to vote. The court decides cases with life-changing consequences for people. It makes decisions that dictate health and safety standards for workers, protections for seniors, whether we can have clean air and clean water. The Supreme Court issues rulings that can determine who can make their voices heard in our democracy and how they can do it. So, Judge Jackson, this week I look forward to hearing more on your views about the real-world implications of the law and about how you will respect the Constitution and legal precedent, all the while striving to ensure we have a court that works for the American people. Judge, I believe you have exactly the sort of understanding of what the law means in people's lives that Americans would want in a justice. You're from a family that knows something about making it work. Both of your parents attended segregated primary schools and later became teachers. And when your dad set his sights on becoming a lawyer, your mom figured out how to support the family while he attended law school. After being a star debater in high school, you went on to graduate magna cum laude in college and went on to graduate with honors from law school. After law school, you clerked for federal judges nominated by both Democratic and Republican presidents. And of course, you had the honor of serving as a clerk to Justice Breyer. These aren't just lines on your resume. They show that you have worked to apply the law at every level of the federal system. And beyond those credentials, you have the perspectives of someone who has seen the law through the eyes of those closest to it. Your brother worked as a police officer in Baltimore. One of your uncles was a detective, and another was the chief of police of the city of Miami. You know what it means for a person to put their life on the line to defend the rule of law. It is no surprise to me that you received the letter that Senator Durbin mentioned, the letter of support from the Fraternal Order of Police. And as a former federal public defender, you also understand that for our justice system to be truly workable, it must account for those who lack the resources to defend themselves. And you would be the first justice to bring that experience to the court. Judge, I believe it is because of your experience and respect for the law that the Senate has confirmed you 3 times with bipartisan support as Vice Chair and Commissioner of the U.S. Sentencing Commission, Judge on the D.C. District Court, and most recently the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. In each of these roles, you've lived up to that bipartisan support. As a commissioner, over 90% of the votes you participated in were either unanimous or voice votes. As a district court judge, you wrote nearly 600 opinions, applying the law and precedent to the facts fairly and impartially without regard to your personal views. I will note that if you are confirmed, you will join Justice Sotomayor as the only other justice on the bench with experience as a trial court judge. As a circuit court judge, you have written decisions joined by judges appointed by presidents of both parties. And let's not forget, you have 9 years of judicial experience, more than 4 other justices currently on the court prior to their confirmations. Not that we're counting. Judge Jackson, and I expect this to come through loud and clear during these hearings, you have the experience and record of a jurist who is dedicated to the fair application of the law, committed to consensus, and determined to make sure that the court and the Constitution work for the people of today. And one last point. Judge, your confirmation hearing comes at a moment in our history when the people of this country are once again seeing, this time in Ukraine, that democracy can never be taken for granted. Eternal vigilance, it's been said, is the price of liberty. Last week, I was at the Ukrainian-Polish border with refugees streaming through checkpoints, leaving everything they had behind with only a suitcase and a backpack, walking into the loving arms of their neighbors in Poland, a country with a long, hard history of having been invaded by Nazis and Russians and Prussians and Habsburgs. As our ambassador there told me, at this moment in history, the people of Poland are achieving the dreams their grandparents could never realize. They are saying to their Ukrainian neighbors, we value freedom and respect your democracy. We value you so much that we will take you into our homes and into our hearts. We will open our doors and not shut you out. And this horrendous war against evil and the courage of the Ukrainian people is happening at the very same time our country is opening our minds after being separated through a 2-year pandemic from our neighbors, not only around the world, but in our own country, in our own towns. This moment bestows upon us a new opportunity to see one another again and to be part of our own democracy, to respect each other's rights and views, to see that we are not a nation of 300 plus million silos. Instead, we are a nation that must re-embrace the simple principle that unites us as Americans, and that is that our country is so much bigger in what unites us than what divides us. That's the pivotal moment we are in. That's your moment. It's a time for us to consider what the courts mean to our democracy, to recall how the framers envisioned the courts to work as a ballast in our system of government, and to rededicate ourselves to the sacred protection of our rights and the upholding of our Constitution. So as we move forward with these hearings, let us be grounded in the central role of the court and the Constitution in our democracy, of what it means to our system of government that we can never take for granted, and how we must always be vigilant that it is serving the people. Judge Jackson, I'm confident you will come to the bench as a justice with a bedrock appreciation of what the Constitution and the law means to America, with the real world perspective we need. Thank you for your willingness to serve at this important time.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Cruz of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. 11,107 men and women have served as members of the House of Representatives. 1,994 men and women have served as members of the United States Senate. Only 115 men and women have served as Supreme Court justices. The position to which you have been nominated is extraordinarily important. And that is why the Senate is given the responsibility for advice and consent under the Constitution. Because the job matters immensely. Supreme Court confirmations were not always controversial. In fact, Bushrod Washington, when nominated to the Supreme Court in 1798, was confirmed the very next day. So what changed? Well, what changed is, starting in the 1960s and the 1970s, the Supreme Court's role in our society changed dramatically. The Supreme Court became a policy-making body rather than a merely judicial body. Just a moment ago, my colleague Senator Klobuchar said we should consider the Supreme Court's place in our democracy. Well, starting in the 60s and 70s, the Supreme Court decided its place in our democracy, at least too many justices, was to set aside the democratic decisions of the people and instead to mandate the policy outcomes they themselves supported. Our Democratic colleagues want the Supreme Court to be anti-democratic. Our Democratic colleagues get frustrated with the democratic process. When they can't pass gun control laws because the American people don't support them, they want unelected judges to mandate those same laws instead. Law after law after law that they can't get through the democratic process, the Democrats have decided it's much simpler to convince 5 lawyers in black robes than to try to convince 330 million Americans. That is why Supreme Court confirmation hearings have become so contentious, is because the Supreme Court has arrogated to itself a responsibility the Constitution doesn't give it, which is to make contested policy decisions and take them away from the American people. Now, what should this hearing be and what should it not be? Well, you've heard a number of members on the Republican side of the aisle quite clear on what it should not be. This will not be a political circus. This will not be the kind of character smear that sadly our Democratic colleagues have gotten very good at. And it's important to note, a couple of years ago, I was doing my weekly podcast and I was on with a noted liberal intellectual who made a comment, something to the effect of, well, both sides do this. Both sides smear Supreme Court justices. And I was forced to laugh out loud and say, look, I understand that's a pretty good talking point. It just happens not to be true. It is only one side of the aisle, the Democratic aisle, that went so into the gutter with Judge Robert Bork that they invented a new verb, to bork someone. It is only one side of the aisle that with Justice Clarence Thomas was so reprehensible that, as the president who nominated him, President George Herbert Walker Bush, wrote at the time, quote, "What's happening to Clarence Thomas is just plain horrible. All the groups that tried to beat him up on abortion or affirmative action have now come out of the woodwork. They are trying to destroy a decent man. This is an ugly process, and one can see clearly why so many good people elect to stay out of public life." As Justice Thomas observed in that hearing, what happened there was, to use his words, a high-tech lynching. And I would note the chairman who presided over that disgrace was Joe Biden. And then most of the members of this committee remember the confirmation hearing of Brett Kavanaugh, one of the lowest moments in the history of this committee, where Democrats on this committee sat on allegations, didn't refer them to the FBI, didn't ask for investigations, hid them, and then leaked them against the wishes of the complainant. And we began a circus that featured Spartacus moments, featured such nuts as Michael Avenatti, whom CNN breathlessly for some months described as a possible Democratic presidential candidate. That's before, presumably, he became a felon in recent months. Judge Jackson, I can assure you that your hearing will feature none of that disgraceful behavior. No one is going to inquire into your teenage dating habits. No one is going to ask you with mock severity, do you like beer? But that's not to say this hearing should be non-substantive and non-vigorous. In this hearing, this committee has a responsibility to focus on issues, to focus on your record, to focus on substance, to do our very best to ascertain what kind of justice you would be. And a couple of straw men. It is no longer the case that Supreme Court confirmation hearings are merely about qualifications. There are some who say, well, if the justice is qualified, the Senate should confirm. There was a time that was the case. Our Democratic colleagues have abandoned that standard long ago. Our Democratic colleagues, then Senator Joe Biden was perfectly happy to vote against John Roberts, someone who was unquestionably qualified for the court. He was perfectly happy to vote against Sam Alito, someone who was unquestionably qualified for the court. And indeed, every member of our Democratic colleagues who was here at the time participated in the first ever filibuster of a Supreme Court justice on partisan lines with Justice Neil Gorsuch. They did so for someone unquestionably qualified, but they had a political agenda, and so every one of them happily filibustered Justice Gorsuch. Likewise, it's not about race. We will see Democrats in the media suggest that any senator that is skeptical of your nomination, that questions you vigorously, or that dares to vote against you must somehow harbor racial animus. If that were the standard, I would note we are sitting on a committee where multiple members of this committee, the senior Democrats in the committee, happily filibustered Judge Janice Rogers Brown, a very qualified African-American woman nominated to the D.C. Circuit, and they did so precisely because they wanted to prevent Judge Brown from becoming Justice Brown, the first African-American woman. Joe Biden was among the Democrats filibustering the first African-American woman nominated to the D.C. Circuit. The senior Democrats on this committee also filibustered Miguel Estrada. As the staff for Senator Ted Kennedy said in writing at the time, the Democrats filibustered Miguel Estrada, quote, because he is Hispanic. They were explicitly racial. If you are Hispanic or African American and you dare depart from their political orthodoxy, they will crush you, they will attack you, they will slander you, they will filibuster you. So this is not about race. It is, however, about issues and substance. And I got to say, I agree with Chairman Durbin. Chairman Durbin quoted Paul Simon, and he said, history will judge, quote, did she restrict freedom or did she expand it? I agree with that. The reason the American people care about the Supreme Court is it is integral to protecting or taking away our constitutional rights. When it comes to free speech, this committee should inquire, will you protect the rights of Americans to speak, to say unpopular ideas, to say ideas that the government doesn't want you to say, that you nonetheless have a right to say? Will you protect freedom or restrict it? When it comes to religious liberty, will a justice vote to protect your right to live according to your faith and according to your conscience? Or will a justice vote to crush religious liberty and strip those rights away? The Second Amendment. Will a justice vote to defend your Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms, to defend your family, to defend your children? Or will a justice roll over to the Democrats that want a disarmed citizenry? The right to life. Will a justice protect the rights of the people, the rights of state legislatures to enact laws protecting innocent life, protecting unborn life, stopping abominations like partial birth abortion? Or will a justice view her job as a super legislator striking down all such rights? School choice. Will a justice protect the rights of kids to get a quality education, or will a justice legislate from the bench and shut down school choice programs across this country? And crime. We are seeing murder rates, carjacking rates, crime rates skyrocketing across the country, in significant part because political Soros-backed district attorneys, because of Democratic efforts to abolish the police. And part of the Democratic effort to abolish the police is nominating justices that consistently side with violent criminals, release violent criminals, refuse to enforce the law, and that results in jeopardizing innocent citizens. So all of those questions are fair game. Will you follow the law? What does your record indicate? Will you protect the rights of every American citizen, regardless of race, regardless of party, regardless of views? That's what the focus of this hearing should be.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Coons from Delaware.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. It is a joy and a blessing to welcome you and your family and your supporters here this morning. As both Senators Klobuchar and Cruz have laid out in great and forceful detail, the decisions of the United States Supreme Court have daily impact, regular bearing on the lived experience of Americans, and that is in part why hearings for this important role are so contentious. I have been looking forward to this day since President Biden announced your nomination in February, and over the next several days, members of this committee will have the privilege of helping introduce you to the American people so that they can gain the sense of confidence that I have in your values, your skills, your competence, and the necessity of confirming you to the Supreme Court. We'll be inviting you to speak directly to the American public and share the lived experiences, the strong qualifications, the judicial temperament, and the strength of character that made you not only an historic nominee to the Supreme Court, but an outstanding one as well. I want to acknowledge up front that President Biden selected you to fill the seat on the court being vacated by Justice Breyer, a justice whom I admire, and in the work he's done as a jurist over decades has shown us a model of a Supreme Court justice. In his 42 years on the federal bench, 30 years on the Supreme Court, he's lived up to the highest ideals of American jurisprudence. He has served with wisdom, with fairness, and respect for the Constitution, the laws of our nation, and its people. He has a keen legal mind and a love of the law that are obvious to anyone who's heard him ask questions or read his decisions, and certainly to someone who clerked for him on the Supreme Court and who has had the benefit of his mentorship over many, many years. You've had broad experience in your stellar legal career that'll make you a unique contributor to the Supreme Court. You've worked as a lawyer or as a judge in just about every level of our legal system, engaging in just about every area of federal law. Your experiences as a private practice attorney with large law firms, as a federal public defender, as vice chair of the U.S. Sentencing Commission, and your near decade of service as a federal judge have given you insights into the ways that our Constitution, our statutes, our sentencing guidelines, and judicial decisions all come together to directly impact individuals, families, and our communities. You're able to perceive the full sweep of our law without losing sight of the human beings, the individuals and families impacted by it, caught up in it. And it is critically important, in my view, that we have justices on the Supreme Court with this practical and proximate view. You began your legal career with the invaluable experience of clerking for judges at the Federal District Court, at the Circuit Court, and for Justice Breyer on the Supreme Court, judges appointed by presidents of both parties. You developed your career as a legal advocate in private practice and in the Federal Public Defender's Service. As part of this work, you took on complex cases involving challenging and unsettled areas of the law. You worked pro bono on behalf of clients without regard to their political views or the political consequences of those cases. And you helped ensure bedrock constitutional guarantees in our legal system held strong, even in times of great stress and crisis. The work you did in these roles distinguished you as a talented appellate litigator with a formidable legal mind. You helped to craft policy as counsel to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, the independent agency within the judicial branch that establishes sentencing guidelines followed by all federal judges. And then years later, you served again on the commission as its vice chair. While on the U.S. Sentencing Commission, you partnered with colleagues whose perspectives on the law span the ideological spectrum, and together you enacted meaningful reforms designed to reduce unjust disparities and increase fairness in sentencing. In the days ahead, I expect to discuss your Sentencing Commission experience with you in some detail. Nearly all the decisions you were a part of while serving on the commission were unanimous, and they grew out of a careful consideration of highly complex, numerous factors and involved commissioners working hard to achieve common ground. In at least one notable instance, you ended up joining two conservative commissioners to oppose an amendment because you thought the law required a different result and you followed the law. Something that often gets lost in our debates and discussions about the Supreme Court is that many, in some terms a majority, of Supreme Court decisions are unanimous or decided by very broad majorities. These decisions are every bit as critical to the rule of law and the functioning and legitimacy of the court as the handful that are very contentious and widely discussed publicly. Your service on the Sentencing Commission and your time on the Circuit Court have prepared you to be a positive force for consensus among the justices in this challenging chapter in American history. I also think we will have some extended discussions this week about your record of service on the federal bench. You were confirmed to the Federal District Court for the District of Columbia in 2013 and have written more than 500 published opinions. You were confirmed to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals last year. And in your near decade as a judge, you've authored opinions in cases spanning a myriad of complicated issues, from administrative law to...
Ladies and gentlemen, so we're seeing the market pull back here. It is Wall Street lunch break right now and LCAOD lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a couple hours since I said anything, but this is the stock market live with LCAOD. And your market's pulling back. Right when the hearing started, it was going up. Now it's pulling back. We're seeing both sides of it. We are at VWAP at support here below it on the SPY though. SPY's coming down here back below the lower band now, 443 on the SPY. So Euro close kind of pulled the market down too. And then this hearing is pulling it down here. So as expected, they sold for this African-American sister here getting nominated in the White House for Supreme Court. It's a confirmation hearing here. So like I said, it pulled back. It shot the market up. Now it's pulling the market down. Y'all are hitting me here in the Discord. I got notifications coming left to right here. Someone said they scalped 30% on the SPY. Good shit. That's what you do right there. But yeah, man, the market did top out. We got level 1 of resistance. Then they tried it, broke it, tested level 2. Now we're back at level 1 resistance, a little bit below it, you guys. So stay cautious here. We definitely got a credit spread day going on here. The market started out up, came down, went up, came back down again. We're down right now. The market is down, you guys. So keep that in mind right now. This hearing is still going on. It's been on for a while. That's why I wasn't saying anything. I was just listening. I'm just listening like you guys, listening and learning. But I do see it's causing a lot of market movement here. It is the only important thing that's going on right now. There's nothing else live, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's just tuned in to this right here. So this is moving the market the most right now. Let's see. It's really nothing else though. Like I said, just stay cautious. The market definitely, we tagged, like I said, broke through level 1 resistance, broke through level 2 resistance, but we sold both levels off again. So it really got rejected. That's what you call a false breakout there. And now it's actually selling off here. The market's coming back down, you guys. So just stay a little cautious. Might be another dip buying opportunity. If you have time, you should be fine. No need to panic sell right here. No need to be shaking hands and talking shit. You made the decision. You made the choice. You knew you could have waited. Don't trip. Don't sweat it. Just know things can hold from here and bounce right back up. We can retest the highs. We really ain't had a settled confirmation on just being green. You know what I'm saying? The market being red, green. It's witching. It's going both ways here today. Volatility is working in both ways, and we're starting to see it here. The VIX is coming down now, though. Did just spike up to about $24 again, but it's actually pulling back now. But stocks are pulling back here. Amazon's starting to sell off here. Microsoft's coming down here too as well. We got Tesla coming down. But yeah, right now the market's just pulling back. It's selling off a little bit here. Wall Street is on lunch break. Remember that. They'll probably be back about 5 minutes. Yeah, they'll be back. So we'll see what they're going to do when they come back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep in mind the sell-off could have just been due to the lunch break. Like I said, they like to go eat like you and me. You know what I'm saying? They want their money. They want cash. You feel me? So they sell their positions and they go buy food. You know what I'm saying? It's business and shit like that. They got to eat. You feel me? They got to eat to survive just like you and I. So just stay calm, stay cautious, you guys. Weather the storm here. But let's tune back into this briefing because it's still going on.
Sparkling wit, brilliant mind, and commitment to excellence that will make its mark in American history. I look forward to your opening and to this week. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Coons. Senator Sass of Nebraska.
Thank you, Chairman. And Chris was tough to follow. That was a good flourish at the end. Judge, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for spending time in my office with me. Congratulations to your daughters and your family more broadly. This is a big day for lots of folks in your family. Today, the Senate takes up our constitutional duty to advise the President on his nominee to the Supreme Court. The Senate's advice and consent clause in our role is especially important these days when we all, Republicans and Democrats, agree that the 9 justices of the court exercise a lot of power over policy decisions, surely much, much more power than our Constitution's framers ever anticipated. So let's talk about how we got into this mess. We're here in part because of decades and decades of recklessness by all 3 branches, not just one, but by all 3. Congress, the Article 1 branch, fails to carry out our tasks responsibly and regularly. Rather than make tough policy choices, we pass incredibly vague laws and then just push the details on down Pennsylvania Avenue to unelected bureaucrats in the Article 2 branch. Then the head of the executive branch, meanwhile, whichever party he or she comes from, grabs more and more power with their pens and their phones. And finally, the Supreme Court, at the top of Article 3, tends to overstep the bounds that the Constitution sets on judicial power. The court has ignored restrictions on its authority, inserting itself into policy debates that are supposed to be entrusted exclusively to the 2 political branches. And what do we mean by that? What do we mean when we say Articles 1 and 2 are political? It means that the people are in power over Articles 1 and 2, but not in the long term over Article 3. The men and women in Article 1 and Article 2 are supposed to be answering directly to the American people, and importantly, the American people get to hire us or get to fire us every 2, 4, or 6 years. But rather than honor the roles given to each branch, activist judges usurp the powers given to Articles 1 and 2, which Articles 1 and 2 were complicit in this overreach. Many years of corroding our constitutional order have contributed to the polarization and the viciousness that are poisoning our politics more broadly. We all know that our civic health and our civic life is not healthy, and as was mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, it's at least good that this one got kicked off without a bunch of yokels having to be arrested and carried from the room. When Chairman Grassley tried to speak a couple years ago at one of these, it took like an hour to get started. That kind of nonsense, the theatrics that happen at these hearings, are because of a broader problem. As textualists and originalists have sought to return the court to its historic role, the Supreme Court nomination process has been increasingly punctuated with not just those theatrics, but also with lots of personal attacks. That's not what this process is supposed to be. This process is supposed to be a careful, thorough investigation of a nominee's record to help the Senate make an informed decision on a nominee's fitness for a lifetime appointment. That's why these hearings are supposed to be different, not because people act like jackwagons, but because the people before us, nominated by the president, are potentially going to serve for a lifetime. That office, as Supreme Court Justice, is incredibly important, yet it's also carefully circumscribed precisely because it's a lifetime responsibility. But we know that it's been a long time since this process has worked like that. Instead, this is often a staging ground for nasty, evidence-free personal attacks. We started down this road of character assassination in the 1980s with Judge Bork's hearings, and senators have been engaged in disgusting theatrics ever since. The most recent Supreme Court nominee was subjected to repeated accusations that were nothing more than unfiltered religious bigotry against her. The nominee before her was accused of serial rape, aided by members of this committee. If this process were conducted in good faith, Miguel Estrada and Janice Rogers Brown might well be on the Supreme Court today, but their opponents lied and bullied rather than accepted principled minority judges. We've gotten so used to this kind of bullying that 2 years ago, the current Senate Majority Leader stood on the steps of the United States Capitol and screamed threats against 2 sitting justices of the Supreme Court that they would, quote, reap the whirlwind if they ruled in a way that didn't align with Chuck Schumer's political preferences.
What could make you happier than this ad being over? Your experience selling your car at Echo Park Automotive.
Shouldn't happen.
So Pal's live, you guys. Pal is live. This just started. This just started. Breaking news. Pal is live. This just started. This is what we were waiting on this morning.
The risk is rising that an extended period of high inflation.
Pal just started speaking, huh?
Expectations uncomfortably higher.
Okay, I got you. Sit down. Go sit down. Pal just started, you guys.
As I have described. To conclude,
About 20 minutes ago. About 20 minutes ago, this briefing just started. Let's tune in.
2 years ago,
So when the
more than
sell-off
20
occurred,
million
that was
people
20
were
minutes
being
ago. That's because Powell just
millions
said
were
what he
falling
said.
ill, and lives were being disrupted and destroyed.
There we have it. I was wondering what was going on. I was like, why is this selling so bad like this? Powell
Today, as
just
I've
started
discussed,
talking, you
the labor
guys.
market is very strong. But to end where I began, inflation is much too high. We have the necessary tools, and we will use them to restore price stability. Thank you.
Is he done? I think that's all he might want to be saying today. Oh, no, he about to sit down and start the
Chair
conversation.
Powell. I think if we were going
really
to shortcut
hear
the
what this
headline
is
to this,
saying.
I think this is Powell's "The Buck Stops Here" speech.
You need to turn that volume up.
So I'm going to dive right in. We're getting a number of questions, and so I guess I'll start with your comments about neutral policy,
Powell definitely just
and
did that.
obviously getting to neutral first.
I was like, why is it selling so
So,
good?
what does a neutral balance sheet look like?
Well, so we think of the equilibrium level of the balance sheet as driven by demand for our liabilities plus a buffer. That's the general idea. And liabilities are both currency and reserves and a number of other kinds of liabilities. These days, of course, we're in an ample reserves regime, which means that changes in the quantities of reserves will have no effect on interest rates that actually will be our administered rates that set policy. And so what that means effectively is an ample quantity of reserves plus a buffer plus the other liabilities. Now, as I mentioned, pardon me, we're a long way from that today. We were fairly close to that level before the pandemic set in, before we, bought quite a lot of assets. And I expect at a coming meeting that we'll begin the process of shrinking the balance sheet. And I said, broadly, that process should take around 3 years. We wouldn't get numerically back to the same level. We'll get roughly to the same level of GDP, I think. And of course, the details will be forthcoming as we get closer and closer to actually agreeing on those precise details.
So tangentially thinking then about demand for dollars, and looking at what's happened to money supply, obviously necessarily increased rather significantly in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, but now that increase has abated and is increasing at a slower pace. How do you view this within the
Spot
policy
coming down,
framework,
y'all.
and what do you do should
I don't think they liking
velocity
this.
begin to
Stock
rise?
coming down, 441. Stocks
We
pulling down
generally
here.
think of inflation these
They're
days
selling off,
over the last
guys.
few decades.
And they're selling
as,
off below the lower
as
band
mostly
here.
about the balance between supply and demand. There was a time in U.S.
Yeah, we're
history
selling off
when
below the
those
lower
two
band here,
cycles
you
were
guys.
well when
Market
money
is
quantities
coming
were
down here.
thought to
Powell
be
is live.
very important in determining output, determining inflation, and things like that. And it makes intuitive sense that would be the case. But close to 40 years ago, the velocity of money, which is the ratio of output to the quantity of money, stopped having any trend. It was really, there was no steady relationship there, which is the velocity was no longer constant. So we got away from that, and we look now to supply and demand. I mean, what seems to be causing the current inflation is things that happen, as I mentioned in my speech, that both the demand was strong, but also that it moved from services to a much more constrained goods sector. And then at the same time, the supply curve, if you will, for goods became essentially vertical in some goods. So, for example, when people wanted to buy a lot of cars, they're at home, they don't want to ride public transportation, they've got money on the balance sheet, they're not spending on trip, they want to buy cars. Ordinarily, the car manufacturers would say, this is great, let's make more cars. But you couldn't do that. Actually, car manufacturing declined lack of semiconductors. So that's really what is behind the story here. I don't say there's no role for monetary quantities. And in fact, I would say over time, there probably is a relationship there, but I don't think it's an important part of the story at this time.
Thank you. So let's let's talk a little bit about something you've underscored, that you underscored at the press conference on Wednesday, and you underscored in the speech today, which is the strength of the labor market. And I think a lot of us that are looking at the summary of economic projections and looking at the range of outcomes, doing our own forecasts, are concerned that we might see a higher unemployment rate before it falls to the 3.5% forecast. So one, do you see a direct path to 3.5%? And talk to us about how you see the evolution of labor markets in the face of getting to neutral.
Well, I guess where I would start is saying that having a strong labor market, as I mentioned in my remarks, is an important thing, and it's been a big focus, frankly, of my time in this job. In fact, some of you may remember I told a congressional committee a few years ago when unemployment was 3.6% that I didn't see any heat in the labor market because wages weren't moving up, and so this is something that I personally and my colleagues really want to get back to. The current labor market is though, as I mentioned, there's an imbalance between supply and demand. It is in so many respects, much tighter, much hotter than the labor market we had before the crisis. So we have to take that into account in setting policy. There's excess demand. So in principle, less accommodative monetary policy could reduce excess demand for labor and stabilize the unemployment rate while labor force participation moves up, supply moves up, and those are the kinds of things that could reduce pressure in the labor market and help to make sure that wages are wage increases are on a path that is sustainable, or consistent with 2% inflation. But that's our goal. As I mentioned, monetary policy is famously a blunt instrument. But we do place a high priority on a strong labor market. But ultimately, if you want a strong labor market, you have to have price stability. So we're very focused on restoring price stability and also fostering a strong labor market.
So, keeping on that thread, I think you aptly described the conditions that led to higher prices throughout the pandemic, right? We had a massive demand shock towards goods, growing at the first half of 2021 on an annualized basis of over 19%, compared to a normal rate of closer to 3%. And then, of course, we also had the supply constraints as a result of the pandemic. And so I would say that inflation seemed to be mostly demand pull, right? So even if we hadn't have had the pandemic, with that kind of surge in demand, we likely would have seen upward price pressures. But it seems to me the phase we're entering now is, as you mentioned, much more analogous to the 1970s when we had cost push inflation. And I wonder I want to get your thoughts on this, but one of the things I'm puzzling about is the extent of the elasticity of demand now that some of that fiscal stimulus has faded, that we are getting a little bit back to normal. And might we have a bit more price sensitivity in terms of the general public purchasing power than we did in 2021?
Interesting. So a few things to talk about there. So first of all, if you go back to a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, March of last year, when inflation arrived, it did not appear that this was the classic form of inflation where demand grows and grows and outstrips economic potential and the economy overheats and inflation moves up. Actually, the unemployment rate, I think, was 6% last March, something like that. And the labor force participation rate was a full percentage point below where it is now, and 2% where it was before the pandemic. So there appeared to be slack in the labor market. But there is a role for demand. And it is, as you mentioned, it is that demand moved into goods and away from services. It's also that demand was really strong. There was a very strong fiscal reaction. There was a very strong monetary policy reaction. Demand was really strong. Nobody should deny that. But you could not drop that amount of demand into any of our models and produce this kind of inflation without supply side constraints. And so that inflation was really a product of strong demand, particularly in goods meeting the constraints. So now, I guess what we're seeing now from Ukraine is really commodity related and supply chain related, and that is more like a classic supply shock, I suppose. And as I mentioned in my remarks, you would tend to want to look through that. I think we're going to be careful about that because inflation expectations are coexisting apparently with high inflation now, but we want to be very careful about moving expeditiously to get policy to where it needs to be. So I wouldn't say that we're comfortable at all with the typical sort of we'll just look through that approach.
So in that vein then, what would prevent you from doing a 50 basis point move in May?
What would prevent us?
Yeah.
Nothing. Executive summary. No, as I've said, that's not a decision that we've made. It's not a decision that we've made. What I've said is that if we think it's appropriate to raise 50 basis points at a meeting or meetings, we will do so. And I don't have a test here, but for what will trigger that. But it just is this. We have an expectation. The expectation going into this year was that we would basically see inflation peaking in the first quarter, then maybe leveling out, and then see a lot of progress in the second half. That story has already fallen apart to the extent it continues to fall apart. My colleagues and I may well reach the conclusion that we'll need to move more quickly, and if so, we'll do so.
So there are a number of questions about real rates, neutral rates, yield curve shape. So I guess one of them is, should the Fed be looking at should we be looking at nominal Fed funds or the real Fed funds rate? And what do you expect the real Fed funds rate to be given our current dynamics?
So of course it is real rates that matter in the end, and we're very focused on that. In fact, if you look at where rates are, even real rates for many SEP submissions, they are actually above the estimates of the neutral rate, but not. I admit that the ones for the whole committee are not there yet, but again, I would see it as a work in progress. Ultimately, I guess I would add though that many things other than monetary policy, some things other than monetary policy can work to reduce inflation, and I would point to a slowing in growth from the reopening of the economy, where we had very fast growth. I would point to the waning fiscal policy. I would point still to the possibility of supply side. We are beginning to see some, for example, in the vehicle sector, there is some evidence of progress on supply chains. So all of those things can help, and so it's not necessary for monetary policy to do 100% of the work. But as I mentioned in my remarks, we are not conducting policy now in the expectation that we will see significant near-term progress. We're going to be looking for actual progress at this point.
And that's an important distinction. So there are a number of questions about stagflation, which we all know is high unemployment and high inflation. That is, I think, not the situation we have now, even though people have bandied that word about. And I guess my question centers more around, we had come to believe that the bigger boogeyman was deflation or disinflation. And that, of course, was informed by nearly 40 years of inflation falling and interest rates, nominal rates falling. And were we maybe a little bit too quick to declare victory over inflation? And do you still think the prevailing wisdom, certainly in the halls of the Fed, is that disinflation, deflation is the bigger boogeyman, or is inflation the boogeyman that has come back and is the bigger boogeyman?
So, all right. So clearly, for the last quarter century, we've had a perfect storm of disinflationary forces. Really, demographics, globalization, technology, all came together to create disinflationary forces. Now, it's been argued that there's a number of books that argue that process is over and that we're going to go into a higher inflationary situation. I hadn't found that argument persuasive before the pandemic, and so the question is, we've now had, since that old regime, what's happened is we had a pandemic, we had very historically strong policy support from fiscal policy and monetary policy, and now we have a war that is generating untold, really uncertain economic constraints. And the question is, as we come out the other side of that, it's a really good question. The question is, what will be the nature of that economy? Are we going to go back to slower growth, low productivity, aging population, globalization to some extent still intact, or are we going to go back to a more segmented global economy where the effects of globalization on anyone's ability to raise the price of anything are diminished? And I guess it's really hard to say, but I don't think no one is sitting around at the Fed or anywhere else that I know of just waiting for the old regime to come back. I think people fully appreciate the situation that we're in. It's a series of shocks and events that have happened, and we have a job to do, and we're very focused on doing that job.
So speaking of shocks and events, in my new role as Global Head of Strategy and ESG, I'm thinking a lot about the impact of this transition to net zero and what it's likely to do to the price environment, right? And so here I'm thinking of there are likely to be, I would expect, a number of shocks on our way to net zero in terms of lumpy policy implementation, uneven global policy implementation, of things like what happened in China with energy prices or what happened in Europe with natural gas. Concurrently, we are also likely to see a lot or a growing number of asymmetric, idiosyncratic shocks in terms of climate events that put upward pressure on prices sporadically. And I'm just wondering, what is the way that monetary policy might respond to a growing persistence of shocks? And what is, how is the Fed thinking about the possibility of this occurring?
I think in the short term,
on the spot, you guys.
Very short term. We're not really thinking of those as things that play into policy today. We, of course, are spending time thinking about how both physical risk and transition risk will play into the economy, into the financial system, into financial institutions, business models, and the safety and soundness of all those sorts of things.
4093, new low.
But I guess I would say, though, that there should be a connection to relative price changes, right? So policy could favor different industries, different sectors, different regions over other ones. And by the way, those are not questions at all for the Fed, in my view. Those are questions for elected representatives, but that could happen. But those are really more relative price changes. Inflation is ultimately a monetary phenomenon, and it isn't clear to me at this point that there should be or would be inflationary effects as opposed to relative price changes, for example, between carbon-intensive activities and non-carbon intensive activities.
Thank you. So I have a number of questions here that you're unlikely to answer. What ability do you put on the likelihood of the U.S. economy experiencing a recession as a result of the current economic challenges faced by the United States? And you went into a number of them, obviously the war in Ukraine.
So I don't see a reason to think that the likelihood of a recession, let's say in the next year, is elevated. And the main reason I don't see that is just that the economy is very, very strong. And I would point to growth, which is still by most forecasters reckoning at or above potential growth. I would also point to the labor market. If you look at the job creation we've had, it's been remarkable. And it has kept going. You mentioned boogieing. I would say that it did that right through the Omicron wave. So it's a strong economy, and I do think that, and I think it's an economy that can handle less accommodative monetary policy.
So we have a couple of questions here that throw cold water on JOLTS. I happen to know from our prep call that you are looking at more than just JOLTS. So if you could, the job openings, yeah. So things, I mean, look at the St. Louis Fed Labor Market Conditions Index really suggests an unemployment rate closer to 3%. So if you could, I know you've talked about it extensively, but since there's still questions, just go into a little more detail on the tightness in the labor market that you're seeing and some of the indicators you're looking at.
Sure. So if you look at, anyone can pick a fight with any of these, but basically though, quits and job openings, quits in particular, and I think as well in some research, the ratio of job openings to job vacancies and wages, of course, they tell a story that is really different from the unemployment. The unemployment rate story at 3.8% it's the outlier in a way, because we had 3.5% unemployment for a long time with very low inflation. So I think the signals that are coming from that broader set of indicators all say that this is a labor market that is out of balance, that really has an excess of demand over supply. That chart that I showed shows that employment plus vacancies is like 5 million jobs higher than the labor force at this time. So that's why you're seeing, widespread reports of job shortages. Surveys are in record territory of that nature, and of course wages are at 40-year highs. So all of those things, it seems to me, point to just a labor market that is, in a sense, it's a great labor market. It's great for workers, but we need the labor market to be sustainably tight, meaning it has to be tight in a way that's consistent with 2% inflation over time. And there's good reason to think that this labor market would be at a more sustainable level if some of those indicators, if demand could be brought back in line with supply.
So I think many people in this room are familiar with the interesting work done by Jordan Singh out of the San Francisco Fed early on in the pandemic, which looked at pandemics throughout history. And I would say at a high level, there's sort of two stylized findings. One is that wages tended to go up, in part because we lost labor in pandemics. And second of all, CapEx tended to fall after pandemics. And here in this, and obviously those previous pandemics, we did not have modern monetary policy, modern fiscal policy. We did not have the institutions that we currently have in the form that we have them. So we've seen a little bit of a different dynamic in terms of CapEx, a somewhat similar dynamic in terms of labor. And I guess my question is, how is the Fed factoring in the trajectory, the likely trajectory of capital expenditure and the likely trajectory of productivity? We had a bit of a productivity surge. And do you think it's possible that we could defy history in the aftermath of this pandemic with regard to CapEx and productivity?
I wouldn't say it's not possible. It's certainly possible. I think productivity in a world where little of what we work on is easily forecastable, little if anything, productivity is just not forecastable with confidence. So it just happens when it wants to happen. And of course, we all wish for more productivity, and it's great to see higher productivity, but the forecasters, and we're no different, tend to assume that whatever level of productivity you're at will migrate back to the longer-term trend over time. And longer-term trend is what, 1.5% or something like that. So that's what most forecasts are made of. You can certainly make a case if you want to that with the labor shortage there'll be a lot of investment, and the business will have to get done, and there will be investment in automation to replace human labor or to complement human labor. And all of that is a great story, and it may I do think that will happen in the service industries, because ultimately the service industries, the public-facing service industries, will go back to their full output, probably with fewer people. So you may well have productivity again, which would be great, and that would make these these high wage increases that we're seeing more sustainable.
should have been looking at.
So
It's
here
some
are
credit
a couple of
scores.
questions
Should've took
regarding
it, too, 'cause they was
target,
coming to get
long-term
you, too.
inflation target. And one questioner asked, would it make sense to shift the long-term target to 3% to assist with the soft
Only thing you
landing
can do
and
now
allow
is
for
hold
higher
by the end of
nominal
the week.
rates and a more
Got
normalized
you kind of
policy in
corner
the
track.
long run?
Because you know it's still a
No,
good play,
that's
but at
not
the same
something to look
time,
at.
they done grip through all your stop
I
losses.
think,
All your stop losses, they done went through. But it's like at the same time, I'm not seeing
Okay.
it flesh no farther in the overall market, so it's kind of like they bouncing off
So
support. Hopefully they might get
there's
back
a
up there.
question here about financial
They got a stock
conditions
split going
and
on,
credit
so you can't
spreads,
really
which
worry about
obviously
anything.
we've already
They can do
seen,
whatever they
as
want
you
to do.
mentioned in your remarks,
As
the
you can
tightening
see,
of financial
before they announced the stock
conditions.
split, what?
Um,
When they announced it after hours, it was
and
up
how
$200.
specifically is
So you
that
see
they're
what I'm saying?
thinking
They
about
can,
financial
they can have any
conditions
type of
going
news
forward,
throughout
especially
the week that's just
considering
gonna
some of the anomalies
move
we're
them
likely
up.
to
They ain't had no
experience as a result of
technical
the Ukraine
green
war?
day yet. This
We
is
look at
like
a
a
broad
credit spread
range of
day.
financial
Let's say
conditions,
green and
not
red.
not
It's
any
like
one thing.
solid color day.
It's rates, it's
You don't know which way it's really going
P
yet. By the end of the week,
multiples,
still,
it's
you don't know.
credit spreads,
But they
it's
did clap you up.
prices and risk spreads of
You
all
brought it
kinds.
up
So we look at a
high.
broad
You
range
didn't
of
sell
financial
it at the
conditions.
high.
You know, there are countless financial conditions indexes. We look at all of them
You brought it on
and
this
try to make
green
an
line
assessment
right
of whether of how tight
Right, and
financial
that's why I
conditions
was
are,
saying
how
when they
loose
got
financial
here, we
conditions
should
are.
have been out.
And you know, we've seen
Because it was,
really
that was the
since
top for the day.
late last year.
Now
We've
say it,
seen
that's what I'm saying.
the market pricing in a number of rate increases. We've seen financial conditions
It's
tighten.
dependent
We've
on your
seen,
timing. How you
particularly in fixed income, you've seen longer sovereign rates move up in the United States very substantially, and across the yield curve. So,
It's just
you know,
like I
and
said,
that's
you just gotta
our
wait.
policy obviously works through
They
financial
traded
conditions.
obviously, they traded
We
for a
want
loss.
to get back to a place that's away from the highly accommodative conditions that were put in place at the acute phase of the
They
pandemic.
got a chance.
And we
I
want to
mean, the
get
only
those
way you
conditions.
really would stop it at this point if it
So
if it
we
breaks
have
below
a question
32,
here about,
if it breaks below
basically I'll call it the how much pain is the
31,
Fed
I
willing
would
to
really
take
say about
question?
31.80 at this point. If it breaks below
So if the
31.80,
economy
you gotta
enters
stop it.
recession,
They
but
about to chew
inflation
that shit
remains
up. It's
stubbornly
going down.
high, are you willing to maintain tight
Back tested
policy
at that
and
point.
exacerbate or prolong a
That's why.
downturn to achieve price stability?
First of all, let me say that we don't think about the pain that the Fed is taking. We
Fair
think
enough.
about the public. And again, I'll just say we're very committed to restoring really price stability, and that is the thing that makes us able to pursue a strong labor market in the face of a strong downturn. You know, the world we've been in for 25 years was one
I
where
flipped the
you
market
could
though.
really
He did it.
go hard to
It was
support the
going good. The
economy
confirmation here.
when it weakened, because you knew that inflation
he
expectations were
started
anchored,
talking and
and you
it
knew that
tanked.
inflation would stay under control.
And it's still
For the
going
first
on.
time in a very long time, we have high inflation, and we know that we need to restore that. We really do, and so I don't see in the medium term, I don't see a conflict.
And conservative. You are a consensus builder to share their perspectives, challenge their views, and shape the court's direction for the better. With the personal and professional diversity you bring, you will expand the experience and knowledge of the Supreme Court, and the decisions the court makes will be better as a result. Before I end, I also wanted to mention I was so glad to hear you reference Constance Baker Motley during your introductory press conference at the White House. Constance Baker Motley was an icon of the civil rights movement. As a lawyer for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, she helped craft the argument in Brown v. Board of Education that finally put an end to separate but equal. She was the first Black woman to argue before the Supreme Court, ultimately arguing 10 cases before the court and winning 9, including the case that allowed James Meredith to enroll at the University of Mississippi. She became the first Black woman appointed as a federal judge, serving on the Southern District of New York for 20 years. And in a world free from discrimination, she may have been the first Black woman to sit on the Supreme Court some 50 years ago. As you said at your press conference, you stand on Judge Motley's shoulders. I have no doubt there will be a generation of young girls who will stand on yours. I also have no doubt that you will respond forcefully to some of the allegations that have been lodged against you, Judge Jackson. I congratulate you and your family on this historic nomination. I look forward to hearing from you this week. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Now we're going to break and return at 2:05 when you will hear this, and we're back in business. In the meantime, thank my colleagues, and I particularly thank the judge for her patience.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So you heard it. They'll be back at about 2:05. They're going to take a quick break. She hasn't said nothing for the whole confirmation hearing. I ain't heard her say one word. So she still got to speak, I think. I would assume. So just have some patience, you guys. Things sell off. Obviously, things get brought up. That's called volatility. That's called the market condition. That's called business here. You need to stay calm here. The VIX is going up, though. So you do need to stay calm and cautious at the same time. The VIX is at $24.96 here. So that caused the pullback, you guys. They're almost at $25 on the VIX. So volatility is going up here. The SPY is coming down here. But the SPY had to come down because the VIX was going up. Peep the reversal here. And like I said, peep the lunch break that they're about to take. Obviously, their lunch is a little delayed here. This is probably the little bit of some other majority people in Wall Street that their lunch is about to be taken too as well. So you got to understand that. Like, you got the first half of the people, then you got the second half of Wall Street people in there. Now they're about to take lunch, so they got to eat as well. But he said that they'll be back at 2:05. It is 1:32 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Powell is live right now. We're about to tune into him. As of right now, Powell said inflation is much too high, and the Fed will take necessary steps to address. So as he said that about an hour ago, that tanked the market. You guys, the market is in the red now. The Dow's down 1% here. The S&P 500 is down about 58%. The NASDAQ is down about 1.18%. The Russell 2000 is even down 1.22%. And you have the VIX up about 3%. So we're looking at a bear market right now. The bears have momentum here. We are like, man, they're fighting, man. They're fighting bad. We're out the woods, but we're in the woods. Just like we're borderline here, you guys. We're out in the woods right now. But they're borderline fighting here. So if it was a borderline situation or a border situation, I would say we're at the point where the United States and Mexico is crossing here. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But the SPY is bouncing up here off of 440, so it's back at 442, still in the lower band, but trying to reach back inside the channel here. That would put it right back above 443. If so, Microsoft's bouncing off 294, trying to bounce back into the channel here as well. Everything is triple Qs is coming back into the channel. We're seeing the VIX small pullback here from their recent top. So let's tune back into Powell here. We're going to get back to Brown-Jackson confirmation hearing. Coverage of the Senate hearings. It's going to resume shortly here, ladies and gentlemen. About 2:05, they'll be back. 2:05 p.m., they'll be back with that. But we're going to tune into Powell right now because he's live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what Powell got to say. He already done pulled the market back down to where it was this morning, a little lower. So let's see what's going on. Let's see if inflation is like he's saying here, if they're going to address it. If they address it like he's saying, they should be able to put the money back as they just took out here. So let's see if that's going to happen. If they can find some buyers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune into Powell here. He's about to go live. If not, the market will continue to sell if they don't find any buyers. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it looks like, Powell's done. Actually, that's over with, you guys. Sorry. So just realized that I was wondering what was going on. Powell's done here. Powell's done talking. They're on lunch here. So nothing's going on here. So we're going to take a quick break here with LCAOD to see if we can find any more briefings. I think the Secretary of State, Jen, Secretary Jen is going to be speaking here shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But everybody's on break right now. So stay cautious, you guys. Like I said, Powell did pull the market down. The hearing confirmation was pushing the market up. And now Powell pulled it down. So now everybody's back in what the freak situation here. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are down here today. The market is Bears right now. The Bears have momentum. Just stay cautious though. Not seeing the dip getting brought anymore, so that's why I'm saying Bears definitely got momentum. So stay really, really cautious, you guys. We're gonna be right back. Head to the money.
I'm gonna try to make it. 25 acre Dutchies, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Please stop all the faking. You know that I'm trying to make it. You know, you'll never take it. I'm headed to the money, though. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah, I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. To the money, though. Headed to the paper route. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, the paper route is gonna take me out. Yeah, take me out the hood. Have me eating good. Yeah, I wish you would. Try to take my meal. Try to take my paper. Come out of the ground like I am an undertaker. Yeah, my nigga, no, I'm never faking. Yeah, I sing too. Yeah, I ain't just draking. Yeah. No, I'm never faking, yeah. Run up on me, you mistaken, yeah. Yeah, what you taking? No, I'm never faking. Yeah, I'm with the crew, doing what I do. Yeah, I'm on that earth. Yeah, I'm smoking true. Yeah, I'm in the crew, doing what we do. Yeah, no love, yeah, to you. Ooh. Cause you know I'm gon' make it. No, you not gon' take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah, I'm headed to the money. Don't look at me funny, leave your brains looking runny. Sunny side up, yeah, I'm on that lean, yeah, you know I'm double cut. Yeah, I got the green, yeah, you know I'm rolling. Yeah, you know I'm smoking. Smoking on that herb. Yeah, I roll that gas, yeah, I'm smoking on that perp. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. You know I'm trying to make it. And you will never take it. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. Snap back for you get fitted. Yeah, boy, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm tryna make it out. Tryna make it out. Yeah, I'm 22, but you not gonna take me out. Yeah. You not gonna take me out. Yeah. You not gonna take me out. Yeah. Because they've been buying the dip up until he did that.
Think about it. Think about it. Until he talks. You know what I'm saying?
I'm texting a thought right now, nigga. I'm in the studio, man. Be patient. You know what I'm saying?
Probeats Productions.
Digging her down while I'm grabbing her head and I'm pulling it right now. Hitting it from the back. She like it like that. She like it like that. She telling her man she gone for the night. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. Giving me top, straight off the top. Damn. I love that shit, nigga. It excites me, bitch.
Probeats Productions.
Good water. Hella wet. Mouth cold. All she make me think about is when I get home. Is you home alone? Can I come over? Fuck in the shower, ayy. Hit you on the couch, yeah. Hit you in the room, yeah. Nut on the pillow, damn. I left him right there. Hey, now my kids is laughing right on your face. Ooh, I just hit it today. Ooh, I just hit it today. Picked up a new pack yesterday. Ayy, smoked a eighth with her. Now I can't leave her alone. Head is a babysitter. Damn. Hold up. Stop. Don't think I'm slipping in here. I got that rocket in my sock. Ooh, kick the door if you want to. I might have to squeeze on you niggas. Ooh, ooh, here it is. Who is you? Lay it down, money in your pockets now. Bands on me like I got a lot of bands. Bands on me cause I keep a lot of bands. Mad up, nigga, what is you saying? Your girl over there screaming right now. I just whacked some nigga, he know it. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Pull off, that's another jewel. Just hit my side hole up in Charlotte. Told me to come through right after I leave over whatchamacallit. On a highway 85, smoking on good threats. I just got a new pack. I just got a new pack. Don't forget that. Pull up on my mama. Ooh, she like it like that. Hair long, I like it like that. Red bone, I like them like that. Yeah, and she naked. Water dripping all over her body. No lotion, just straight hydraulic pumping up in her stomach. Up in her stomach. No cartoons, little nigga. I'm up in her stomach. She all open, soaking wet, water dripping. Damn, she wet. Fuck her good, cause you know she the best. Cause I love her.
Yeah. Get it. Big money. Hey.
No love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the top of Ed Will. Shoot the top of Ed Will. Hey, no love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the top of Ed Will. Shoot the top of Ed Will. Hey, young nigga, smoking Cali bud, counting Cali money. You niggas know what's up. Since the youngin', tell them pull up at the Wendy's. In the back, I show you Grammys. Then I'm driving off in Granny's whip. Hey, still rolling up. Hey, I still know some plugs. You can get what you want, just come and start with us. I feel everything that I drop on this beat. Smoking good weed. I already told you that. Come pull up in the 4, I'll show you where that dope be at. We smoking good threats. Ain't no love for the plug, he can't get nothing back. Hey, ain't no love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young niggas keep the steel, shoot that chopper at will. Shoot that chopper at will. No love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga keep it still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will.
Yeah. Shoot the top at will. Shoot the top at will. Yes, I will. If you try me, fulfill that steel. That's better. You don't want that. But I'm peace like meta. So I fall back on everything though. I got a letter in me. Yeah, that means you cannot reach when it beats. Hey, that means that I'm on the beat. And you better hear me listen, cause I'm spiritually. Hey, yeah, got the choppers at will, cause Trump put us in this situation, yeah, he put us all here. Hey, it's the law and that's facts, hey, so better watch what you say, hey, yeah, some on this shit, yeah, like this, nigga try this, yeah, be real, represent, and never ever switch. Young niggas still getting paid. Young niggas still getting laid like Frito-Lay. Them chips made. I don't care about what they say. I don't care about what they say. Talking down on my damn grave and I ain't even there yet. I ain't even there yet. God got me. I'm going to heaven.
Damn, Disney getting crap 138.
Hey, I'm with JoJo off the doja, chopper saying like Billy Ocean. In the streets just like an ocean. I'm a shark, gotta watch my motion. And I hit it in slow motion, and you know I'm fucking toting on the block with my motherfucking soldiers.
I'm on the block with the soldiers, on the block with the shooters. Boy, they told them big gun, they scared to use them.
I was savage blowing cabbage and he shooting like a maverick. Me and JoJo steady pacing like a Pacers. Like the Pacers, we gon' chase him, we gon' hit him with the laser. He gon' have to jaw down and erase him.
Glock 23 with the laser, boy, I ain't gon' miss you, but you know that shit is gon' fucking take me.
I smoke gas that smell like piss. When I see the bitch I diss, I don't really got time to taste it. But if you see, I'ma take it with these bands. I make it turn the thigh into a model. I bake it. He gon' bake it, he gon' shake it. I had a little cut come through and fucking take it. He gon' take it, got that clicker. I send you to your motherfucking maker.
Good gas, good lean, nigga roll good, big bad bitch, fat ass, and she like to lick the team.
She can't roll with the team unless she toting on the beam. And I got a bad bitch for the team. Pass it off like Elliot, who store it up and he gon' hoop. Swear to God on truth. When I shoot, you gon' shoot. We gon' lace you like a boot. You already know how we fucking do.
How we do what we do, Magic Gang, we the crew. Got your boo, and she rolling on that boo, hey. Yeah, my niggas, we got lean in the cuts, hey. Dirty up, double cut, nigga, what the fuck? Like fuck is up, if you wanna bust, I don't discuss. Just up and bust.
We up them posts, underlay, let's go. Got shooters up the road, my niggas, they gon' score. Hey, and that's for sure, and that's on bro. I gotta take care of the fam, gotta get it how I go. Gotta get it how I go, get street, them the bros. So you know I'm coolin' with my fucking loads. Major gang, that's for sure. We gon' send them at your nose, you talking slick. We gon' send them at your throat. Gang.
What I can say right now for y'all Bulls, because y'all got called, so y'all obviously Bulls right now. Y'all holding up very well up in the air. Like I'm seeing the support in the air. I'm not seeing it flush back down to the lows of last week, but it is getting scary because they keep testing y'all down there. So it's like the neutral part can see it can't go low for y'all right now. I do see y'all holding strong.
Oh yeah, Margin. This the one right here.
So y'all really consolidated. So y'all really still might end up getting what y'all expected. This shit continue to hold up. Trust and
I'm good. Now that's a wave of destruction that's easy on the eye.
I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I'ma go hard. 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 I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas.
I cannot fool with you snake niggas, y'all be asking for handouts. It ain't no handouts in this game, you will get blammed down. Use a clown if you think my pockets ain't sound. Use a clown if you think my money ain't going around. Ferris wheel, I got the deals, I got the Zans, I got the pills. What you wanna do? Don't squeal. If you squeal, you know the drill. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. You bitches hating like niggas. You niggas is acting like bitches. That's why I cannot fuck with fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. Cause y'all ain't getting no money. Niggas ain't getting no money. Walk around looking like dummies. Still walking. My money talking. My pistol sparking. The ladder's balking. What you wanna do? What you wanna say? What you wish for? I don't give a fuck about your flagging, boy. You get popped just for trying to flag it to him. I cannot fuck with you fuck niggas. I cannot fuck with you fries. I cannot fuck with you guys. You still using iPods. Upgrade your podcast. I am not gonna tell you no more. I ain't gonna tell you again. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I'ma go harder. I'ma go harder. Duck like Vince Carter. Cut you like a barber. You niggas is barbecue. Cause y'all ain't sauced up. Y'all ain't sauced up. You go harder. I'ma go harder. Let it go harder. Chest go harder. Spizzy go harder.
Everybody. So nice dope.
What's that niggas talking about the game? What's You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. You wrote it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I told it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. And you told it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I stole it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch. People talking to them bitches. They ain't know with them hoes. You ain't getting no digits. I'm out here in the trenches. Chopping up with the niggas. I'm moving all the beats. I know how I'm living. You can tell me I ain't getting it. I've been doing this every year. You don't see my money here. You don't see my money. I'm switching up cars every year. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck they wanna talk about? What? What's up, nigga? I got the 32. Nigga, I ain't no snitch. You a bitch. Your bitch snitch. Don't be damn set me up. Got me in the fucking shit. Now I wanna fucking kill a bitch. I don't wanna kill a dog. I just wanna say I don't even love the bitch. She love my dick, but she just love my dick. So she got addicted and she got a trip out. So I told the bitch take another route. Cause she a snitch. And I know it. You a bitch. And I know it. You a bitch. And I know it. You a snitch. And I know it. You a snitch. And I know it. You a bitch. And I know it. You a snitch. And I know it. You a bitch. And I know it.
Yeah. Who a snitch? Not me. Who
a bitch. Not me, but I seen you on that paperwork, and I seen you telling niggas about that paperwork, and then you turned around and then you told on me, Oh, homie, what you gave me was old, homie. Don't act like you ain't old, homie. Slay me, and I spray me. Nah, come and spray me. Shoot your shot. This ain't raid, roach. I smoke your ass, roach your ass, put you out, then roll your ass, then mow the grass, then hold it last. Yeah, one rack shit. I'm just looking for a one rack bitch that ain't snitching. Like that nigga bitch. Got a name on my paperwork, like a Lynn Trail. Type of shit is that? Send that bitch to hell. Oh snitch, fucking bitch. Got that 30 on my hip, and I'ma hit at that bitch. And if you run up, I'ma punch your ass with that dick on that stick. Yeah, that 30 is gon' hit on your shit.
Fuck niggas be hating though.
Little
Man.
bitch.
I got the hottest music in the bed, man. That's facts. Oh, whoever Leonard P is, he must be the hottest. Ladies and gentlemen, the market is bouncing off the bottom here right now. We are back from the break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. That hearing is about to resume here shortly. The confirmation hearing for Judge Brown Jackson. She still ain't said a word though. All she was doing was just listening to her colleagues just talk the positive and negative. And they still got more to tell her, so keep that in mind. That's going to move the market here again when that starts back up. It's about to be 2 p.m. We got 2 more hours left here today, ladies and gentlemen. What I need you to do is give yourself a pat on the back. If you woke up this morning on time and you made some entries and some exits on time, ladies and gentlemen, can I get on? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do want you to give yourself a pat on the back right now. If you're just not doing anything and you're learning here on... There ain't nothing wrong with either one of those, ladies and gentlemen. There ain't nothing wrong with either one of those. You feel what I'm saying here? Patience pays, you guys. Right now, it's nothing really to be doing. Everybody chilling out. People eating their food still. The sun is out. Birds chirping. Kids outside playing. It's a bunch of this positive energy, positive vibes right now, man. I'm not seeing the market flush here, but I am seeing a lot of dips. A lot of dips and a lot of buying opportunities here. I'm not seeing it flush, you guys, so that's not confirming to me that we're back bearish here. Yeah, the bears, they got a slight bit of momentum right now, but they're slipping here, so keep that in mind here. They're gonna have to take it back down if they're gonna want to keep this momentum here. The bears, of course. If not, they're gonna be giving it right back to the bulls here if the spot break above 442.50 here and holds. But if not, ladies and gentlemen, the bears will continue to hold the momentum right now. So that's all we're looking at here. The VIX is probably like in the middle here. Either way it can go. It's about $24.70. So if it spikes back up to about 25 here, stocks will pull back. If the VIX go down to about 24 low, maybe $23, you'll see stocks go back up here. So that's what we're just kind of waiting on right now, ladies and gentlemen. You want to stay calm, cool, and collect here, and just have some patience. You know what I'm saying? Have some patience. Let the companies do what they want to do. Of course, people are going to buy these companies' stock. They do it every day, you guys. Look at the history here. Look at your research here. Overall, the market long term, it always goes up. That's why they say get you a long term here. You shouldn't really be in the short term traffic. And if you are, just be quick and be hesitant and be cautious and be mindful and respectful of what's happening. You really can't be down if you get down. You can't really be too excited if you get up. You want to stay humble and neutral at all times, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you make money in this market, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. Can I get on? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The live stream is lit here today, ladies and gentlemen. Amazon's picking back up, 32.20 here. So you see patience pays here. Spot's picking back up here. I'm seeing Microsoft get back here in the channel here, almost back at 297. Looking really good off the official bounce here. So I'm seeing we got two lows here today so far here. We want to see if this low is going to bounce back to the higher high here from earlier this morning before Powell showed his face and started bringing negative Nancy here into the news. But ladies and gentlemen, we are sitting here waiting on Judge Brown Jackson here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just waiting on that. That's about to start back in about 4 minutes here. So we're going to continue to play some music here. When we see them back on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, we're back live with them. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. All the indices are currently right now still in the red due to Powell's little mix up there. Dow is down about 95%. S&P 500 is down about 53%. The NASDAQ is still down 1% here. The Russell 2000 is down 1.34%. The VIX is still up about 3.18%. So, yeah, again, Powell said inflation is much too high and the Fed will take necessary steps to address. So that shook the market up, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to tune back into this Supreme Court briefing here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to play a song here before we see them walk to the podium. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Stay calm, stay patient. Remember, patience pays, patience pays. On the phone right now, Jay.
Yeah. I already know what the fuck going on. Had to get on here, goddamn, talk my shit a little bit. You feel me? Yeah. Pulled up in a new whip. Big bass, take a little shit. Nigga feel away, they ain't feeling this. Green River, have killing shit. You know, whole week, couldn't take a stick. Give me back my nigga, bitch. We swapping hoes like chump change. Access don't like to be touched, man. Feeling on his dick through his bum maze. Ask me if you wanna be my star player. Shoot my shot like Stephen Curry. Little touchy, I ain't got no words. I am not a human being. Rock ship tied to a limousine. No, I don't gotta be on everything. Nigga hate me, but I don't feel the same. Finna take off, no Migos. All bitches sound like Debo. Coming at your neck like Steve-O. What they mad at me for? It's cause I flow like a river. Cause my pussy wet, it's a dripper. Maybe cause I call all the shots. Niggas ain't running they block. It's time I'm hot and they not. Like I'm straight out of pot. Nigga wanna fuck with my rock. Oh, I ain't knocking on socks. Nigga wanna fuck, is you loyal? I'm a brat and I like to be spoiled. Tell him take off that rap trick. Put on my new shit. Hit a bitch only 4 times. And I cut ties. Ride around with like 4 knots. They plot on my shine. Let a nigga fuck up 4 times. Then he ain't mine. Tell that hoe, put it 4 times. Put it 4 times. Hit a bitch only 4 times. Then I cut ties. Ride around with like 4 knots. They plot on my shine. Let a nigga fuck up 4 times. Then he ain't mine. From the 4, put it 4 times. Put it 4 times. Running back like a highlight. Smoking Miller to the highlight. He got bread, but ain't my type. Ain't no bird, we can't take flight. Man, I got so high last night. Swear that I remember my past life. Big white bitch, so salt life. House on the beach, can't stop by. You can't sit with us, you ain't lit enough. Pull up Bentley truck, don't try your luck. Bitch, you will get struck. Gonna give you book, no karma. But I got them shooters, aim at trauma, dude, don't trust niggas. They gon' try to fool you. Switch up when that scripture, gon' flip that shit. Act like it was you. You know what to do, go take his shit. Call up all your niggas, pull up with them tricks. He don't be a dog, put him in the cage. Make him feel that pain. Fuck niggas, my heart in the grave. Bitch, I take your chain. Bitch, only 4 times, then I cut ties. Ride around with like 4 knots. They plot on my shine. Let a nigga fuck up 4 times. Then he ain't mine from the 4. Play this 4 times. Play this 4 times. Hit a bitch only 4 times. Then I cut ties. Ride around with like 4 knots. They plot on my shine. Fuck up 4 times. Then he ain't mine. Tell them hoes. Play this 4 times. Play this 4 times.
I got like 2 or 3 knots in my pockets, them hundreds and 20s can't fit in my wallet. Fans gon' hate cause they know I'm poppin', they mad in their hand cause they cannot stop it. Remember them days I was broke as a joke, now little nigga take on like a rocket, plug in the socket. I'ma call up in the scene, get shootin' like hard with rocket. Then I'm a dart, missing 2 tons in them fletches in case the little niggas ain't know. Came from the field, they finna load them skills, I swear I'ma chuck in the post. Catch I'ma go, Jacks be feelin' for cold, I swear they ain't low with the snow. Niggas should know, I ain't no junkie, if I catch her out, I'ma just blow. Nigga, I rip it, nigga try me, I'ma rip it. Body bag, I'ma zip it, Glock got a 10, chop gon' take off the spit it. I'ma just let it be spit. Come to the hood, they can't come to my hood. We try when we hit them with sticks. I got a dick. If you try me and get hit, they'll get back to the trench. Trying to get rich. Me and bro plotting on lists like Robin is all that we know. I gotta blow. Niggas ain't touching my flow. Diamonds on me and it's cold. Niggas be bold. Flex for money and heat. I up it and niggas get froze. Big 4-0. I get the clutch in the phone. Duck while I knock it for fro. Nigga who running. Niggas should know who running. Running this shit that ain't nothing. Fucking your bitch. Twist she in love with his dick. She loving his dick on her stomach. Pack on my plenty. We in a party with Glock. She tried. I promise I'm busting. Fucking be hunting. I was be talking too much. These niggas is really on nothing. I got the drop. I'ma pull up on their block. Running when they hit them shots. I know I like. And I done seen a whole bunch. Still gonna like punching the clock. Killing this shit. I'ma just throw it the beat. This rapping shit easy to me. Blowing these streets. But I still stay with the heat. Like D-Wade as a breeze. Say won't smoke. 3.5 in the wood. Going out watching them choke. They don't want smoke. You mad and I'm fucking this hoe. She put my dick in the throat. I do the most. Rocking this shit like a boat. I ain't had nothing but hope. But niggas should know. Bitch, I'm the hottest little nigga. I feel like I'm doper than coke. Bitch, I'ma make it. If I want it, I'ma take it. Think you tough, nigga, say it. Bitch, I'm not playing. I'll go Super Saiyan. Cook a nigga like some bacon. But I'm a man. Cause I'ma get to this cash while niggas still sit on their ass. I got the key. Tell the face move out the way. I'm cutting the snakes in the grass. I am on top. Watching these niggas run up. I promise I won't come to last. RP bro. Thinking about all of this shit. Leaving shit up in the past. It's on my mind. Now's my time to shine. I'm finna run up me a bag. Popping them tags. I'ma just do what I do. Trying to get shit I ain't had. Niggas is fast. Niggas is all on my dick like nigga. Why the fuck is fast? Gotta go get it. Nigga, I gotta go get it. I'm trying to pull up in the jag. Bitch, I go crazy. Swear I'm losing my mind like I popped a couple of Zans. Fuck it, I'm on it. Doing this shit for my mama. Big rats and quit band. Bitch. Hey, big two times. I know what the fuck going on. Y'all know who run it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live here. She's walking out now. We're about to get this coverage going back here live at Capitol Hill here. This is breaking news here. Judge Brown Jackson, the confirmation hearing is about to resume here. So hopefully this mic can push the market back up like it did when it first started there this morning. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see.
The Judiciary Committee will resume, and next up is the Senator from Arkansas, Senator Cotton, for opening statement.
I welcome Judge Jackson and her family, and I congratulate her on her nomination. This is an important occasion. The Biden administration is waging a war on the rule of law, the separation of powers, and the Constitution. The lawlessness of the administration highlights the importance of judges who faithfully apply the law. To understand the ongoing power grab, let's consider President Biden's failed nominee to lead the Departments of Justice, ATF. The man he nominated can only be described as an anti-gun zealot. Thanks to the courage of some of my Democratic colleagues, that nominee was withdrawn. But it's disturbing that the president was ever willing to nominate someone who planned to shred the Second Amendment and ban virtually every modern hunting rifle in America. Just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration tried to twist the authority of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, a relatively obscure agency designed to regulate things like ladder safety on construction sites, and use it as a weapon to force virtually every American to choose between getting vaccinated or losing their livelihood. Thankfully, the Supreme Court struck down that unlawful power grab. Or look at the southern border, where Joe Biden and his Secretary of Homeland Security steadfastly refused to enforce our laws. As a result, 2 million illegal aliens streamed across our borders just last year. And less than 6 months ago, the Attorney General of the United States, himself a former judge, ordered that federal prosecutors, the FBI, and even the National Security Division of the Department of Justice be mobilized against parents who dared question the entrenched teachers' unions who are poisoning their children with racist vitriol known as critical race theory. As Justice Scalia was fond of saying, every banana republic has a Bill of Rights, but it's nothing more than a parchment barrier without free and fair elections, without separated powers, without the rule of law, and without an independent judiciary to uphold it all. Perhaps recognizing what Justice Scalia meant, the progressive left is not just threatening the rights of Americans, but our very system of constitutional government. Those on the left, including some of my colleagues here in the Senate, including on this committee, want to pack the Supreme Court. I would hope that anyone nominated to the court would have no problem echoing the words of Justice Ginsburg and Justice Breyer. Both of these liberal lions have said that expanding the Supreme Court to achieve favored legal and political outcomes is a dangerous idea, and that the court should have 9 justices and no more.
But for some, political outcomes on the court are exactly their goal. The Democratic leader, Senator Schumer, stood on the steps of the Supreme Court almost exactly 2 years ago and yelled at specific justices, quote, "You have unleashed the whirlwind and you will pay the price," and added, quote, "You won't know what hits you if you go forward with these awful decisions," end quote. The Chief Justice rightly condemned these words. Again, I hope any nominee to the court would be comfortable condemning these words from Senator Schumer as well. The Supreme Court is not the only constitutional limit on power that the left would like to destroy. The Associate Attorney General of the United States has said that she believes that every single American, and every single institution in this country are inherently racist, and the very concepts of the rule of law and equal justice for all are actually, quote, code words. That's what she said, code words for some kind of twisted, secret racism. These threats to the rule of law are not merely theoretical. We are witnessing a breakdown of society. There are many Americans who no longer feel safe today. Parents are scared to walk down the streets that used to be free from crime. In 2020, anarchists, rioters, and left-wing street militias raged across the country, and murders increased at the fastest rate in history. And in the first year of the Biden administration, violent crime got even worse. It's no coincidence that this violence came as localities and states pushed to defund the police and reduce the punishment for criminals. Career criminals are committing violent crimes and going free under the guise of a supposedly more equitable justice system. And liberal judges who have more sympathy for the victimizers than for the victims are a big part of the problem. The Biden administration is committed to these soft-on-crime policies, like ending cash bail to create a catch-and-release system for violent criminals. Progressive Soros prosecutors who are supported by the Biden administration have nullified entire sections of law to destroy our criminal justice system from within. The consequences are obvious. Skyrocketing violent crime, emboldened gangs, and drug overdoses reaching numbers never before seen in American history. If Judge Jackson is confirmed, her decisions will have a direct impact on the safety of the American people. So we're going to look at her past decisions and her statements, because the best predictor of future performance is past performance. That brings us to today. We're asked to determine whether the president's nominee to the Supreme Court is able and willing to meet these vital challenges. I enjoyed meeting with Judge Jackson last week in my office. We had a good conversation, and over the next few days, I'll have many more questions. Let's be clear about this. The confirmation hearing is not a test of how well nominees can filibuster or how many questions they can avoid answering. It's true that there is a tradition of avoiding any stances on how one might rule in specific cases, if confirmed, and there's good reason for that. But that's not a license to refuse to discuss one's views of the law, how one would go about conducting legal interpretation, or one's philosophy as a judge. Judge Jackson isn't nominated to be a district judge or a circuit judge this time around, so it is not enough to say that she will approach things with integrity and fairness and faithfully apply precedents set by higher courts. Just as you wouldn't hire a teacher who refused to say anything about their teaching philosophy other than that they would look at the curriculum and appropriately teach the students, it's not enough to say only that one would look at the facts and arguments in the case and fairly apply the law. That wouldn't tell us anything about how one plans to do the job, how one interprets the law, how one understands our Constitution. It's no secret that I voted against Judge Jackson's nomination to the Circuit Court last year, but I want to give her the opportunity to show why I should vote for her this time. So I want to be clear about what would convince me to support any Supreme Court nominee. I'm looking for a justice who will uphold the Constitution, not use it to invent new so-called rights. I'm looking for a justice who understands that the Constitution means what it says and does not mean what it doesn't say. Someone who understands that it is not up to 9
unaccountable, unelected politicians in black robes decide some new evolving meaning of the Constitution based on public opinion polling or views of the legal elite. I'm looking for a justice who realizes that a so-called living Constitution really means that the Constitution is dead. Instead, we should have an enduring Constitution, as Justice Scalia contended. I'm looking for a justice who understands that there is a process for updating the Constitution, and that process is by amending the Constitution. I will not support anyone who seeks to rewrite the Constitution from the bench, rather than through our constitutional amendment process. I'm looking for a justice who understands that nobody is above the law and will not coddle criminals or put illegal aliens ahead of American citizens. I'm looking for a justice who will protect the right to life of innocent infants instead of caving to the abortion lobby, creating whole new swaths of law out of whole cloth. I'm looking for a justice who will make decisions based on the law, not based on their personal experiences or preferences, not on empathy, not on desired political outcomes, but on the law and the Constitution. If Judge Jackson is confirmed, her job will be simple: leave the legislating to Congress and to elected, accountable office holders in our states and our municipalities, zealously protect the separation of powers, and don't overturn laws unless they violate the Constitution. I look forward to these hearings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Booker of New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge, Your Honor, it's very good to see you. Forgive me, when you were in my office, you were focused on the hearings and a lot of the substance and had such great questions. I could not stop being just joyous that you were sitting in my office, and I couldn't stop bringing up to you the historical nature of this. Forgive me, I grew up in a small black church where I was taught to make a joyous noise unto the Lord. And this is not a normal day for America. We have never had this moment before. And I just want to talk about the joy. I know tomorrow and the coming hearings, we're going to have tough, hard questions. But please, let me just acknowledge the fact that this is not normal. It's never happened before. The Senate is poised right now to break another barrier. We are on the precipice of shattering another ceiling, another glass ceiling. It's a sign that we as a country are continuing to rise to our collective cherished highest ideals. I just feel this sense of overwhelming joy as I see you sitting there, as I see your family sitting behind you. You know, the greatness of America is that these imperfect geniuses at our founding founded a nation different than any before in human history. It wasn't because we all prayed the same or looked the same. They put forth in a constitution the best hopes for humanity. And the story of America, I think, is a testimony to this world of what diverse people can achieve. It's been said by so many of my colleagues about the fact that we have had 115 Supreme Court justices, and we shouldn't diminish the accomplishments of mostly these 108 white men. They were extraordinary patriots who helped shape this country. But now we are seeing, to the highest court in our land, a hopeful day like this. That so many of the people, so much of the rich talent of our nation, who could not scarcely ever dream of sitting on the Supreme Court, now we are showing that we will indeed go deep into the waters of our nation and pull forth the best talent. Extraordinary legal talent comes from all backgrounds. I know that in our nation, for the 200 plus years of our history, there have been extraordinarily talented black people, men and women, Muslim men and women from the founding of our nation. We've seen extraordinary indigenous men and women, all who probably could have added to the greatness of our courts, but they were denied that opportunity. I believe we say these words, justice for all, but there are many of people who feel those words have been diminished by the lack of representation, the lack of avenues for talented people to ascend to our courts. But fortunately, thanks to the sacrifices of all Americans, people on both sides of the political aisle, we have begun to see more and more diverse Americans slowly get on to our federal courts. My family celebrated that. I was born in 1969, the year that President Johnson nominated Thurgood Marshall, the first African American to serve on the Supreme Court. It shook the wonderful foundations of our nations, and he became a symbol to all of us, black and white, of what a Supreme Court justice can be. And then Ronald Reagan, 1981, roughly 200 plus years since the founding of our nation, put Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. That was not a normal moment. It was a moment to rejoice. And now we've seen President Obama put Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Hispanic, on the court. And what I'm seeing in this Congress, my colleagues and I, doing is we are opening the doors of diverse talent to our federal courts in ways we've never seen before. Think about this. President Biden has nominated the first ever Article III Muslim judge to our federal courts. He nominated the first openly LGBTQ woman to serve on our federal courts. He nominated Native American and Asian American candidates who have appeared before this committee, incredibly talented individuals worthy of their positions, now act in roles to the benefit of our whole nation. They herald the truth of who we are as a country, an inclusive, multicultural nation that shows the world the promise of a true democracy. In all, over 2/3 of the confirmed judges under the Biden administration have come from groups who historically have not been represented on our federal courts. So for those reasons and more, today to me is a day of joy. I cannot tell you how happy I am. Today, we should rejoice because President Biden nominated someone that we've heard to be the 116th Associate Judge of the Supreme Court, who is extraordinarily talented and who also happens to be a black woman. Something we've never seen before. Judge Jackson's nomination breaks an artificially confining mold of our past and opens up a more promising, potential-filled future for us all as Americans. It signals that this nation will draw more deeply from all of our talent and genius that will benefit all Americans. This is the America that most of our families speak of from all our diverse backgrounds, an America where anybody can achieve anything, not because of the color of their skin, but because of the content of their character. And God, I can't wait for America to find out more about your character. When the next generation behind us looks at the highest courts in the land, this ideal will be made more real in even just the faces of the nine. You bring this wealth of experience that's exciting to me. You've seen so many parts of our legal system. But I just want to talk about your role as a public defender because that too is unprecedented. I have a friend that just was at the prayer breakfast here in Congress, Brian Stevenson. He has this saying, he says, we have a justice system that treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. I'm not sure if most Americans know that 80% of those who go before our nation's criminal courts can't afford an attorney. To this end, a public defender should be looked at as one of the most honorable roles within our judicial system, and yet we have never had a public defender or anyone who served as a public defender on our highest court. And it, unfortunately, is very lacking amongst all federal judges. You wrote, Judge, that the role of the public defender made you a better judge. You said it gave you a chance to, quote, help people in need and to promote core constitutional values. Well, the Sixth Amendment right to the assistance of counsel is guaranteed regardless of wealth and despite the nature of the accusations. I honor that more than you know as someone who started in legal clinics at Yale. I had my empathy expanded. I had my understanding of the struggles of my fellow Americans in ways that shaped my entire professional career. I love the fact that you have been a bridge builder in so many ways. You have the support of Republican-appointed judges and Democratic-appointed judges. Heck, you were confirmed by the Senate in a bipartisan manner 3 times. I love the fact that you have the support of civil rights lawyers and our largest police organizations like the FOP. It is a testimony to what this nation needs more of. People that will find ways not to accentuate the lines that divide, but try to find more ties that bind us together. let me go one note more personal. Back to you sitting in my office. I can't tell you how before our meeting, how many people have reached out to me with very emotional moments. You know, my mom's Deltas. I heard from many Lynx sisters. I cannot tell you what it meant to me. So when you came to my office, rarely, I was a little kind of nervous even. And then you started talking about your family and your parents. I want to tell your parents, you and I have something in common. We're both around the same age. Both of our parents graduated from HBCUs. My dad, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown, is also an Eagle. He went to North Carolina Central just like you. And they came to DC. My mom worked in the DC public schools, Ms. Brown, just like you. And your story, the more you talked, Americans from all backgrounds know what it is to be estimated and looked down upon when they told you were too ambitious for wanting to go to Harvard. You were a mom that faced career challenges at your private law firm. How many women can relate to that? The more you spoke about your personal story, the more I know it is an American story that folks from all backgrounds can relate to. But there's something that really moved me. Behind you and your family is your daughter, Layla. And when she was 11 years old, I love this, she wrote a letter to President Obama urging him to nominate her mother, you, to the United States Supreme Court. Wow. And in that letter, her recommendation put forward that you, Judge Jackson, would be, quote, a great Supreme Court justice. I suspect after these proceedings, and please God, after your confirmation to the Supreme Court, something new will happen in America. That letter from your daughter will not be exceptional. Generations of little young girls and generations of little young boys, no matter who their parents are, will have the audacity to write the President of the United States, whether they're daughters of white parents or black parents or biracial parents or Muslim and Jewish parents, Sikh or Hindu parents. We're going to see a new generation of children talking about their mamas and daring to write to the President of the United States of America that my mom should be on the Supreme Court. Well, I want to tell your daughter right now that dream of hers is so close to being a reality, some tough days ahead, but I think it could happen. And your grandparents' generation, literally this week, back in 1965, when my parents were in Washington, D.C., in that week, there was a man named Martin Luther King who began on this day a march from Selma to Montgomery. And when he finally made it on the 25th of March, he talked to people who were losing faith in America, that we can be who we say we are. And he says, for those folks, how long will we have to wait? Not long, because the arc of the moral universe is long and it bends towards justice. Well, today, America is witnessing the literal bending of the arc and the conducting of one of the most sacred ideals of this country, justice for all. I think more people at the end of these hearings and after a Senate vote, more people will believe that we can be the nation we say we are when we put our hand on our heart. Indeed, I think you and your family are giving a lot more people faith that we will achieve a nation of liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Senator Kennedy of Louisiana.
We needed that, folks. Thanks. Yes, he did. He should. Numbers and charts don't lie, my friend.
Hello.
You were definitely
Hello, Judge.
before he started talking to us.
If you are a lawyer or an American, I guess it doesn't get any bigger or better than this. Congratulations.
You fucked it up and turned all that off. You gonna put my live stream on?
In addition to honoring the wonderful state of Minnesota, and unless you correct me, I am going to assume that your purple attire is also meant to honor LSU in my state. And if I squint real hard, I might call it Marion blue, the colors of my Southern University in Louisiana. I want to compliment you and the Biden White House for selecting Senator Doug Jones to advise you. Senator Jones knows the Senate, and the Senate knows Senator Jones. And we know him to be quite the intellect, but more important, we know him to be a person of good judgment and goodwill. And I'm glad that you've been listening to him. I hope we will be able to use this hearing today to talk about, if not implicitly, at least implicitly, two subjects. The first is the legitimacy of the United States Supreme Court. Where does the court get its legitimacy?
This guy's important right here. I know his voice.
What can we do to enhance it? Judicial legitimacy is important. I don't need to tell you that. I'm rather fond of the Constitution. I know you are too. When members of the United States Supreme Court interpret it, I want the American people to believe them. I want the American people to say, well, I may not agree, but the men and women who made that decision are intellectually honest and people of good faith. One of the primary roles of the United States Supreme Court is to uphold the rule of law. And sometimes justices have to uphold the rule of law when it's not popular. Sometimes justices have to uphold the rule of law when it's not popular with the majority of Americans. Boy, that's tough. It's also important. Sometimes, not generally, but sometimes the majority can mean that just all the fools are on the same side. And that's what the courts are for. And I'm rather fond of the Bill of Rights too, and I know you are as well. I've never believed that the Bill of Rights was there for the high school quarterback or the prom queen. They're covered by it. But the Bill of Rights is there to protect the rights of people who don't see the world exactly like everybody else, or who don't look exactly like everybody else. Now, unfortunately, through history, we have had people, some well-intentioned, who tried to delegitimize the Supreme Court. We had a president way back when who tried to impeach a Supreme Court justice. We had another president who wanted to pack the court. I remember the impeach Earl Warren signs during the Warren Court. And most of the people who want to delegitimize the Supreme Court believe that unlike our founders, in my judgment, believe that that members of the Supreme Court ought to be and are politicians in robes. They believe that the United States Supreme Court ought to be a mini Congress. They believe that the law is not the law. The law is supposed to just be politics practiced in a different way. And they believe in court packing. And they're wrong. Number two, I hope today that we can use this as an opportunity to talk about, if not explicitly, at least implicitly, that's what I'm going to try to do, the appropriate balance between representative government and declarative government. Now, in representative government, as you well know, People, through their elected representatives, make policy. In declarative government, policy is made by the unelected, the administrative state, and the federal judiciary. Now, both are important. Both are important. I'm not saying this is a zero-sum game or either or. What's just as important is we have the appropriate balance between representative government and what I'll call declarative government. I mean, we have an administrative state. Did any of us ever think it would get this big? Is that healthy? We need to ask ourselves that. Is it really healthy to arrive at a circumstance where the administrative state passes 35 laws a year to our one? Is it really healthy to have an administrative state that makes its own laws, interprets its own laws, and enforces its own laws before courts, with respect to which the administrative state appoints the judges? I think that's a fair question to ask. In terms of, with respect to declarative government in the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary, federal judges have enormous power. They have to, but they do. They have enormous power. You're appointed for life. You can't be unelected. Your salary can't even be reduced. And you have to have that power. Judicial power is important. So is judicial restraint. I believe that the appropriate role of the federal judiciary is the following. Federal judges don't make law. They don't tell us what the law ought to be. They tell us what the law is. Now, I said primarily because, of course, sometimes federal judges make law. I mean, you make the law of the case. You decide a case. You have to tell us what reasonable means in terms of searches and seizures. You have to help us define restraint of trade after we pass a statute. So, of course, judges make law. But I'm talking about the proper balance. I'll leave you with these last thoughts, and then I'll yield back my time. I want you to hear the words of one of, in my opinion, is one of our most distinguished Supreme Court justices. I'm going to read his words. The American people love democracy, and the American people are not fools. The people know their value judgments are quite as good as those taught in any law school, maybe better. Value judgments, after all, should be voted on, not dictated. I look forward, Judge, to getting to know you better. And congratulations, Mom and Dad.
Thanks, Senator Kennedy. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge Jackson, welcome back to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Now, the last time you were before us, just less than a year ago, I recall that you mentioned that every once in a while, you make it a point to walk a few blocks from your courthouse to the National Archives. As we all know, the National Archives is where the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights are housed. You shared that you go there and reflect on the momentousness of the office that you hold. And it's a fitting place, these archives, to be reminded of our nation's highest ideals, our pursuit of a union that is more fair, that is more free, and that is striving to be more perfect. It's also a place to see how for 2.5 centuries, our democracy has remained a work in progress. And that it's incumbent upon all of us, yes, as a nation, but each of us as individuals, to continue
making that progress. The men who wrote our founding documents could never have imagined that you would one day be here. A former public defender, a proud graduate of a public high school, a working mom, and yes, the first Black woman nominated to serve on the nation's highest court. Colleagues, our founding fathers also could never have imagined that the senators sitting before Judge Jackson would include the first women to represent California, Hawaii, and Tennessee, the first Jewish man to represent Georgia, the first Hispanic man to represent Texas, the first Black man to represent New Jersey. Nor could they have imagined that the list would include me. I'm here as a proud son of immigrants from Mexico who came to this country with little formal education, but with big dreams and a tremendous work ethic. And it's because of the decades of hard work and sacrifice by Santos and Lupe Padilla, my dad as a short order cook, my mom as a housekeeper, that I have enjoyed tremendous opportunities in my life. And that includes the honor of representing the state of California in the United States Senate and of being the first Latino to do so. So like so many of us in this room, I'm blessed to live the American dream. Now, looking around, you can see that the strides that our democracy has made towards strengthening our institutions by including more voices and more perspectives. Judge Jackson, if you're confirmed, we'll take another step towards making our government better reflect the America that it serves, towards making the promise of America more real. And we know that progress doesn't come easily. Breaking barriers and being the first means not just significant opportunity, but tremendous responsibility. But Judge Jackson, I also know that you're equipped with a tremendous record of experience and accomplishment, and you are ready to blaze this trail. A trail that your grandparents may have found unfathomable, but one that your daughters and my sons and future generations will now see as a natural part of the American story. Judge Jackson, even before your next opinion or dissent, your appearance before us today already begins a new chapter in our nation's history. And I can say for certain that by the end of these hearings, those watching across the country will know of your outstanding qualifications, your experience, and your accomplishments, which bear repeating over and over again. A public education, including graduating from Miami Palmetto High School. I see that smile. Followed by degrees from Harvard College and Harvard Law School, clerkships at the Federal District Court, the Federal Court of Appeals, and the United States Supreme Court. 2 years as a federal public defender. 2 years as a staff member of the United States Sentencing Commission, and 4 years as its vice chair. You've been confirmed by this Senate, not once, not twice, 3 times, each on a bipartisan basis, including 2 lifetime judicial appointments. And you bring nearly a decade of judicial experience, which, by the way, is more than the combined total of 4 of the currently sitting justices at the time they were nominated. So yes, you are clearly more than qualified to serve as a justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. And yes, you bring a wealth of other important experiences and perspectives to the court, including as a working mother and as a Black woman. Now, in these hearings, I look forward to speaking further about your background, your experiences, both on and off the bench, and your approach to the law. But based on our conversations already, In my review of your record, I believe you have the expertise, the insight, and the heart to elevate the weighty deliberations of the Supreme Court. Now, every year the Supreme Court decides dozens of cases that shape the fundamental rights and lives of the American people. Only a small percentage of those cases will ever be highlighted in history books, make the front page of newspapers, or go viral on social media. But the choices of the Supreme Court will certainly shape the future of labor rights, voting rights, women's rights, criminal justice, immigration, technology, environmental protection, and so much more. I also want to be clear about something important. If you're confirmed, I don't expect to agree with every detail of every decision that you make. That's not my test. That is not our test. Our job on this committee is to make sure that the next justice will honor the rule of law and the principle of equal justice for all. We must ensure that the next justice will help the Supreme Court live up to its responsibility to the American people. And yes, America is watching. America is watching these hearings to see what the future holds, not just for themselves, but for the court as well. Judge Jackson, like you, I believe in the greatness and the promise of this nation. I believe that we can continue building on our dream of a more perfect union. And that includes building a government that better reflects and represents the people that it serves. It's a dream that we've spent 2.5 centuries struggling to realize. And while this hearing may not be the last step on that journey, it is a momentous step forward indeed. Judge Jackson, you're an outstanding nominee for our nation's highest court. And I thank you for your service. And I thank you for sharing your faith in America's promise, a faith that is stronger because you know how far our nation has come. And Mr. Chair, before closing, and with your indulgence, I'd like to share a few words in Spanish on the importance of this nomination. La Corte Suprema decide docenas de casos cada año que afectan nuestras vidas y nuestros derechos fundamentales. Y esas decisiones afectarán el futuro de nuestro país a través de temas como el derecho al voto, inmigración, protección ambiental, derechos laborales y mucho más. Esta semana el Senado y el país verán lo preparada y calificada que está la jueza Jackson para la Corte Suprema. Espero escuchar más sobre la jueza y las perspectivas importantes y necesarias que traería a la Corte Suprema. Judge Jackson, I look forward to your testimony over the next few days, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias, Senator Padilla.
De nada.
Senator Tillis of North
Thank you,
Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. It's a real honor to now participate in my fourth Supreme Court nomination and confirmation process. And Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. I do feel like you and your family have every reason to be very proud. And your daughter apparently has pretty weighty letter writing skills. When we met together, I wanted to thank you for the time that we spent together. I asked about your family. You beamed with pride. I can understand why. You have parents, brothers, siblings, family members who are public servants themselves, and now you've gone on to do that, continue that legacy with your in your public defender role and as a judge. You should be very proud of that. And we should also recognize the historic nature of this event. The first African-American female to be put forth for confirmation for the Supreme Court is quite extraordinary. I also want to recognize that when we had the meeting in my office, I asked you, why on earth are you doing this? Because this week is not going to be particularly fun, every moment of it. Why on earth are you doing this? I mean, you're brilliant, you're well educated, you're studied in the law. There are so many other things that you could do. And you said that it really is the pinnacle of your profession. And that, I guess in many respects, this is a realization of a dream of yours. But I also think that it's probably putting within reach for many young boys and girls, young men and women, the reality that they too someday could be here before the Senate being considered for confirmation to the highest court in the land. So you're not only fulfilling your dreams, you're making the dreams of others appear to be within reach. I think as we go through this hearing this week, we're also going to get an opportunity to see the content of your character demonstrated. I, for one, think you have a strong track record of ethical values, honesty, integrity, respecting others, and endeavoring to be fair, just, and compassionate. You know, confirming a Supreme Court justice is one of the most important responsibilities I think I have as a U.S. Senator. The outcome of our decision will impact millions of lives and the very structure and the future of our constitutional republic. Supreme Court justices must find answers to some of the most pressing constitutional and legal questions of our time. They're confronted with complex questions. Many of them don't have good answers, or at least easy ones. That's why it's critical whenever we confirm a Supreme Court justice, we understand the nominee's judicial philosophy and then reconcile it with our conception of the best mindset to bring to the bench. In my opinion, a justice's job is to interpret the text and words of the Constitution as written and give them their original meaning. I reject the notion that the Constitution is a living evolutionary document that changes based on the impulses of 5 unelected justices. A good judge must understand that his or her job isn't to legislate from the bench and read in their preferred policy outcomes into statutes. If the words of a statute are clear, a good judge will reach a decision based on those words, and those words alone, even if it creates an outcome they may disagree with personally. In other words, in the words of Chief Justice Roberts, a good justice has one job, calling balls and strikes. Nothing more, nothing less. Sometimes that leads to rulings that Republicans like and Democrats hate. Other times it leads to rulings that Democrats like and Republicans hate. And sometimes it leads to rulings that everybody hates. But that's okay. That's really your job as a Supreme Court justice. I had the opportunity to meet Judge Jackson, I said earlier, and I also wanted to thank you for your indulgence. I may have done my interviews a little bit differently than other ones. I asked some questions, and then I had all my staff ask a number of questions. I was quite impressed with how engaged you were with some of the former members of the Judiciary Committee and other staff, and I even scared one person who was just on the job a week and a half, said, "You got a question for the Supreme Court Justice?" And he had a question. It was a good question, and you were very indulgent in your answer. I just thought you were honest and forthcoming. I wanted you to know that. I've said that in the press. I think that you have the right temperament, just based on how I've seen you react to the questions that are not the questions, but the statements today. And I also appreciate how your unique perspective, your upbringing, your family, and your experience as a former public defender have shaped your views. As I noted during your confirmation in the Supreme Court, or to the Circuit Court, I do have some additional questions and concerns that I want to ask about to kind of weave together or reconcile my conception of the right mindset for a judge going to the Supreme Court. I'm concerned, and we'll look into questions over the next couple of days, and I will be here for the majority of the hearing to hear, to kind of put together the foundation that I need to ultimately make a decision on your confirmation. So as I proceed with the hearing this week, I'll be in attendance most of the time except for breaks, and I'll focus on better understanding your writings. I'm in the middle of your thesis right now. It should be finished by tomorrow morning. Your political activities and opinions with the goal of determining your philosophy and whether or not it fits with my conception of the right philosophy for somebody that I would vote to confirm. I'll listen thoroughly. I'll keep an open mind, as I do with every nominee before this committee. But at the end of the week, I'll ultimately have to conclude whether or not I'm comfortable with putting someone in a lifetime position and whether that person is likely to have the kind of philosophy that I want. I've told Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Barrett that I hope And I expected that they would take opinions that would make me mad. And that's okay. I just want to know that they do it for the right reason. I don't want an activist at either end of the spectrum, although I think some folks are okay with one end of the spectrum, not the other. If we're talking about preserving the integrity of the court, there's no place on the Supreme Court for judicial activism. And the best thing that we can do here is make sure that we have justices that are going to be stewards of the Constitution, respectful of the measures that we pass out of here, and call those balls and strikes. So I look forward to the hearing tomorrow. You're going to get a lot of questions asked. I do thank all of my colleagues in advance for being respectful, thoughtful, and open-minded. And I look forward to hearing your opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Tillis. Senator Ossoff, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Grassley, Judge Jackson. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to your family. Congratulations to your family. Congratulations to you for your nomination, and welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. I engage in these proceedings with deep respect for the responsibility that the Senate has to advise and consent on the lifetime appointment of a Supreme Court justice who would be responsible for interpreting and applying constitutional and statutory law in the most complex and contested and nationally significant cases. The Constitution was a groundbreaking document when written, and still by today's standards as amended, considering the tyranny that prevails in much of the world. Its guarantees of liberty and privacy and due process are exceptional as a governing document. Often in our history, it has fallen to the court through its decisions to ensure the enforcement of those guarantees. Yet our Constitution's guarantees of individual rights and equal protection under the law remain too often and for too many unfulfilled. For any colleagues who doubt this, I remind them of Ahmaud Arbery's murder in Glenn County, Georgia, just 2 years ago, when a young black man was shot dead in cold blood on camera in the street. And the local authorities buried the case and looked the other way. Only a massive civil rights mobilization pressured state and eventually federal prosecutors to act. For any colleagues who doubt that those promises remain unfulfilled to too many, I remind them that in my state, you can predict how long someone must wait to vote by where they live and the color of their skin. In practice, the promises made in the plain text of our Constitution are still too often broken for too many of our fellow Americans. And so the court remains essential to that national process of becoming in real life what America is in text. Today's hearing, Judge Jackson, is evidence that this process continues, and above all, a testament to you personally. That in a nation still striving to transcend the legacies of slavery and segregation and institutionalized racism, through your brilliance and resilience and hard work, you have already rendered great service to the nation as a federal judge. And as a black woman, you have overcome deeply rooted obstacles to earn nomination to our nation's highest court for the first time in history. Alongside our Constitution's exceptional guarantees of individual rights and equal protection is its exceptional system of checks and balances. Restraints on political power imposed by the diffusion of authority across three co-equal branches between federal and state governments, with a president and a federal legislature directly accountable to voters and an independent federal judiciary whose judges must be confirmed by elected senators. This constitutional system has endured and developed for nearly a quarter of a millennium. It is resilient. But democracy remains the exception, not the norm, in history and around the world, and we cannot take the survival of our republic for granted. And so I look forward to engaging with you Judge Jackson, to discuss your perspective on the separation of powers and the resilience of our Constitution when threatened by political actors who would ignore the rule of law or seek to seize power by illegal or extraordinary means. Among the court's most challenging tasks are to grapple with unsettled law when the stakes are highest or even
Cue the fire, ladies and gentlemen. It is Power Hour. We got 1 hour left today, ladies and gentlemen. Can I get a horn?
Constitutional interpretation meets new facts, new contexts, and new technologies. Judge Jackson, should you be confirmed, you may serve as a Supreme Court Justice well into the middle of this century. You will rule on cases whose contours and complexity we cannot yet imagine. And so among several areas of interest, I look forward to learning how you will consider protections against unreasonable search and seizure in an age of ubiquitous surveillance, how you might approach disputes over war powers, where law remains unsettled between executive and legislative claims, how you will approach questions pertaining to freedoms of speech and of the press, and seek that confirmation that you will apply the law faithfully without regard for your own opinions, as my review of your extensive work to date demonstrates that I believe you will. This constitutional process of advice and consent is vital to the integrity and legitimacy of the court. And Judge Jackson, on behalf of my constituents in Georgia, I look forward to engaging in this process with you and my colleagues. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Blackburn of Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, welcome. You are indeed to be congratulated and your entire family with you, and thank you for your time to visit. I appreciated so much that. And to your daughters, her best job is being mama. She likes that one. And but we've talked today a little bit about the momentous occasion that this is and bringing you forward, and indeed it is, because unlike any other federal office, this is a lifetime appointment, and the decisions that you're going to make are going to impact rights and freedoms of every single American citizen. And, you know, President Biden thinks you're the right person for the job, but it doesn't end there. We do have that role of advice and consent, and it is up to us to carry that job out. So, as you have heard repeatedly, this is going to be a fair and very thorough and very respectful hearing, and we're going to work through this process with some tough questions, but do it in a manner, the respect that you deserve. And we've talked some today about the treatment of Justice Thomas and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Barrett, who was questioned about her faith and whether that made her suitable for the court. And I know your faith is important to you. We've also talked some about Janice Rogers Brown and the treatment that she endured here. So we are going to be pleased to move forward and focus on the issues that the American people want to focus on, because they want to know about you and how you're going to approach your job and the decisions that you have made in the past, what you've written, what you have said. And I've got a few areas that I'm going to want to delve a little bit further with you. And we touched on some of these as we talked. Right now, when I talk to Tennesseans, one of the most important things that they bring up is the issue of parental rights and wanting to be able to rear their children as they see fit. And moms and dads are very concerned about this progressive agenda that is being pushed in some of our public schools. Educators are allowing biological males to steal opportunities from female athletes in the name of progressivism. Just last week, an entire generation of young girls watched as those charged with protecting them allowed a biological male to compete and beat a biological woman at the highest level of collegiate sports. Some girls have been forced to share locker rooms with biological males. Rather than defending our girls, those in power are teaching them that their voices don't matter. They're being treated like second-class citizens. And Americans need a Supreme Court justice who will protect our children and will defend parents' constitutional right to decide what is best for their own kids. And here we need a little clarity. At a time when these parental rights appear to be under assault by the radical left, your public comments about, and I'm going to quote you, the transformative power of progressive education, end quote. These are deeply concerning. You serve on the board of a school that teaches kindergartners, 5-year-old children, that they can choose their gender and teaches them about so-called white privilege. This school has hosted an organization called Woke Kindergarten and pushes an anti-racist education program for white families. Your public endorsement of this type progressive indoctrination of our children causes one great concern when it comes to how you may rule on cases involving parental rights. Parents also know that it's only a matter of time before we have the next pandemic, and they're concerned about more mask mandates or lockdowns from unelected bureaucrats that would harm their children's mental health and stunt their development. The American people want a Supreme Court justice who will protect their families' freedoms, not allow government overreach into private family decisions. Now, moms that I'm speaking with raise the issue of crime, and you've consistently called for greater freedom for hardened criminals. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, you advocated, and again I quote, for each and every criminal defendant in the D.C. Department of Corrections custody should be released. That would have been 1,500 criminals back on the street if you had had your way. And you used the COVID-19 pandemic as justification to release a fentanyl drug dealer, a bank robber addicted to heroin, and a convict who murdered a U.S. Marshal into our communities. But your efforts to protect convicts began long before the pandemic. You used your time and
So the headlines is stocks turn lower on Powell's comments. NASDAQ 100 falls, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news.
provide free legal services to help terrorists get out of Gitmo and go back to the fight. You also have a consistent pattern of giving child porn offenders lighter sentences. On average, you sentence child porn defendants to over 5 years below the minimum sentence recommended by the sentencing guidelines. And you have stated publicly that it is a mistake to assume that child pornography offenders are pedophiles. Your philosophy, it appears, is backward on these issues. Restrictions on children and families and freedom for criminals. In fact, your philosophy, or lack thereof, may be the root of the problem here. I was concerned during our conversation earlier this month when you told me that you really didn't have a judicial philosophy. The American people deserve a Supreme Court justice with a documented commitment to the text of the Constitution and the rule of law, not a judicial activist who will attempt to make policy from the bench. Without a judicial philosophy, a judge is legally adrift and will be inclined to consider policy rather than law. You once wrote that every judge has, and I quote, personal hidden agendas, end quote, that influence how they decide cases. So I can only wonder, what's your hidden agenda? Is it to let violent criminals, cop killers, and child predators back to the streets? Is it to restrict parental rights and expand government's reach into our schools and our private family decisions? Is it to support the radical left's attempt to pack the Supreme Court?
Oh wow, you guys, look who we have live here. Secretary Jen. Let's see how long it's been going on. Looks like it's been live for approximately, let's see, not really seeing here. Okay, about 18 minutes. Oh, somebody else, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, about 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So we're 20 minutes late. Secretary Jen is having a live briefing. That's moving the market with the Supreme Court hearing, moving the market here. A lot of volatility. You see a lot of stuff going on, ladies and gentlemen. Can I get a horn? Because we're about towards the end of the day. Oh, man, you did it, Jermaine. Give yourself a pat on the back. Oh, man. The market is definitely going to move tomorrow, you guys. It's a swingers market right now. You can swing to the upside here or downside tomorrow. That's where it's heading here. That's what I'm seeing here. You want to be paying attention and staying really, really cautious about the decision and the side of the trade that you want to get on there and make, ladies and gentlemen. You also can wait. There's nothing wrong with waiting. Remember, theta is going to kick in eventually on one side. So one side is going to expire worthless and one side is going to expire in the money. Who's going to win? Who's going to lose? That's two in the Secretary Jen, ladies and gentlemen.
Assessment as of this moment.
Last quick one as it relates to Belarus right now. Some in NATO are saying that Russia is preparing to potentially, or that Belarus is potentially preparing to let Russia position nuclear weapons on Belarusian soil. Does the U.S. have a message to the government of Belarus, and how would you view that escalation?
Well, we don't have any confirmation of those reports or suggestions. Certainly that would be of concern to us, yes.
Jen got cool blue on, y'all. Cool blue. Show some cool blue, ice cold stuff today.
Resources that they need to ramp up production. Is there any thought about invoking the Defense Production Act when it comes to energy?
Well, there are a range of ideas out there. That's one of them that a number of people have put forward. I would say that the Defense Production Act would mean giving government funding to companies or to purchase products. That's how it typically works, as you've seen it work with COVID supplies and otherwise. And we think they have the resources they need in order to expand their production.
And then on government money and supplies, there are reports that the EU is seeking to stockpile iodine pills and nuclear protective gear amid an increased concern about a nuclear threat, and also looking for more ways to deal with potential biological and chemical attacks. Is the U.S. taking similar measures when it comes to these things, especially with iodine pills? Are we taking sort of the lessons learned from the pandemic and applying it to this challenge?
Sure, Jackie, it's a good question. Let me check with our national security team and see if there's any details I can get into. We are always prepared, even as we aren't making predictions at this point in time. I don't have confirmation of that report about the Europeans, but I will check and see if there's more to report out to all of you.
There are reports that China has fully militarized at least 3 islands in the disputed South China Sea with anti-ship, anti-aircraft missile systems, laser and jamming equipment, fighter jets, despite Beijing's promises not to turn these islands into military bases. What is our takeaway from that, and how are we responding to that?
Well, Jackie, I don't have confirmation of that from here. I've certainly seen the reports. I would point you to the Department of Defense for any more specific analysis, but obviously any escalatory actions in the South China Sea would be of concern to us.
One more on the White House assessment of global food insecurity that's sort of coming out of all this.
Sure.
Is there any money that's going to be allocated to provide diesel fuel to Ukrainian farmers to try to mitigate some of this?
Yeah, so let me give you a couple of things on this, because there's been a lot of interesting reporting on this, and where the impacts are is a good question. While we're not expecting a food shortage here at home, we do anticipate that higher energy, fertilizer, wheat, and corn prices could impact the price of growing and purchasing critical food supplies for countries around the world. And early estimates from the World Bank suggest disproportionate impacts on low and middle income countries, including in Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. and Ukraine is a big exporter of fertilizer. So as it relates to even that need in the United States and other parts of the world, that's something that we're continuing to closely assess as well. But right now, to go back to the root of your question, we are working with our partners in the G7, multilateral development banks, the World Food Program, and the UN Food and Agriculture Organization to mitigate the impacts to poorer nations. So we are discussing what that looks like and how to mitigate the shortage on those growing and purchasing entities from impacting parts of the world that would be severely impacted, even if we're not.
What kind of timeline do we think we have to take some action on that before it becomes a really big problem?
Well, there are active discussions now, and we're certainly mindful that even if we're not seeing an impact in this moment, that sometimes supply chain impacts can have having lagging impact. So we're having discussions now with all of those partners. Those have been ongoing, so we can do everything we can to mitigate it in advance.
One question, just a reaction to the Israeli Prime Minister this weekend. He said on the JCPOA, unfortunately, we're seeing a determination to sign a nuclear deal at almost any cost, including saying the biggest terrorist group in the world is not a terrorist organization. This is too steep a price. Can I get your reaction to that? Is that what we're saying by pursuing this deal?
I would say we are in regular touch with our Israeli counterparts, including leaders. We don't have a deal yet. We're consulting with our allies and partners, including Israel, as we negotiate, and the president's going to make a decision on whether to re-enter the deal based on what's in the best interest of American security and strategic interests, including the security of our partners in regions like Israel. If and when we have a deal, I'm sure we can discuss more specifics. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. We've now had a chance to hear from some of the Judiciary Committee members in this confirmation for Judge Jackson. Any thoughts on whether she will receive bipartisan support in her confirmation?
Well, without being able to get into the minds of a range of Republican members, our view is that given she has been confirmed 3 times with bipartisan support, that she has extensive experience, that she has ruled in favor of Democrats and Republicans under leaders of both parties, that she certainly deserves that. But we will see what the outcome ends up being.
And has the White House had any contact with Justice Thomas, given his hospitalization? Do you have any updates there?
I'm not aware of any direct contacts. Of course, we wish him a speedy recovery, and of course, have thoughts out to his family.
And just a quick follow-up on the NATO trip. Can you give us just a big picture? What would a successful NATO summit look like to the White House? What are we looking for to measure that?
Sure. I mean, I think what's important to remember here from the beginning of the president's presidency, but also certainly over the last couple of months, is that unity has been front and center for the president in terms of what will make us successful over time. Unity with our European counterparts, unity among NATO, unity among the G7, and that doesn't happen by accident. And so coming out of this, what the president is hoping to achieve is continued coordination and a unified response to the continued escalatory actions of President Putin. Go ahead.
The U.S. ambassador to the UN was asked about this weekend, but given the polls appear to be planning to put on the table some type of peacekeeping force idea, is there any feasible structure that the White House could support for something like that, or have you guys looked into the idea at all?
Well, we of course will continue to work with Poland and other allies and partners in Europe to provide support for the Ukrainian people and help them defend their country against Russian aggression and provide relief to the people of Ukraine. And we will continue to impose severe consequences. The president, he's been clear. We're not going to send American troops to fight Russian troops. It's not in the interest of the American people or our national security, but we'll continue to discuss a range of ideas, including this one out there.
And then there's been kind of a reinvigoration in the EU of discussions about banning sanctions on energy. Can you update us on what the efforts of the administration has been to kind of backfill, which would I think be a necessity if those actions were taken?
Sure.
Where those stand at this point?
Sure. In terms of engagements with global energy suppliers, those engagements are ongoing, and they are led in part by Amos Hochstein. Brett McGurk has been involved in many of them. Other members of our national security team and National Economic Council, and we are continuing to discuss with a range of large global suppliers how we can meet the demand in the market out there. We also are continuing to look at domestic options and what those may look like to help ease the burden on the American public. I wish I had more specifics for you, but I don't have anything more to read out for you at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The meeting you mentioned that the President Biden participated in with CEOs earlier today, there were oil industry CEOs at that meeting, and considering the White House has been engaging with them for several weeks now, sort of, talking about ways to increase production to take care of gas prices. I'm wondering what kind of specific assurances the White House has managed to get from these companies so far, and what was really discussed in today's meeting, especially with the oil industry.
Well, the president was there. He was simply giving them an update on Russia and Ukraine. He was not making an ask in that capacity. Obviously, there are a range of senior officials who participated in these meetings. We've had a range of engagements with them, as you've noted, and we've stated publicly that they should do greater production, but they can speak for themselves on what, if anything, they would commit to.
Have there been any assurances that the industry has perhaps offered the White House?
We'll let the oil industry speak for themselves.
And one quick question on China. Are you getting any indications yet that China will actually heed to President Biden's appeal to President Xi's to not provide material support to Russia, or are you seeing perhaps evidence suggesting that Chinese companies are maybe violating or going around U.S. Export controls to send the material, U.S. material to Russia? I mean, are you seeing any evidence to that effect?
I don't have an assessment to share on this. You can look at the public comments that one of your colleagues brought up earlier during an interview yesterday, where the Chinese ambassador highlighted China's friendly relations and maintenance of normal economic ties with Russia, while also refusing to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But I don't have a further assessment beyond that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The Russian Foreign Ministry summoned Ambassador Sullivan to the Ministry of Moscow and warned that U.S.-Russian relations are on the verge of rupture. Said the president's comments calling Putin war criminal were unworthy of a statesman of such high rank. Does the White House have any response to this? And is there any concern about wording that they're going to respond with a decisive and firm response?
I'm not sure the last part. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
They warned of a decisive and firm response.
Okay, well, I would say that Ambassador Sullivan did meet with Russian government officials today. I believe the State Department also confirmed. While we don't provide extensive details in general of these type of diplomatic conversations, I can confirm for you that during that meeting, he repeatedly asked for consular access to American citizen detainees, who have been improperly been improperly denied access for months in some cases. We find this completely unacceptable. As it relates to their comments or their calling of him in, I think it's important to remind everyone that it is Russia who is carrying out an unprovoked and unjustified war on Ukraine. We're seeing clear evidence that they are intentionally targeting civilians and committing indiscriminate attacks. And the President's comments speak to the horror of the brutality that Russia and President Putin are inflicting. So they are in control of their own, the global perception of them is based on their actions.
And one quick other one. So you mentioned that the president spoke to Judge Brown Jackson last night. Is there any other details you can share just about how she's been preparing for the hearings, who's been involved in the practice sections?
Sure. I mean, I had outlined for you guys a couple of weeks ago some of the members of her team who played a role in preparing her, of course, whether it was Dana Remus or Senator Jones and Ben LaBolt, Mignon Moore, others who have been playing a role in preparing her for the hearings. I would note, which won't surprise anyone, given her credentials, she began preparing and studying and getting ready for these hearings as soon as she was nominated. I would note that also over the course of the last few weeks, she's also met with every single member of the Judiciary Committee and then several more members beyond that. So she has been both meeting and preparing for the last few weeks ever since she was nominated with the team internally and externally that we had announced just a few weeks ago. Go ahead, Zolan.
Does the administration expect to discuss the Poland's offer on the MiG fighter jets at this point, or is the stance that the Pentagon has made the decision clear at that point, and this won't be a subject in anticipation of the president's trip to Poland? And then secondly, during the vice president's trip to Poland, the Polish leaders at that point said, one ask that they had in that bilateral was to expedite the processing of Ukrainian refugees who have relatives in the United States. Is the administration expecting to oblige on that request or meet halfway in any way?
So I would say that, well, we have done our own assessment here on the Polish jets based on a couple of factors that the military, as you noted, Zolan, has outlined, including what's most effective in fighting this war on the ground, the risk assessment of what would be escalatory, and also the fact that the Ukrainians have a number of squadrons that they can utilize. But if Poland, if they want to raise this, these conversations, these diplomatic conversations are two ways, right? And we'll, of course, read out their meeting once it is complete. So we'll see what they raise in that meeting. In terms of refugees, we have taken a number of steps, and we do, part of what the president wants to do is thank President Duda for the efforts of Poland in welcoming refugees and talk about what we can do to continue to provide support. Now, to date, that has been largely financial support, humanitarian support, even as we granted temporary protected status, and also, just a few weeks ago. But what we are doing, continuing to assess, is if there are Ukrainian nationals who are not able to remain safely in Europe and for whom resettlement in the United States is a better option, we are continuing to work with UNHCR and the EU to consider that. And that might require, because typically individuals who are seeking refugee status have to go to a third country. So that's something we're looking at and assessing. And we're also, UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, is working with the State Department and many resettlement partners on our overseas posts to determine whether Ukrainian nationals and others who have fled Ukraine, whether there's more we can do beyond the humanitarian assistance that we are providing. So I'm certain will be a point of discussion. We are having ongoing discussions internally about what more we can do to welcome refugees.
Specifically, the thing that's different about that process that the administration is looking at is allowing Ukrainians to basically finish the refugee process in that same country that they would receive a UNHCR referral.
That's part of the discussion is what can be done if Ukrainian nationals are not able to remain safely in Europe, for example, and for whom resettlement in the United States would be a better option for a range of reasons. The State Department is discussing with UNHCR and the EU how to consider them, what would be required for that process. But this is an ongoing discussion internally, and I'm certain it will be a part of the discussion, to go back to your original question, with President Duda as well this weekend. Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Jen. You had written on Twitter that the president did not plan to go to Ukraine on his trip. Given that the prime ministers of Poland, Slovenia, and the Czech Republic visited Kyiv last week, and that President Zelensky was urging others to do the same, can you talk a little bit about whether President Biden had explored going to Ukraine at all, if he was asked to, and sort of what considerations went into the factors either way?
Sure, we have not explored that option. I tweeted, I guess I should say, because there was some confusion about this question, and we did not want to leave that out there as an unanswered question. But certainly, any president of the United States traveling into a war zone requires not only security considerations, but also an enormous amount of resources on the ground, which is always a factor for us as we make considerations. But also the president felt, and our national security team felt, that he could have the most effective and impactful trip by convening these meetings with NATO leaders, the G7, the EU, and Brussels to determine both continued military coordination, humanitarian and economic coordination, as well as by going to visit Poland right next door to talk about everything from refugees, refugee assistance, and continued assistance we can all provide together. So it was a decision made about what would be most effective on the trip.
And then I just wanted to follow up quickly. You had said earlier that the president was unable to watch the opening statement of the judge in the Supreme Court hearings.
He was on with the Quint.
But she has to sit through the opening statements first of all of these senators, so I don't think she's actually given her opening statement.
There you go.
Do you know if there's time carved into his schedule? Does he plan through the afternoon? Is he following this? Or
Well, some of these are a little difficult to predict as just evidence. Thank you for giving me a lifeline there, because clearly I've been in meetings this morning as well. It was hard to plan his schedule around this, so what he asked is that he be provided updates from his team and aides as the hearings progress. remarks. And obviously, Chairman Durbin gave his opening, Senator Grassley gave his opening this morning, and it proceeds, but it's hard to plan the president's schedule around a moving Senate hearing, so I'm sure he'll be able to watch replays of it and more specifics, but he wanted updates from aides as well. Go ahead.
Thanks. On oil, President Biden has been very vocal about his belief that U.S. producers should be producing more and that there's the possibility of price gouging, but he didn't raise any of those concerns in the meeting with oil CEOs earlier today.
It wasn't a meeting with oil CEOs. There were a couple of the 16 to 18 CEOs there. It was not intended to be a meeting with oil CEOs. It was intended to be a meeting with a broad swath of the economic sectors, and he provided them an update on Russia and Ukraine. So it wasn't meant to be that type of meeting.
And then there was a report in the Washington Post earlier saying that Biden administration officials are seeing data showing that Russian oil exports have dropped off a cliff, and that there was data point that said there are 2 million barrels per day on tankers that have gone from close down to zero in a certain period of time. Can you confirm that? Is that true, what you're seeing about Russian oil exports?
I've seen those reports, but I don't have a new assessment from here.
And then lastly, has the president tested for COVID-19 this week, and what were the results of that?
He was tested today and he was negative. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Can you walk us through the administration's thinking behind adding this Poland stop? And what is President Biden hoping to demonstrate by sitting alongside President Duda?
Sure. Well, we have this trip has been coming together quite rapidly, I think, as you would all note. And so, as I noted a little bit earlier, we'll have more details about his Poland stop. But this is an opportunity for him to thank President Duda for welcoming refugees as they have done over the last few weeks, and for being an important partner in providing a range of assistance to the Ukrainians, to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government. And they are an important partner as we work to remain unified in the weeks and months ahead. There will obviously be a couple of components of his trip there, which I think, as we have more details of it to announce, will showcase the purpose of the trip.
To follow on that, one of my colleagues asked if the president would be meeting with Ukrainian refugees at one of these stops. Is there any reason why the president wouldn't? Is that something we can find out more about soon?
I think, as I noted, we're going to be providing more details to all of you in the next 24 hours of his trip. Sometimes there are things we announce in advance, and sometimes there are not. But I've noted repeatedly that refugees is a key component of his stop in Poland. Go ahead.
If I can shift gears to COVID for a minute.
Sure.
What is the White House's response to some experts who have said that the U.S. is not necessarily doing enough to prepare for this next bit of a pandemic surge that we are already beginning to see in other parts of the globe?
Well, I would. True. Can you give me a little more additional context of the comments?
I had seen, yes, some comments that just basically that the U.S. needs to be doing more to prepare, whether that is around, building up a supply. They pointed to the low rates of booster shots in particular as being a point of concern, and that was, the booster shots in particular.
Well, I think our primary concern right now is that we're about to run out of funding, and we are always making an effort to be ahead of and be prepared for any new wave, any new variant. And even as BA2 has been in this country for some time, and as of last week, it was about a quarter to a third of cases. We know it's quite transmissible, but we know that the treatments we have are effective in treating BA2, the BA2 variant. Our concern right now is that we are going to run out of money to provide the types of vaccines, boosters, treatments to the immunocompromised, and others free of charge that will help continue to battle increasing, the increase or the upflow or the increase of COVID in the future. So that's where our primary focus is. Beyond that, I'm not sure additional context of those comments.
Just one related question. Has the White House been in touch with any of the pharmaceutical companies who were specifically working on the under age 5 population recently? Vaccines, I know that those were put into practice and then removed in terms of actually having implementation. I just wondered what the communications.
It typically goes, of course, through the FDA and the CDC as it should, all of the data. So we would leave those channels to continue to consider when it's ready to move to the next phase.
No sort of increased communication or urgency around getting that.
Well, I think science moves at the speed of science, right? And of course, many people here have children under 5, but it's important that it moves through the effective gold standard process. And of course, we are in touch with the pharmaceutical companies for a range of reasons, including purchasing supplies to plan ahead for the need for boosters and other vaccines in the future, even as we are worried about running out of money. But the process for when it would be ready to go through the FDA and CDC process is left to the scientists.
Jen, can I ask
Go ahead.
Jen, just on the food security issue?
Yeah.
Cargill and ADM are still operating in Russia. A lot of companies have obviously left. Does the administration have a view on whether these companies should stay in, given the concerns about food security and production of wheat and that sort of thing?
We have not asked any company specifically to take steps to pull out. We have applauded those who have made that decision, and they are going to have to make decisions of their own regard.
Just a housekeeping item. I know you're still getting plans for the trip.
Mm-hmm.
Do you expect the president to hold a joint news conference with President Duda after their meeting in Poland?
We're still planning all the specifics of it, so I don't have that quite yet. I would expect one for sure on Thursday. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. On Ukraine, we are seeing reports about Mariupol, about people, Ukrainians there, being deported, arrested, and sent to remote regions in Russia. Is this something that is consistent with American intelligence? Can you comment? Yes.
Those reports are horrific, but we don't have any independent confirmation of those reports at this point in time.
Follow up on China maybe. So the president has warned that China would face costs if it decided to help Russia. And how confident is he that European allies would also support such costs? And will that be part of the discussion in Brussels?
Well, I think that certainly the concern about China's closer alignment with Russia is one that's not just one of the United States. It's also a concern of many in Europe, and we expect it to be a topic of discussion over the course of the next several days. Go ahead.
Jen, as I understand the peacekeeping proposal from the Polish Prime Minister, it would be a peacekeeping force. They would be in Ukraine and they would be able to defend themselves. So I know the president doesn't want to send Americans to fight Russians, but is the U.S. open to sending Americans as part of an internationally recognized peacekeeping force that could be NATO or not NATO?
Again, these are a range of conversations are happening behind the scenes. I'll leave it to those at this point in time, but forces on the ground is certainly about fighting, but it's also about having forces on the ground in Ukraine, which we have not supported at this point. Don't think that will change. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I had a question about the COVID-19 response team. Obviously, there's going to be a change in leadership in the White House coordinator on COVID.
Yeah.
And by my count, there hasn't been a press briefing with the COVID team in about 3 weeks. I just wondered if you could speak to kind of what the role of that team is at this point. How often does the president meet with that team? Is there any talk of disbanding it at this point, given the phase of the pandemic? Just kind of curious, sort of.
I hope not for Dr. Zha's sake, given he's coming in. Look, this is communicating with all of you on a regular basis has been a huge priority for the COVID team, and I'm certain we will continue to do that. And obviously, Dr. Zha is somebody who is not just a medical expert and a doctor, but somebody who is a very effective communicator on public health issues, and we think that's going to be a very effective part of his role. So I'm certain you will be seeing a lot of him, and we will continue to have a range of briefings with the COVID team. So no, they are not disbanding. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
I have two questions. First, United States declared the Myanmar military government committed genocide against the Rohingya today. We also know the Myanmar government has supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And what happened to the Rohingya had been happening for a while now. So based on the timing, are this supporting the Russia related to this declaration today?
Well, let me say for those of you who haven't, I know you've been following this closely, but for those of you who have not, following a rigorous factual and legal analysis, the Secretary of State determined that members of the Burmese military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Rohingya. His announcement at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum emphasizes, especially to victims and survivors, that the United States recognizes the gravity of these crimes. He also announced nearly $1 million for the independent investigative mechanism for Myanmar to support its mandate to investigate, collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of the most serious international crimes in Burma since 2011. I would note that our view is that shining a light on the crimes of Burma's military will increase international pressure, make it harder for them to commit further abuses. But this has been, as you know, we're going to have long faced discrimination, but subject to exclusionary policies. And this has been a lengthy review process at the State Department to come to this conclusion unrelated to current events.
Second question is, we're talking about the communication with China, including President Biden's call with President Xi last week. Besides the consequences China might face if it adds Russia, does the United States also tells China what would happen to Russia right now, will or might also happen to China if it invades U.S. allies and partners in Indo-Pacific regions such as Taiwan?
During this call, which was largely focused on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the president also reiterated his support for the Taiwan Relations Act and the One China policy based on the Taiwan Relations Act, and he made clear that we remain opposed to any unilateral changes to the status quo across the Taiwan Strait, and that we have concerns about Beijing's coercive and provocative actions. So that was the other topic that was discussed at the during the call. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Oh, and then we'll go. Okay, go ahead.
Has the United States looked to up sanctions on Russia? And given Russia's history of assassinating dissidents, giving sanctuary to U.S. designated terrorist organizations, would the U.S. consider labeling Russia a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't have any assessment of that at this point in time. Obviously, we're continuing to look at the actions on the ground and the actions of leaders. Go ahead.
Thank you. 2 immigration questions for you. First, I wanted to confirm whether the administration supports an Afghan Adjustment Act. That's potential legislation that would secure permanent status for those thousands of evacuees that are here. It would go beyond, obviously, the TPS designation last week, which is 18 months.
Sure, I'd have to check with our Department of Homeland Security. Obviously, we just announced temporary protected status last week, and we're continuing to assess and consider a range of ways to welcome and our Afghan partners.
Just quickly, it's been 2 years since President Trump implemented Title 42. There are protests outside the White House today. Democrats are now actively calling for it to end. COVID cases are low. Is the administration at least preparing for the possibility that this could end, and how so?
Sure, there are timelines, including I think upcoming in April, on when it's continues to be reconsidered. And those discussions happen among the health experts from the CDC and other medical experts within the administration. And you always have to prepare, because if they make that decision, there would be an implementation that would be in part led by the Department of Homeland Security and others that you have to plan for.
Does that include in preparing for a large influx of migrants at the border specifically?
Well, certainly that would be part of it if and when the CDC makes that determination. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll have Jake here tomorrow. Lots of questions I'm sure you have. Thank you everyone.
Lots of questions you hear. Thanks everyone. She's gone. Jen's done there. Everything's good to go right now, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting earnings here. We got Nike approaching after hours here. I think this Capitol Hill hearing is still going on. Or is it done? No, they're done. They're done. They're done. Everything's done. No briefings going on right now currently. Biden is speaking after hours today with some CEOs with some companies about quarterly earnings, about the quarterly period that is just passed. We are live from the Pentagon right now. Excuse me, you guys. So we are live from the Pentagon. Let's see how long it's been on. Don't know. Let me tell you first. Let's see. About 20 minutes late here on that. So we're going to tune in to the Pentagon briefing here and see what he's saying. This is probably an update about the Russia-Ukraine situation, I'm sure. We need to hear this.
Fully vaccinated stands at 92.15%. And the total force, this is reserves and guard as well, at least one dose stands at 93.8%. And the total force fully vaccinated is at 77.7%. So, I mean, we're still working on this very, very hard. And again, there's been no decision not to share that information.
Is there a feeling that we've made it through the worst, and like how much caution is there for the potential of another wave?
Yeah, nobody's doing any spiking of any footballs here. We know this pandemic is still ongoing. That the virus is still dangerous and deadly, because we still are reporting it's like smaller numbers, but we're still experiencing deaths because of COVID. So we're watching this every single day, and we're not afraid to make adjustments. Just recently we relaxed a little bit. None of you are masked today, and we put more seats in the briefing room, but it wasn't long ago when we asked you to be masked in here and we only had like 8 seats in here. So we're gonna keep adjusting as things change. Obviously, we all share everybody's desire to get back to normal and to get to a post-pandemic life, but we have to keep taking it seriously. Yeah, in the back there.
Hey, John, good afternoon. We know through the readouts that came out Friday that both President Biden as well as China's president spoke a lot about Taiwan during their call. I'm just curious, since the invasion by Russia, have you seen any change in China's military posture towards Taiwan? And also, I don't know if you saw over the weekend, the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. said that China could be part of the solution, not the problem, to what's going on overseas. I'm just curious, have you seen any efforts on their part to do just that, to be part of the solution?
No changes specifically with respect to Taiwan to speak to. Obviously, nothing's changed about our one China policy, and our efforts and our intention to continue to help Taiwan with its self-defense needs. I took note of the ambassador's comments over the weekend as well. Certainly, should they have a sincere desire to help bring an end to this war, they would find the United States to welcome that. We just haven't seen that yet.
The Chinese military spokesperson called the decision of the Ralph Johnson to go through the strait as provocative. Any response to them, sir?
International waters. Freedom of navigation doesn't just exist for whales and icebergs, and those are international waters. And we're going to continue to fly, sail, and operate where international law allows us to do that. Yeah, Tom.
I have a follow-up to Lita's question and a separate one. When she asked about the foreign fighters, you said twice we have not seen an influx into Ukraine. I just want to be accurate about this. Influx tends to mean large numbers going in. Are you saying you don't see large numbers, or are you saying you haven't seen any indication?
We have not seen any indications that foreign fighters outside of private military contractors have flowed into Ukraine. And Tom, I want to be very clear with all of you. There's a limit to our knowledge here, right? So can I definitively tell you that by onesies and twosies nobody's coming? I can't. We don't have that level of granularity. I'm saying we just haven't seen any indications of it. I just want to make it clear, because as time goes on, the things might change, and our knowledge is, we'll be as transparent as we can about what we know, but we're not going to know everything.
I appreciate that. My second question is, there have been reports over the weekend that the Russians are now planning to use some landmines in and around the major cities of Ukraine. I'm not asking you to verify that or substantiate that. My question focuses on the use of landmines in a conflict like this. What impact will that have on the Pentagon's ongoing review of its landmine policy?
I don't know that would have any effect on our own review of our policy. I need to get to some, but obviously, again, I'm not verifying the reports. But I know you didn't know. But if true, it's just another example of the degree to which the Russians are willing to sacrifice innocent lives for a completely unprovoked war of choice here. Phil Stewart?
Hi, thanks. I was just hoping you could revisit this idea of targeting civilians in Ukraine. And given all the images that have gone out there now about apartment buildings and churches and other structures that have been targeted, theater in Mariupol, is it the U.S. assessment at this point that targeting civilians is part of the strategy by Russia in this war? Thanks.
Again, Phil, without perfect knowledge of what the Russians their plans, we continue to see indiscriminate attacks on civilians, which we believe, in many cases, is intentional. Again, I can't. There's no justification for it, so I'm not even going to try to do that. But clearly, they are causing increased numbers of civilian casualties. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John, I had a couple quick questions. One, can you clarify a little bit what you're doing right now to fulfill the president's $800 million order, basically? Are you looking at Army and Marine Corps inventories for Stingers, Javelins, and these Switchblades and body armor, or are you going out and buying it? Please clarify that a little bit. And then I had a follow-on.
Yeah, Tony, we're working very hard right now in both the policy lanes as well as the operational lanes to fill out that $800 million package that the president just signed a few days ago. We started working on it immediately. We're doing that now. I can't speak to any specific deliveries, as you well know. Likely deliveries of this material will happen over a period of time, and we'll try to expedite that as fast as possible. I mean, if you think about that $350 million, we think we'll be able to close out on that by the end of this week. That's just a couple of weeks of work to get. That's unprecedented pace, and we're going to try to do it just as quickly going forward with this $800 million. So it'll be a series of installments and shipments over time. Obviously, we're going to prioritize the kinds of things that we know the Ukrainians need the most in the fight they're in. And just like we did with the $350 million, so it won't just be a random rack and stack. We're going to try to get them the things they need as fast as possible and make sure it's the right things. I can't give you delivery dates on Stingers or Javelins or UAVs or body armor. Again, we're working that right now. We're in close consultation with not only the services but the combatant commands to try to fill this out.
I got 10 minutes left. I got too many clients going on right now.
Carla Babb.
Yeah, you
take out the air defenses.
Hey, did you hear Tony's question?
I think I missed it. Tony, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and again, on the Russian failure to suppress Ukrainian air defenses, those weapons are largely old Soviet weaponry. Is the Pentagon fairly astonished that the Russian Air Force has had such problems taking out basically some of their older equipment from the evil empire, so to speak?
Yeah, Tony, I mean, I would tell you, we think that one reason that the Russians have been frustrated and in terms of the progress that they haven't made, obviously a big reason is the Ukrainian resistance. But also we've not seen them properly plan and execute for logistics and sustainment. They're still having fuel problems. They're still having trouble feeding some of their troops. They're having trouble with command and control on the ground. So they've made missteps of their own. And that would also include what we in the Pentagon call jointness. We don't see a level of integration between their air forces and their ground forces with any level of efficiency. And I would say the same for maritime, although we haven't seen a lot of maritime activity. We were talking about some increased maritime activity today. It appears as if a lot of these operations are being conducted in silos, not necessarily integrated across the force. Carla?
Hey, thanks. Sorry. Really quickly, just to follow up on Phil's, your comments to Phil. You just said that you saw indiscriminate attacks on civilians, which the U.S. believes is intentional. Well, there'll be further repercussions to Russians in addition to it sanctioning them and supplying the Ukrainians after Russia invaded Ukraine. Will this new, intentional attacking of civilians come with additional repercussions to the Russians? That's question number one. And sorry for my lost voice. Question number two, is the S-300 in Ukraine? And then question number three, has the U.S. been discussing with Turkey about sending an S-400 to Ukraine?
On repercussions, I'm not going to get ahead of where things are. We certainly see clear evidence that Russian forces are committing war crimes. And we are helping with the collecting of evidence of that. But there's investigative processes that are going to go on, and we're going to let that happen. We're going to contribute to that investigative process. As for what would come out of that, that's not a decision that the Pentagon leadership would make. I'm not going to talk about specific systems that are in Ukraine, and I think you guys can understand why we wouldn't do that. The operational security matters to the Ukrainians right now. They're fighting for their country, and the Pentagon is not going to be detailing publicly the tools with which they are doing that. So I'm not going to talk about specific systems one way or the other. Mike Brest.
Thanks for taking my question. The conversation about Ukraine's biolabs really began during Undersecretary Nuland's testimony on the Hill. And during her testimony, she mentioned that the U.S. was concerned that Russia could target these labs. Has the Pentagon seen any evidence of that?
I don't have any indications to speak to today that there's been specific targeting of the biolabs that were in Ukraine. No. Let's see, Heather from USNI.
Hi, thanks so much. Two questions. First, going back to COVID-19, I know you mentioned the numbers of people who are vaccinated, but any concerns about the lawsuits that are currently making their ways through the different courts, becoming class actions and preventing about 4,000 military personnel from getting vaccinated? And then on the maritime efforts, are you seeing anything of the other Russian fleets outside of the Black Sea Fleet or attempting to go through the straits to the Black Sea?
I have no additional Russian naval activity to speak to. Again, I'm not going to become a spokesman for the Russian Navy. I'm telling you what I, as much as I can about what we're seeing. And as for lawsuits, I would just, first of all, because there's active litigation, I'm not going to comment in a way that would affect that litigation. I would only simply say that the Secretary, that the health and well-being of the entire force is his paramount concern. To Travis's question, this is still an active pandemic. People are still dying. People in our family, in the DoD family, are still dying from this. So we believe that the vaccine literally saves lives. It is still a mandatory vaccine here in the department. It's a lawful order to administer that vaccine, and we're going to continue to administer that vaccine to our troops and our civilians because we believe that it makes individuals more healthy, which makes units more ready, and nothing has changed about that. I get time for just a couple more. Abraham.
Thanks, John. Couple clarifications, and I've got a question.
I don't think I need to clarify anything.
Is DoD ready to confirm if Russia fired hypersonic weapons into Ukraine? That's one.
Do you want me to answer that and then go to the second one? Look, we've seen the Russian claim that they used a hypersonic missile. We're not in a position to refute that claim, but we're also not able to independently verify it.
Okay, I wanted to follow up on Carla's question. Is you talked about you're not going to say what systems are in Ukraine, but is DoD talking to Turkey about transferring S-400? That's one follow-up, and then I would like to have a little more clarity on how the United States how DoD is helping to get Ukraine the air defense systems it needs if we don't in fact have those air defense systems, and if this $800 million is used at all for that purpose.
The drawdown package that the president signed is for the United States to procure the kinds of defensive assistance that we've been procuring, again, in lockstep with the Ukrainians and talking to them about what they need. And we put out a fact sheet the same day the president announced it. So you've seen the list, the inventory list. Now it's just a matter of sourcing that, getting them, and getting them over there. So I'm not going to go beyond what the president already announced he's going to be providing. Look, on the S-300s, the S-400 rumor that I saw in the press, I would just tell you our focus is on working with allies and partners to help get into Ukrainian hands additional systems that they know how to use, that they operate, that they're trained on, and that they can put to ready use. And I think I just leave it at that. Yeah, Mike.
In the month since the invasion, have y'all noticed or observed any examples of force-on-force engagements between Russian units and Ukrainian units, or has it been mainly, one side fires artillery at schools and the other side ambushes the lone Russian tank wandering in circles somewhere?
I mean, if you're asking me, are Ukrainian armed forces in contact with Russian forces? Yes, they are.
As sort of organized.
Ukrainian armed forces are in contact with Russian forces and have been. There's no question about that. I can't give you specific units and specific locations. I just don't have that level of
Ladies and
detail.
gentlemen, 1 minute! Wrap it up, man. Wrap it up. We got earnings approaching here. The spot's picking back up to 444, you guys. We're about to get earnings. We got Nike's on the board. Nike's picking up here 130 right now. It's picking up here. We're about to see what's going to happen after hours, you guys. We're going to stay a little bit extra here, a little bit late here with LCLD today, you guys. It's real here. Get the horn ready. We're about to close here, ladies and gentlemen. Make your final plays. It is a lot of swing momentum here. It's an opportunity to swing right now, ladies and gentlemen. It will be different tomorrow. You can tell they was gearing up for this here. Market held up pretty good today. For real, we do see higher numbers. Ding, 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 ding. The market is closed, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. We do see higher numbers for Friday is what I was saying before the market closed, ladies and gentlemen. But we got after hours. Let's tune into Nike. All eyes on them. All eyes on me. Hey, Tupac song. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's get it. Let's focus. Earnings, ladies and gentlemen. Earnings. Here we go. We're going to play some music, man. The Pentagon briefing did sound like it was moving in the market, though, ladies and gentlemen. But we are closed here. We are closed. Let's see where we closed at, too. On the indices, looks like we closed low red here. The Dow closed down 58%. S&P 500 closed down 4%. The NASDAQ closed down 40%. Russell 2000 closed down 1.36%, ladies and gentlemen. The VIX even closed down 71%. So, we're going to see I said it's a reversal for tomorrow, you guys. We got earnings right here on the board, though. Nike's up, you guys. Nike's up. They're expected about 8% plus here. Let's see if they can do it.
Can you say the second question again?
What's your position?
Plus or
These
negative.
drops included.
8% plus or negative Nike. Which way you going? About to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, I'm aware that Poland was going to make this proposal today. I think that's a discussion for NATO leaders to talk about later in the week. I'm not going to get ahead of that.
Pick it up. We got lower on the red side.
It kind of goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. I mean, there shouldn't be a need for a peacekeeping force because there shouldn't have been a war of choice.
So you hear this guy, he's still talking to Pentagon here. I'm kind of not wanting to disrespect him here, but I want to tune into Nike earnings. We're going to play some music, you guys. We have to play some music while we watch this. Earnings is kicking off here. Nike's starting to move, you guys. Nike's starting to move. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it.
Bag.
Two.
That bag.
It's another.
That bag. Spizzy, nigga. Yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it hit like Ricky. I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want some dollars, I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag, I ain't got a bag. Cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking. Bitches call me Chaser Bad. Yeah, I'm stankin'. Smoking on that good bag. Yeah. Bitch, I know you love that bag. Yeah. Bitch, I'm really blanking bad. Niggas hating, niggas thinking, cause I'm shooting at they pad. Nigga, I got that fucking bag. Little nigga,
You wish you never had. You wish you had a dad. Go get a fucking bag. Spizzy, yeah, really about that fucking bag. Chaser, still chasing at the fucking rags. Niggas hating, bitches waiting in line. I'm pacing back and forth, chasing to the rags. Gotta get it, every day I'm with it. Niggas know I'm hitting everything, nigga.
Every day I'm hitting plays, making licks. Niggas out here talking all that shit, but ain't got bricks. They ain't got no smoke. I fuck that hoe. Now that bitch my trick. But you know those for kids, and I do not have kids. Nah, I'm lying. I got kids, and I got my like 6, but they don't tell my other BMs this. I be moving all the time, but I ain't trade. I be moving all the way. They act like gays. These niggas is weird. These niggas is lame. I took the AK to his face. If a nigga try me, I shoot him down. I shoot a nigga out of his place.
I keep that shotty, and you know it here like Ricky. I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit him 9 times, then you look like 50. I just want them dollars. I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag. I ain't got a bag, 'cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Yeah, I'm blanking bad. Say, yeah, I keep that shotty. And you know it here like Ricky. I can get you body. Come and get this 50, nigga. Hit them 9 times. Then you look like 50. I just want them dollars. I don't want no pennies. I just want a bag. I ain't got a bag, 'cause I'm grinding for my own cash. Yeah, I love that bag. Yeah, I love that bag. And I'm blanking, man. And I'm blanking, man. And I'm blanking, man.
Get that bag, get through.
I'ma get us out the hood, bro, I promise. Bro, I promise. Bro, I promise. Get us out these slums, bro, I promise. Yeah, bro, I promise. Bro, I promise. Let the beat take over me. 'Cause these streets can't hold me. Chase a bag is the homie. This busy chase a bag, homie. Gotta get it for my brody. These streets can't hold me. I'ma listen to my OG. I'ma listen to my OG. Chasing the shit. I'm chasing that money. They hating on me. You niggas funny. It's chase a bag. I get it, homie. Don't chase my bag. I'm stingy, brody. I love that money. I said I love that money. You niggas, y'all can't take it from me. You niggas, y'all can't take it from me. 'Cause I'ma keep it coming, yeah. Gotta get that bag, man. Gotta get that bag, man. They used to call me Pac-Man. They used to call me Pac-Man. They used to call me Boo Boo. Now I'm the shit like Boo Boo. Why you don't say me? Can I get 2 for 2? I'm like, hell no. You know your trap at all. You can get 2 for 30. Yeah, get 2 for 30. Yeah, niggas ain't worried. We getting bread. Telling y'all bye-bye. Go ask Soren. I'll never frisk her. I ain't checking you for nothing. I'm getting checks in, check something. I'm getting checks in also. Money.
In the winter too. I will. Before that thing gonna be all red. Like your head. If you keep trying me, it's bulletproof R.I.P. R.I.P. man. I'm gonna make your ass bleed. You gon' bleed all over the scene. And I'm getting green. All in between.
Let's go. Let's go. Report not out yet. They still counting.
You did watch them? Yeah. Okay, we'll go dry them off. Yeah, that's out.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the report's not out yet. We're just sitting here waiting here. Give it about 10 minutes. Give it about another 10 minutes here. It's coming. It's coming. It's building up here. You can tell it's gonna be really intense. How they're stalling it here. It's either gonna be 8% up, 8% down. Maybe 5% up, maybe 5 down. We don't know, but somewhere in there. We're gonna see. We're waiting. We're still waiting here. We're still waiting here. Patience pays. What I tell you, no matter how you put it, patience pays, you guys. The market did close in a real good consolidation point, though, man. Overall today. But yeah, we just waiting on Nike earnings. They got us looking like sitting pigeons here right now. Sitting ducks, however you put it. They just got to sit here and waiting right now. But it's coming, man. You can tell it's gearing up. They figuring it out there. You got the money counters rolling. They either got it or they don't. You either got it or you're short. You got it or you're short. Which one? You got it or you're short. Come on, Nike. Just do it. You got it or you're short. Shout out to Nike, man. My old lady just brought some Nikes, man. I like them Jones, man. Them Jones was hot, man. They had colorful Nike checks. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know if there's a new design out here going on. It might be the new women's design, but I don't know. The males, can't really see no males wearing it like that. I like the size of them, though. I think they was like Nike. I don't know what they was called, but they was like some retro shit. Like, that shit was fine. But shout out to Nike, though, man. Shout out to Nike, though, man. Shout out to Nike, man. They got earnings right now, and they're trying to figure out, you guys, if the report is good or bad right now. That's what they're trying to figure out. Is the report good or bad? We're just sitting here still waiting. No results yet. They're stalling it here. They're stalling it. But we might be getting some results here shortly. This is really going to be taking place all the way to 8 p.m. tonight, all the way till 9:29 a.m. tomorrow. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get the real initial move once the market opens tomorrow on Nike and however they react. That's when we really get the real move there. But right now, it's very key, too, depending on which way they go here right now to start it off. So we're just sitting here waiting. We waiting. Have some patience. Have some patience. Have some patience. I got time today. I got time today, cuz. I got time today. We got time. Got nothing but time.
I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no other one to us, just you and me. Laced up designer, down the streets of jewelry. Sitting coincide, bad bitch, you and me.
The report is out. The report is out. The report is out. The report is out.
I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me.
I'm saying 137.39, you guys. Here we go. The report is out here. The market is reacting to it here. Nike's reacting to it here. They're throwing their little money in. I see 138.89 here. Robinhood is a little delay here. Oh, they fixed it. Oh, is it thirsty? Is it gonna run? Is it gonna run? Is it thirsty? Does it want more water? Do you have to feed this alligator? Do you have to feed this gator, ladies and gentlemen? Oh yeah, I think this is a thirsty booger here. Oh, it's holding up. Oh, big cheeklet here though. Big cheeklet here. Pulled back about $3 now. 135 though, sticking here. 134 sticking now. About 135 sticking, trying to hold here. They gotta do something fast, or the other gators here are gonna come in and gonna start trotting down. You gotta keep feeding this gator. If you keep feeding it, then it might beat all the other gators in the water here, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we see happening right now. It looks like the report is out. They're up $5. Oh, they're feeding this gator here. They're still feeding it. Oh, yeah, they're still feeding it. This is a strong gator right here. You're not going to be able to jump this one pretty cool, ladies and gentlemen. They're at 136 here. Oh, man, they're feeding it here. But the other gators are seeing that it's eating. They don't like that, ladies and gentlemen. They want to jump it. They're trying to jump it. They're swimming over. They want to jump it. They don't want this gator to grow any more. Oh, man, but the gator is growing. Every little chunk is taken to the upside here. As long as you keep feeding this Nike gator like this, ladies and gentlemen, it will. Oh, that's 4% now. We got about 4% left, and then I think this gator will be a full-blown gator, and this gator will be right at my target where I said 139 smart money. They already was $1 short. Oh, man, 138 was right on the board, but the gator overgrew and threw up, and now the gator is just trimming down his food here. It's nibbling. The gator's nibbling here. It looks like the others have gathered this bunch. It looks like the others have gathered a bunch to nibble across the party here, but they know that they can't get with this gator here. This gator is a strong one here. This gator said, I was here first. I want to go up, and I'm hungry. This gator is really getting fed here, you guys. The other gators across the water, they're starting to realize that, and they're like, hey, let him eat. Let him eat. We want to eat with him. Let him eat first, ladies and gentlemen. This gator is really growing here. We're up $6 now, almost 5% there. Nike's up about 5% now. We got about 3% left, ladies and gentlemen. And they're going to hit their target here, and that might stick, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, this gator's hungry. This gator's hungry. Oh, man, this gator found his way out the woods and back to the water. It's hungry. It is hungry. This gator got out the woods, you guys. This gator isn't the water officially. It's swimming here. It's finding more food. It's chewing up here. It's digesting this food really swell here, ladies and gentlemen. Nike's is up. $6 right now after hours, ladies and gentlemen. Nike is going up 5% here. Those long terms are going to look really good if this can hold, ladies and gentlemen. You will not see the same price you should. The price will definitely shift into money into this sticks. At least they're still consolidating, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, they're consolidating this right here. This gator's still hungry. This gator's showing some strong appetite. We've been right here at 136 for about 30 seconds or 60 seconds. It's trying to digest its move here. It looks like it wants to stick in here though. We might end up sticking in here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know though. I don't know. It was a bigger gator right there at 138 that just calls on his head and get out of my way. You can't come here yet. Until you can realize you got to fight down there at those other two gators, and they're jumping them right now. But the gator is still fighting strong to chew his food and survive. The gator is really almost about to beat the other gator that's jumping him, but the other gator that's jumping him are winning here majority. They're holding it down right here. Oh man, I need some water. Can I get some water? Give me some water. Give me some water. I'm parched. Give me some water. This is crazy. I need some water like the gator right now. I need some water like the gator right now. The gator has found its way out the woods. It's back in the water, though. It's back in the water, though. And it's swimming and it's finding food immediately. It's chewing its food up here. And the other gators see it, and they want to stop it, but it's trying to not stop it, but it's stopping it. It don't stop. It's going crazy, you guys. You get my drift here. It looks like this gator might be done here at 136 and said, you know what, I'll find food later. This is good enough here. Because at least it made it out the woods. At least you know the puts are not safe right now. At least you know the cars are getting the premium if this sticks. That's what we do know right now as far as investing. Looks like they want to take this thing up here to the upside. Retail's looking fine over there at Nike. As I said, my old lady just got some Nikes. Them shits was fine. I fuck with them. I'll probably give me a pair if they had my size, maybe the different color, But you know how stores is. They be, But yeah, Nike's ladies and gentlemen, Nike's $6 here. It's 4:20 p.m. It looks like the report is out. We probably gonna wrap it up right here, ladies and gentlemen. But this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're gonna get back with you guys live tomorrow. We're gonna catch the pre-market tomorrow for real. I was a little late. This gator's still chomping hard here, you guys. This gator really is fighting here. I think this gator might really run till about 8 p.m. tonight. So y'all stay on the lookout for Nike, man. This is earnings, ladies and gentlemen. This is and was, like I said, the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to wrap it up. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Smart money, you better follow that. LCAOD, let cash accumulate over days. Nike's picking up 137. Let's see if it holds, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace out.